Hey, YouTube, what is happening? It is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades, and I am your intrepid host here, Jeff. We've got another deep dive on Gas Masks and Hand Grenades, and you know how these roll. They get pretty deep and pretty intense. And today I have a pretty cool panel. We've got kind of the old schoolers in Nick and I here, which we've been around. Some of us have been around a long time, and some of us just a long time. And then we've got three kind of young whippersnappers with us tonight. We've got, I'm going to start by introducing the panel before we get into, and by the way, we're going to talk about the United Kingdom's, probably the band that started grindcore. We can talk a little bit about that. We probably will. And also certainly one of the probably seminal, most important death metal bands from the UK. And we're talking about Carcass. So we're going to get into that tonight. It's going to be a lengthy affair. And I just woke up about 30 minutes ago, so my head's still kind of a little bit. So if I get a little sidetracked here, just yell at me, one of you guys. Not you, Devon, though. Don't you yell at me. Because if you do, I'll reach through the screen and bitch slap you. But anyway, so before we get started, I want to introduce the panel. And before I do that, though, I have a couple quick announcements. Tonight, following this stream, which I don't know how long this is going to go, I'm hoping to keep it in the 4-hour range. That may be a little bit, we'll see. That might be, being a little bit optimistic, but we'll try. Because we may have one or two other guests pop in here along the way. But after this stream tonight on the Dreadful Minutes, Rick Contreras' channel, he is doing it's a quasi April Fool's Day stream tonight that looks like there's going to be a lot of different people popping in all night long, kind of in and out from a lot of the Satyr Slave crew people, some new people, some old people, stuff like that. So if you are so inclined, stop by Rick's channel tonight. I want to say sometime between 9 and 10, probably in the 9:30 range, I'm thinking. And pop in and hang out with us there. We're going to do that later after this. The other thing, no, there was no other thing except for to talk about our panel here. So and I always do it, so it's the opposite
there
way.
You go.
There we go. I'm getting it now. It's only taken 8,000 streams. To my right, as you're looking at, but it's actually to my left, is Devon from Maze of Torment, back for the first time in quite a while. Has it been since Gorguts or
no Emperor?
That's right. We did the Emperor stuff. That's right. And then next to him, we've got the enigmatic Necrotic Nick from Thralls of Metal. You know him. You love him. You see him on the screen. And below me, we've got a newcomer to your first deep dive, right?
Yep. First ever.
Right. And
hopefully I don't fuck it up too bad.
You'll be fine, man. You'll be fine. The good thing about this is, it's not life or death. I may never talk to you again, but if you do fuck it up,
flay the skin from your body.
And most people, when I say things like I may never talk to you again, they're like, "Oh, thank God." So, anyway, Erik Berg, how are you, buddy? And Erik does not have a YouTube channel, but he does kind of have a YouTube channel.
It's up, but I haven't posted anything. It's probably going to be a couple weeks because I still got to do the Frank Marino and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah, we've infiltrated his brain and made him turn to the dark side, and it's called Psychic Vacuum, right?
Yep.
From
named after Voivod song,
obviously, right? And then next to Erik, to his left, or to whatever, doesn't matter. Direction is meaningless on StreamYard. We've got my daughter Lauren Kiefer, and so good to see you, dear. And I think she's pretty excited to do this, and so we're going to jump
excited
into
too.
Oh, look, there's Rue. What's up, Rue?
She's my sweet baby. She's little princess.
Sweet. Behave, Rue. Not lots. I don't want to hear lots of noise out of you. We've got a lot of cool new names here. I've not seen a lot of these people here, other than Larry Sepultura. Nice to see you, buddy. We've got 077, Russ Ferry, the Monster 666. We've got My Westfist, something like that.
I know
Sorry about that. Otis Driftwood. I like that one. That's pretty cool. And Zach Siebert. We've seen Zach on occasion here and there. And so we're going to get rolling. We got 16 people going. We're going to get into this. Carcass are an English extreme metal band formed in Liverpool in 1985. And yes, I'm reading from Wikipedia. The band have gone through several lineup changes, leaving guitarist Bill Steer and bassist vocalist Jeff Walker as the sole continuous members. They disbanded in 1996, but reformed in 2007 without one of their original members, drummer Ken Owen, due to health reasons. We'll get into that a little bit later. Carcass were first formed as a school band by Bill Steer and Ken Owen, but soon after disbanded. Steer was then joined the D-beat band Disattack with drummer Midi, Paul on bass, and Peck on vocals. Man, those UK people, they love to come up with these funny little names for themselves here. After releasing a 4-track demo entitled A Bomb Drops, which I've never heard. Anybody heard that?
No.
I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure it's probably interesting.
Probably talk to Dennis.
In 1986, the bass player left the band and was replaced by Jeff Walker, formerly guitarist and vocalist of the Electro Hippies. Disattack then changed its name to Carcass as the group changed musical direction. This led to a change in drummer and saw Ken Owen join the band. Well, wait a minute. He was already in Disattack. How did he? Oh, they must have replaced him with somebody else, as I said up there. Anyways, in April 87, they recorded the flesh-ripping Sonic Torment demo, the only Carcass recording featuring vocalist Sanjeev. Again, have you guys heard that? That's not on any of the expanded editions, right, Nick?
That
I know of.
It's actually on mine.
It's not on Reek, is it?
No, yeah, it is. It is on this. I never actually listened to it.
You know, I don't think I didn't listen to it either.
I listened to it the other day. I listened to both of the demos. Dennis was talking about that one last week.
It's the one he showed, yeah.
I agree with him. The production is actually kind of better than the album in a way. Yeah. It's still pretty raw. I mean, it's a grindcore demo from the 80s, but you kind of know what you're getting. Whereas like with the album, you kind of expect it to sound like an album, and it doesn't really. But yeah, I mean, it's still pretty raw. But the actual mix, you can kind of hear everything better.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to say that, though, since Reek is just one big mess of schlop. But we're not going to get too far into the weeds on that. If Dennis shows up and wants to show that off, we'll discuss it real quick. But we have a lot of studio albums and some EPs to get through. Real quick, to wrap up, the Sanjeev left the band shortly after that. Walker, Steer, and Owen shared vocal duties for the debut album. Actually, they shared vocal duties up to Necroticism on the first two albums, anyways. There was all three voices, and you can distinctively hear that. If he's singing on Necroticism, I don't hear it as pronounced. You just hear mainly Walker and Steer, but and then they stopped that by the fourth album. Despite the primitive production values of Carcass's debut, Reek of Putrefaction, with the band, I'm sorry, let me back up here. They shared vocal duties for the debut album, which was done in only 4 days. And despite the primitive production values of Reek of Putrefaction, try to say that a bunch of times in a row. Reek of Putrefaction, with which the band were very displeased with the production. And so we'll kind of get into that. But let me real quick do what we normally do here and ask everybody where they kind of came into the Carcass thing. And I think, Nick, I'm going to leave us for last because we're much longer in the tooth on this, and our stories are going to be a little bit different than these young cats. So, Erik, how about I start with you since you're the newest member to the group here? Where and when and how did you come by falling into the Carcass shadow?
I guess it was just basically when I started getting into a lot of like extreme metal and stuff. I grew up in a small town, never had high-speed internet. So I moved to Kamloops, which is a kind of not a big city, but a city here in BC, and finally like had high-speed internet so I could watch YouTube and stuff like that. And I basically started getting into a lot of metal at that point. And Carcass was one of the I don't know. I mean, when you search death metal bands, top death metal bands or whatever, they're usually pretty close to the top. So I ended up bought Necroticism on iTunes or something like that, and I remember hearing that one. I was like, I don't know. It didn't grab me right away, actually, to be honest. But I was kind of listening to a lot of bands all at the same time, and gravitated towards some other stuff. But yeah.
So what year was this? Would this have been?
Probably like 2016 or so.
Okay, so fairly recent.
Fairly
recent. Lauren, how about you? Where did somebody have some sort of a spidery effect on your getting into this band slightly, maybe?
Oh no. My grandma got me into Carcass.
Yeah, we can do this shtick every single time.
I'm gonna do this every time you do this.
Every time. You just come up with a different. Your cat got you into this band.
Yeah, exactly. My dad Jeff. I think you played me Heartwork like a long time ago, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. And I remember like I wasn't really into metal when I was a lot younger. Like it was like
that's true.
intense for me. Like this is like when I was like 11, 12 years old, like not that old. But then once I got like I think like 14, like 15, I got like more and more into it, and like I was into like Maiden and like the like softer metal, and then like I got into more and more extreme stuff through my dad. And like I think the first album I listened to was Heartwork, and that album really affected my like metal musical taste like going forward. Like I really got into like Melo Death like because of that
That's
album.
true, you really were into that.
Yeah, still am honest.
I remember very well we would go on trips, we'd go hiking or we'd take off for Maryland or New York or whatever, Delaware or whatever, Philly or whatever, and I'd throw on some Opeth or some pretty heavy jams, and I'd crank up the tunes, and Lauren would just sit there going, like a lot of the times it was like torture for her to have to listen to Dad's music, but Dad persisted, right? No, I never forced you to listen to this stuff. I was always just sort of, it was what I listened to all the time, and you were like, oh yeah, it was kind of one of those situations where it's like if you can't beat them, join them, So that's.
I remember even you saying like years and years ago you got Monotheist or To Megatherion, I can't remember, and like you listened to it like this was like years ago.
Megatherion.
And like you listened to it and you're like, I don't like this.
Yeah.
Like
there was a couple albums like that where I tried initially to dabble in death metal or more extreme metal, and because I'm even older than Nick, and by quite a few years actually, 11,
that's a few.
I struggled with the vocals mightily. I love the music, I could always get into the music, but the vocals always were this weird this weird thing that I just could not assimilate to. I could not make my ears go from TNT and Stone Fury and 80s hair metal and 80s bands and 70s prog and make myself accept that somebody going was tuneful and melodic. And theoretically speaking, it really isn't, but there's something about it that gets into your head and changes the way you view and hear music. So Devon, I got, what I got to do, guys, before we get into this deeper here. Hold on. Let me see if I can. There we go. All right, Devon, how about you?
So I think it was the Metal Evolution documentary that Sam Dunn did from Banger Films, and they played a bunch of like Morbid Angel, Enslaved, Emperor, and he played Carcass, and they played the music video for Heartwork. So that was the first one I bothered checking out, and that was 2013, I think.
Okay. That sounds about right. Speaking of Morbid Angel, did you say Morbid Angel? Did I hear you just say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's probably well aware now that last night we had, not only just in Illinois, but all over the country, there was massive storms that took several lives. Arkansas, I believe, was a bad one, touchdown of a tornado.
Iowa.
Was there anything in Ohio, Nick, that you heard of?
Not in my area. By the time it got to my area, the front sort of split. So,
well, this morning at 7:00, I walked out and my old man was making something in the kitchen, and he's like, "What are you doing up?" I'm like, "I've been awake since last night." And I started to say, he said, "Well, do you know we're under a tornado warning?" I'm like, "What?" I never got anything on my phone, so I'm not sure if that was really real or not. But yeah, pretty bad. So, tough, because someone lost their life at that show last night. Yep. And I mean, that could be any one of us because we all go to shows. And generally speaking, most of us go to these smaller club shows where metal bands are playing. And that could have been any one of us standing on that floor last night. And, rip to that poor person that lost their life, to all the people that lost their lives. But just goes to show you, man, you don't fuck with Mother Nature, man. It's some real stuff. So, Nick, how about you on where'd you come into the fold with Carcass?
All right. Mine is a little interesting because I kind of took like a weird sideways path to him. I got into grindcore back in, I would say, the mid to late 90s, like Brutal Truth and Nawsome became really huge in those bands. And somehow I completely overlooked Carcass. I didn't get into a lot of the later grindcore or more Goregrind stuff until much later. Found Napalm Death courtesy of the Mortal Kombat soundtrack, and it wasn't until years later when I was going full bore into melodic death metal, anything in Flames, At the Gates, Hypocrisy, anything like that, that I finally picked up a copy of Heartwork and completely blown away. One of my favorite guitar-oriented albums ever. But it was from there, all right, I'm going to just continue to check out this band. And the thing that I loved about it was dude, every one of these albums is fucking different and really interesting in its own way. So, yeah, I became a diehard Carcass fan. I pretty much, if I see a band is quote-unquote Carcass worship, you bet your ass I'm going to fucking buy them. I own a ton of Carcass worship. About the same amount as I own a Bolt Thrower worship too. But yeah, they just have a unique sound, and I got fucking stuck on them, and I'm still stuck on them, which is why I am definitely here.
So what year is that?
I would say 2004, 2005.
Okay. So I don't remember exactly what year it was, but it had to have been right around the time that Heartwork came out. So
93.
Yeah. So I want to say maybe. Well, let's see. Do you remember, Nick, when Headbangers Ball became a thing?
Not when it started. I know they had the one douche with the permed mullet before they had Ricky Rackman. And
Adam Curry.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember the early days of MTV, but Headbangers Ball was kind of a niche thing. It wasn't until Ricky Rackman took over that I started noticing. That wasn't until the early to mid 90s.
Somebody do me a favor. Google that up. Find out when Headbangers Ball first came out, because
I'll look at it right now.
The reason that I say that is that one of the very first, if not the very first, prominently, because Headbangers Ball was
87.
When was it?
87, April.
Oh, wow.
87.
Going back that far. Okay. So, yeah, this would have been right around 93 or so. I remember very, very distinctly. I always watched that. And primarily, Headbangers Ball was initially, obviously, very much an 80s dominated 80s hair metal sort of outlet, right? I mean, because those were the bands that were putting out the videos back then. Your Scorpions, your Rats, your Motley Crues, your Stripers, bands of that ilk, your XYZs and all that kind of shit like that, Lynch Mobs and, Dawkins and stuff. And that was the stuff that I was, I'm an 80s dude. I graduated high school in 1984. So the early 80s, I'm a 70s child, and that's what's near and dear to my heart. But the 80s metal, I still like a lot of that stuff. And that was the stuff that I watched that show for. But I remember when death metal finally started to get a foothold in as becoming a serious genre where there were a lot of bands, and this was post thrash, so we're talking like 87. Of course, there was the early Metallica stuff and the thrash bands and whatnot, and that, and as it works, you went from, for me anyways, you went from the hair metal into the thrash metal into the more extreme death and stuff. But it took me a while to get to the death, as my story goes, and many of you know, I didn't really get into death metal until 2001. Who's got a window open, guys?
Not me.
Okay. Be careful with that. If you have a YouTube window open, please either shut it or mute it, because I got a lot of slap back there. So the thing I remember very distinctly about extreme metal is seeing the video for, I'm 99% sure it was Buried Dreams. And that, because that was the big single, I believe, off Heartwork, right?
It might have been Heartwork. The Heartwork and I want to say
No Love Lost.
Yeah, but what was
2 videos?
All right, what's the video of them like showing a lot of concert footage?
That might have been Corporal Jigsaw Quandary.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. Are you sure?
Yeah, it had the symbol behind it with all the surgical tools.
Man, now I'm confused. I don't. Well, it was one of those videos. It was one of their early videos. I didn't think they had a video for Corporeal.
Oh yeah, they have one for Incarnated Solvent Abuse too.
Okay. Maybe it was Incarnated. It was one of those early videos, and I remember listening to it. Go, man, I really dig these jams. I love the sound of the guitar. I love the sound of the music, but man, that guy's voice is just horrible. It's like, I can't fucking get into this. This is trash, And that's how I felt about early death metal. That's really, I struggled terribly with that. But that definitely was the moment that I first heard Carcass. So whether it was, I seem to think it was either No Love Lost or Buried Dreams. It just seems like it was Buried Dreams to me. I'll when you guys are when we start into the albums, I'll jump over and find that video quick. I
don't think there was a music video for Buried Dreams.
You don't think there was?
I can't find one on YouTube.
Yeah,
there is one for No Love Lost, right?
Definitely.
No Love Lost and Heartwork.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotta be No Love Lost.
Heartwork is the one where they're constructing the Geiger piece.
It might have been that one. It probably was that one. Yep. Now to say that was the one. Yep. So remember, I just turned 57 yesterday, so I'm old and don't remember stuff very well. But yeah, so that was my introduction, was hearing that video. What I picked up first, man, it would have had to have been, I gotta believe it had to been Heartwork. I that's the album that stands out to me as my first, but it could have been, I guess it could have been Necroticism. I just don't remember. That's lost to the sands of time with me. And I definitely know for a fact, though, I know one thing. It absolutely was not Reek of Putrefaction, because if it was, well, that's a story for the next segment here. So speaking of which, how about we get rolling on the albums here? And Nick, how about you show Reek of Putrefaction, since I'm going to let you primarily do most of the showing. I know, Devon, you said you have this on vinyl, right?
No.
Oh, that you don't have this one. You have Symphonies.
Please tell me it's the scratch and sniff cover.
The what? The scratch and sniff cover, yeah. All right, so these are, show people that most people probably have this, but this is the reissue from Earache, which is a double CD or is it triple? I forget
it's a
what
CD. And
double, right?
Wait, is this one a double CD no, it's a CD and DVD.
CD, okay.
Contains an awesome documentary.
I think most of them are a CD and a DVD, but I think one of them is 2 CDs and a DVD. Heartwork, right? So because they have the Par Street or the Par Street Studio demos on there. So yeah, I don't know if can you get that a little closer that people can see that sweetness.
Oh, it's sweet, maybe a little sour too.
And we will note that this was originally, when this came out, it came out like that, and then they ended up doing a version where they put in they did a different cover. Do you have that one, the green one?
No, I hate censored covers. I don't bother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pull that up then while you're talking, and then also they ended up doing a standard version of it with a letterbox window, with just the name of the band and all the gory stuff cut out. You know, looking at it now, it's gory, but it's not as horrific as I mean, it's pretty gnarly, but it's not
gnarly.
like, yeah, but it's not like there's like body fluids and
oh no, there's fluids. I mean, you gotta get in close.
They're all taken from autopsy images, like real, like, so those are like real dead people.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Oh, it is really. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I actually thought, I haven't looked at that cover in forever, so I got to be honest with you. I don't remember what it really looks like that much.
I think it was Bill Steer's sister, or it might have been Jeff's sister.
Jeff.
She was in medical school, and they started looking at the textbooks and such, and saw the gross stuff in there, and that's what they really became inspired by. Like, that became their theme, and then they just sort of employed it and did some really fun collage work.
Hey, before we get too deep in here, I just want to make sure of something. Robert, is anybody in this band dead? Because if they are, just let me know in the comments right now before we get too deep into this. No one's dead, Nick?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. That's good to hear.
There's a lot of dead people in here.
Although I think,
true.
Rumor has it that one of the guys had a cerebral embolism, a stroke of some sort. So
I think this dude in the center choked on, looks like strips of bacon from here.
Yeah, I know the bacon strips. Bacon. I just think of the dog commercial there. So, all right, lots and lots of comments here, guys. I'm never going to be able to keep up with them. Nick, I'll let you go ahead and, well, you know what? On second thought, let's go with the young guys, and you and I'll go last. We'll stay on that.
Okay.
Thing, so. All right, Eric, I'm going to go with you first, and tell me, before we jump into this, let me give you a few facts on this album. Released July 1988, recorded December 87 through March of 88, which is hard to believe it took them that long to put that together. Rich Bitch Studios, a genre is Goregrind. The label is Earache, and it was put out on Combat in the U.S. and produced, quote unquote, produced by Carcass and Paul Talbot. And just so you know, this is the only album where the guys go under pseudonyms, and these pseudonyms, I had not read them in a long time, but they are, they kind of go to the fact that Jeff Walker is kind of a twisted fuck. Let's be honest. He's not right. He's fucking hilariously irreverent and funny. And he goes as frenzied fornicator of fetid fetishes and sickening grisly fetus. I assume that's fetus. Fetus. I don't know how to pronounce that. On bass and lead vocals, you got the gratuitously brutal asphyxiator of ulcerated pyoaxanthus goiters. What the hell? On
just like Mom used to make.
Yeah. It's funny. I almost named Lauren that once. But anyway, we've got the groom gargler and eviscerator of matured neoplasm on drums and backing vocals. And then you've got the really way out there named Sanjeev on lead vocals on a couple tracks. So, all right, go ahead, young sir. Rip into it.
All right. So basically, the band, for obvious reasons, wasn't very happy with the sound of this thing. I had honestly only listened to this like probably twice before like the last week, if I'm being totally honest. I just don't go back to it all that much, mainly for the fact that, I mean, everything is so muddy on this album. Like the mix itself, the levels of the instruments, you can actually kind of make out each instrument, but just everything is just distorted to the point where, like, to be able to tell what's going on, you basically have to turn this up until it hurts. And it's just kind of a physically painful listen. Like, every time I listen to this album, my ears ring afterwards, basically. Especially the guitar leads. Man, when those guitar leads come in, it's like I can almost feel my ears bleeding.
I agree with you.
But like the actual songs are pretty cool. There's a lot of unpredictable tempo changes and just like a lot of ferocity. Is kind of a psychotic, dangerous vibe to this album almost. And it definitely deserves a lot of credit for just influencing grindcore and death metal in general. I mean, this was like basically the most extreme stuff out there at the time. I mean, I looked up some like other albums from the late 80s and stuff too. I've heard quite a bit of that stuff, but like there was nothing quite on this level, I don't think. I mean, even the early Napalm Death stuff is close, and I mean Bill Steer was also playing on that, so he's basically invented grindcore in my opinion. But even the Napalm Death stuff, I mean, it's heavy and brutal and fast, but it's not as pummeling as this. This is just on a different level. It's just so brutal. Yeah, there are great riffs on here when you can hear them, which is mainly when the drums aren't playing anything. Because as soon as the drums come in, it's just like everything is mush. The riffing is mostly like hardcore. There's a lot of hardcore punk that I hear on this, and definitely some death metal, like early death metal, like tremolo picked stuff. But I can even hear already in the slower sections, there's already like groovy parts and like kind of like hard rock almost leaning stuff. Just little snippets here and there. Yeah. Did you want me to go into like any songs in particular?
If you want to go into specific songs, I think of all the albums to go into a track by track on this would be pretty crazy. You can do it if you want, but I mean, let's be honest. There's 4 or 5 songs on here that kind of stand out, and a lot of just noisy parts in between for me. But so it's up to you. Real quick, Rick, just to let you know in case you bounce, I did let everybody know about the stream tonight, and I'll let everybody know again before we leave. Please, Nick, remind me of that, or you say something at the end.
I also put it in my
oh, you did? Okay, cool. Yeah. And again, we don't know, Rick, if you want to post it in the comments what time you would like to get started, or maybe you're just planning to do it when we wrap here. But yeah, so I did want to address that with Rick real quick there. And by the way, people, just to let you all know, some of you are new to me, or quite a few of you are, but those of you that aren't, you know that Rick used to do all of my thumbnails, and he did just an amazing job. But let's be honest here, folks. I don't want to pat myself on the back or anything, but since pretty much January, all of the killer thumbnails you're seeing, this kid right here. Just saying, that's all.
But you pointed to an old person.
I did. I pointed to a very old person. As of yesterday, that is true. I was already old, and then I became older. So there you go. Yeah, so go ahead, Eric. Sorry about that.
Well, I didn't have too much. I just had a few highlights, sort of.
That's what I did, a couple highlights.
Yeah, I mean, Fester Day is worth a mention just for its 20 seconds of complete insanity. Fermenting Innards, I wrote down mainly just because of the slow riff at 1 minute and 40 seconds is pretty killer. And on a side note, I don't want to get too far off track, but Fermenting Innards is also a band, a German, like kind of blackened death metal proggy kind of band from the 90s that Dan Swano actually produced. They only have one album, but it's pretty cool.
What's the name of it?
Fermenting Innards.
I've never heard that, actually.
Yeah. No, they're pretty
ancient practice.
Yeah. Anyway, Splattered Cavities I has some good riffs in the beginning and then mud after that, but Suppuration is pretty thrashy in the first half, a lot of good grooves in the second half, and Malignant Defecation is super punky and just basically collapses to end the album, which seems fitting. So yeah, that's.
And let's be honest here. Who doesn't like a good cancerous shit every once in a while? So
yeah,
I mean, we're gonna talk about it. All right, cool.
All right, Lauren, how about we jump in? Oh, I generally ask my guests to do sort of a ranking. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I generally do like a 10 scale ranking. Nick always defies me. He just wants to be different. He goes out.
No, I've already ranked this discography.
No.
You didn't watch my discography ranking, did you?
Are you talking
I'm not talking about the 1 through 7. I meant like give it a
rating.
Rating, yeah,
rating.
Yeah. Rank, not ranking, rating. My bad, sorry. But Nick always defies me and goes, "I'm not doing it out of 10, man. I'm doing it out of 5."
Well, I did do some, and I did them out of 10. I figured it's your show. It's my first time on. I'll be polite. I don't know. We'll see how it goes in the future. But
the power
later shows I won't be polite.
You don't have to be.
Go for it.
So I gave this like a 6.5 probably out of 10. It's not bad, but I don't know. I don't return to it that much.
It's not bad. It's just not good.
It's not bad. It just could have been a lot better.
Yeah. All right, Devon, I'll let you go next.
So it's their first record, so it's called Reek of Putrefaction. If you were expecting good production, I don't know what you were thinking, but this album is good, but my problem is a lot of the songs kind of tend to run together. Like sometimes you forget like a new song already started. You're like, oh, it's been 3 more songs already. Shit. So that's one problem, but some good standouts, probably Maggot Colony, Vomited Anal Track, fucking song titles, Feticide, Burnt to a Crisp, Microwave, what the fuck did it say? Microwave something. Oh, and Side B and the OG is called Anal Disgorgement Side, so there's that. So yeah.
That's probably caused by that malignant defecation, you know?
Maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, you push too hard. Duh.
Yeah.
You push too hard, exactly. You got is that all you got? You got a rating on it, right?
Yes, I'll do a 6.5 as well. If it didn't sound like shit, maybe a 7.2, but the production's like a 1.
Yeah.
All right, Lauren, what you got?
Yeah, so again, I also had not listened to this album for a long time, and I kind of went in expecting to not like it. But I came out pleasantly surprised. I honestly enjoyed this quite a bit. So obviously, yeah, everyone has talked about the production quality. I actually have a quote here from Bill Steer about the album. He's talking about Reek of Putrefaction. Then Erik sent us into a small piss studio in Birmingham where we did the LP in 4 days. There wasn't much time, but it could have ended up okay. Unfortunately, the engineer was a complete idiot. He ruined the drum track so badly that we had to mix endlessly so you could at least hear something. But we only had a few hours available and had to release the LP as it sounded. That was Reek of Putrefaction, and understandably, we were everything but happy with the result. So it is like something like keep in mind that like even though some people will talk about like some people kind of like the bad production on this album. And like, I kind of understand that because it kind of feels like, oh, that's in the grindcore Goregrind, like that's the vibe. Like it's supposed to sound like awful, but when you also remember that like Bill and Jeff and Ken, none of them were happy with the album. It's kind of hard to like hold on to that as like a good thing. But regardless, I did enjoy. I also agree with like Devon. A lot of these songs do kind of sound pretty similar. It's very like slow start, blast beats, heavy guitars, and then the song ends. Like that's a lot of the compositional arranging for these tracks. But I'll talk about the songs I liked a lot. I really like Pyosissified, Rotten to the Gore. I like that one a lot. That one has like some cool like sliding down on the high strings during it. The ending riff is really cool. I also like Vomited Anal Track. I for any of the songs I thought were funny, I just wrote LOL in my notes for any of the songs I thought were funny. The other thing I think that is so silly on this album is like the Cookie Monster vocals, because like they're supposed to sound brutal and heavy, but like every time I hear them, I kind of just laugh. I'm like, oh, cool, the Cookie Monster. What if the Cookie Monster was a butcher? It
sounds like they're using a pitch shifter.
Oh yeah, they're pitch shifted like 100%. And
they're using a lot of like delay and reverb, and it's just this weird, almost like it's almost like a movie bad guy troll thing. You could hear it like
the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, like an 80s, well, more like an 80s troll or leprechaun or
I'm coming, I got you.
that kind of weird shit. It's just like more funny than it is frightening.
Absolutely. Fester Day is funny because that song is only 22 seconds long. I think that's the shortest song on the album. But again, like that's typical of grindcore. What is that? That Napalm Death song is like 0.75 seconds long. It's not even a sec. You suffer. Yeah. I like Fermenting Innards a lot. That one has really cool atmosphere. Again, it has a lot of that like pick sliding that really adds to it. Excreted Alive, that one has a really sick riff. Separation, that one has really cool riffs. If we keep moving on, I like Burnt to a Crisp a lot as well. Pungent Excruciation, Oxidized Razor Masticator.
Yes.
That's the longest track, I think, at 3 minutes and 13 seconds, which should tell you something. That's the longest song on the album. And then I also like Malignant Defecation a lot. So overall, this album's like hard to like rank or like view critically because it's like it almost is the production value kind of almost like is part of why this album sounds so brutal. But again, knowing that the band were not happy with how this album turned out, it is definitely like a kind of a black mark against it. And one thing I definitely think is that if I had a friend who's like not into metal at all and they're like, what's like the most brutal metal album, this is probably what I would show them. And like, if they can sit through this, I'm like, okay, you can sit through like anything else if you can listen to this without like wanting to turn it off. But yeah, this album is like definitely like brutal. And I honestly did really like it. It would be interesting if Carcass like re-recorded this. I know they did re-record one song from this that we'll talk about on one of the EPs later. Right? Yeah. I think we'll talk about it later. So listening to that, it was like, oh man, it would be cool if Carcass re-recorded this whole album. But honestly, I gave it a 7 out of 10. I had a fun time listening to it.
Interesting. All right. Very cool. Very, very cool. Nick, how comes I can't get it? There we go.
I'll be right back for this one.
Oh, real quick before we jump in. Devon technically is not old enough. I had to get his parents to sign a release. Also, Rick, of course, local taco junior gave me Malignant Defecation every time. Yeah, I think Nick's local Taco Bell does that to him weekly, right?
Oh, dude, man, dropping straight fucking heaters. All right.
I hate it here.
I love this album, but it's more of a novelty thing. Like, because, all right, in terms of like a timeline, this is the birth of Goregrind. So, you actually got to bring up an album that impacted metal as a whole and brought about a whole new subset, even within a new subset at the time, because grindcore was very much a new thing when this came out too.
Yeah.
Grindcore was, kind of this unruly pack of, like punk meets extreme metal, and it was already kind of on the fringe, and Carcass went even more on the fringe and took this wild theme of pathology and gross out stuff. And well, I mean, a ton of bands fucking followed suit. Yeah, the production is absolutely fucking terrible, but it kind of adds to the atmosphere and the vibe of the album. Like, this was not intended to be pretty whatsoever. This was intended to be gross out and maybe more closely aligned with punk than it is with metal in spots, because the song structure is very simple. It's very straightforward. It's just hyper aggro, and they would get to be better musicians later on, but the whole punk aesthetics there. Like Ken Owen, I would say, is a punk drummer that learned to become a death metal drummer. And it completely shows in here, especially because you can hear him beating the ever-living dog shit out of his drum kit on this entire release over a lot of stuff. Riff-wise, like, there's some solid riffs in here. I'm glad that not everyone dropped every title here because I wanted to bring up Feticide, because Feticide, I think, has some really solid riffs on it. But, I mean, I love how this opens. Gentle Grinder right into Regurgitation of Giblets. Such a fun little 1-2 punch there. But yeah, an opening instrumental. It's a little bit slower, groovier. You get to hear the production, which sounds like it was soaked in every rotten bodily fluid they could fucking find and just kind of sealed up in a drum and rolled down a hill, and then they just kind of like took it out. It's gross, it's foul, it's disgusting, but I appreciate it. Like, this isn't the Carcass album I reach for all the time. I come back to it more as like a novelty thing.
Yeah.
But it's a fun revisit just because, again, it's a bunch of punks that got a hold of some medical journals and just wrote a vile, disgusting album. And it kind of works. And in terms of like, when you bring up Carcass worship, because believe me, we probably will, because it became an entire thing in metal. A lot of it comes from these first two albums.
Yep.
So, I mean, in terms of the impact and the influence of this album, it's huge. Still, has it been done a lot better in terms of the style? Yes, it has. But it's still a lot of fun to listen to. Plus these, these songs.
Yeah, the titles, the song titles are just
Manifestation of Varicose Urethra.
Yeah.
On urethra. Sorry, on varicose urethra. We didn't bring up that one. There's some other great gross ones in here. I do love Oxidized Razor Masticator though. Like I don't know what they're really doing in there. That just sounds like a bad fucking idea. And
Splattered cavities. Fermenting innards.
Another band that got a name from this album, Festerday. Festerday is another Finnish death metal act that's also super gross and awesome. But yeah, in terms of a rating on this one, I'd give it a solid 3 stars. Like I enjoy it for what it is. I don't try to put it up like it's like, well, it could be this, it could be that. I think it's kind of perfect and imperfect, and I don't know. It's just something to appreciate as a little window in time in terms of maybe don't be first at something, because later on, the formula would improve at least even on this album sound. But yeah, it's a fun fucking album. Just jam it and make sure to show your non-metal friends this album cover and tell them it's a scratch and sniff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good way of saying it, that, maybe it's good to not be first at something. For me, I'm trying to remember where this came in. I'm 99% sure that I grabbed Heartwork and then either that or Necroticism, and then I grabbed Symphonies, and this would have been the next one that I grabbed. And man, I remember getting it at the mall, when the mall still had a decent store that you could buy metal at. And wow, of course I looked at the cover and I'm like, good Lord, this is pretty over the top, but I was kind of used to that with the cannibal corpses with, corpses eating each other out and doing gross things like that. It was not like I was like not used to this weirdness, but man, when I put this on, I just didn't know what to think. I just was like, I kind of recall sitting in the car before pulling out and going, this is absolutely fucking awful. I mean, this is just absolutely awful, man. And so for me, there's no point in breaking this album down track by track like I normally do, because most of the tracks just sound pretty much the same. The affected vocals sound kind of silly, like trolls and gremlins snarling and yelping with occasional vocoder. There is some vocoder stuff in there, spoken word in there, shrieks. The rare lead breaks, like on Vomited Anal Tracks or Fermenting Innards, with super basic level whammy bar silliness. It was like, it was almost like they took the Kerry King school of whammy bar tactics to another level, right? The guitar tuning was the only thing that I really did connect with, because I do remember very initially when Genital Grinder kicks in, that may be one of the heaviest sounds ever in metal, man. It's just this, and you're just like, you're pummeled. And initially with Genital Grinder, I'm like, okay, but the minute it went into fermenting, I'm like, or giblets, I'm like, what the fuck just happened? What just happened here? Did somebody? Well, I honestly thought this. Did somebody stick something else on this CD that wasn't supposed to be here? Because I'm used to Necroticism, and I'm used to Heartwork, and there's melody, and there's technicality, and there's I'm like, what the fuck happened here? This is awful. So, but the guitar tuning was something I really, really is the thing about this album that I like the most. The guitar tuning, the tone, The tone, and like Erik said, when you can hear it well, the tone of the guitars is sick. It's just beyond sick heavy. But it's often buried by noise, silly affected voices. I forgot how much Bill actually sings on this album. I really forgot how much of a part of the vocal dynamics Bill was until about Heartwork for sure. But even, he backed off quite a bit on Necroticism, which we'll talk about. Weirdly, the weird thing is meeting Bill Steer and talking with him. It's so weird. You're like, what the hell? It's like meeting Chris Reifer. Well, I never met Chris Reifer, but I've talked to him. It's like talking to Chris Reifer. You're like, how does that demonic, gnarly, frightening voice come out of such a, yo, dude, hey, man, what's happening kind of voice? You're like, what the fuck, So, yeah. Let's see. Feast on Dismembered Carnage. The monster vocals are just laughable, man. They're just hysterically weird. The speed of splattered cavities. It's like metal on fucking 14-day meth bender. It's just
and
what the hell? What's that?
And formaldehyde.
Yes. You got to get that mixture in there. You got the shrieks on Burnt, which are super silly. The entire thing generally sounds like a pack of dogs belching and farting into a microphone with some insane blast beats and dirty grinding guitars that are sort of easy to pick out sometimes. I can't really hear the bass at all, I'll be honest with you, even though the strange thing is that this album is very notorious for its gnarly low end in the 25 kilohertz range. I can't really hear individual bass notes. I can hear
it's indistinct. It's muddy.
It's just like a blur of bass notes, right? So tracks I can tolerate, and that's truly what it is. It's kind of like an endurance test to listen to this album, and it's long too for this genre. It's kind of a long album at almost 39 minutes. Most grind albums are in the 22, 27 minute range. This one's good. It's an endurance test. Let's be honest. General Grinder, obviously, it's an obvious one. I mean, it's just got that. It's probably the track on the album I identify with the most.
They played that at MDF.
Did they?
Man,
that was the only song from this they played.
I think they usually do play that one, and they do Piosified, and what's the other one they do? There's another one they do off this one.
I'm not sure. They only played Genital Grinder.
Lauren, can you kill the mic there?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And then Piosified is cool as well, too, which they do a remake of later. Feet Aside, I like that one. That's got some really good riffs in it. Like, you can really hear, riffs, song structures. You're not just hearing a blur of gnarly instrumentation and nastiness, right? Excuse me. Burnt to a Crisp. I really like the riffs on Burnt to a Crisp. That one has, a really gnarly... Well, gnarly is going to come up like every other word in every album that we talk about here. So, pungent excruciation, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to read my own writing. Pungent excruciation has some really cool riffs, and Oxidized. I like that one too. That's got some cool stuff. The production is notoriously awful, but not on purpose, according to the band. The engineer wrecked the recording, as Lauren said. Yeah, it's rough. Every track kind of runs into the next. Just a lot of noise. It's kind of a noise fest, but in a weird way, that's how this album should be. Extreme, over the top, goofy at times. Don't necessarily think it was on purpose. Maybe it was. Who knows how much alcohol and green leafy substance and other things were imbibed during the making of this. I'm sure quite a bit. It has a weird charm to it that when I re-listened to it for the first time in many, 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 many years, I've owned that Erik reissue for hell. How long ago did that come out, Nick? 2003, 2006?
2008.
8. Okay. So I've owned it pretty much since it came out because I grabbed all these when they all came out. When they came out, I grabbed them all. And again, this one I rarely go back to it. In fact, I'm not going to lie. I've listened to this about 3 times in my life, and I was kind of reminded in a weird way why I don't go back to it. It's just, to me, it's not a wonderful listening experience. However, I'm not a Goregrind guy, and I'm not really a punk guy, so it kind of makes sense that this doesn't resonate with me like it does with maybe you, Nick, a little bit, or even Devon a little bit, because you guys like some of the gore and grind and the grind and some of the punk. I'm not that big on it, but I get why the hatred for this album. You're either you love it or you hate it. It's kind of there's two crowds for it. There's no, I'm kind of in the mood for Carcass, sort of. So let's see, Heartwork or Reek. Which one do I go with today? You know, I just don't see. You're either that guy or you're the other guy. An occasional listen isn't a scary thought any longer after I got through it yesterday. But, you know, it's going to be another chunk of years before I go there again, is my guess, to be honest with you. I'm going to give this a 5 out of 10, man. I get mainly because of the importance to the scene and the genre that it kind of helped to create or perpetuate. That's why I give it that. Should be noted, one of the main reasons this album kind of exploded, if you want to call it that, was John Peel. Really took a liking to this album. He really thought this. In fact, if I'm not incorrect here, I didn't write it down, but I think he had this as his number one like extreme metal release of that year. And wow,
he had BBC performances. He actually he loved the grindcore crowd.
Exactly, he pulled those guys in, and that gave them a lot of cred. It gave them a lot of cred, and it really kind of helped sort of perpetuate them into the next album, which we're going to get into now. So, anybody, any more thoughts on Reek of Putrefaction? We wrapped that up pretty good.
It smells wonderful.
It smells like putrefaction.
So you know the band Hypodontia, right?
Oh yeah.
I think some of the guys have a side project where they basically did Reek, but it actually sounds good. So it's like a Reek with modern production.
Oh,
like
is it a sequestrum?
Like they did an actual recording, or just did a live thing of it? Or
no, they did like a original music in the style of Reek, but with modern production.
Okay. Cool. OG Analog in the house. Where's he at? There he is. What's up, man? I don't know if Dennis is going to pop in on us or not. He said he may try. He's got another thing happening tonight. We'll probably see him later. But just to let everybody know that Dennis, I believe, showed us the what's it called? Flesh ripping Sonic Torment, right? So he loved he does, and you know the thing with Dennis is he doesn't even do it like, look at me, look what I got. He just goes, oh, look what I got. You know, it's around here somewhere. That's what we always hear from Dennis. It's like it's around here somewhere.
Pretty cool, right? Anyway, it's like just puts it down nonchalantly.
Yeah. Oh, speak of the devil, look at that.
Yeah,
there he is.
What's up?
Now it's
you must have heard me talking about him. What's up?
I did. I was like, whoa. Why are you guys bagging on Reek, man?
No, I didn't bag on it.
I didn't bag on it.
Jeff shit on
you're
it.
here. Why don't you show?
He did
all over it.
Let's look. There it is.
There it is.
Hell yeah.
Glory.
Scratch and sniff.
OG press, I assume.
Yeah. Look at the back.
Oh man.
Okay,
that one it's way gnarlier on the back.
Yeah, it is.
What you also have the Sonic, what's it called again? I'm sorry.
Sonic
ripping flesh.
Flesh ripping Sonic Torment.
There it is.
There it is. Look at that, guys.
That's so cool.
Now show the inside of that. I think you showed it the last time. It's like it's a recorded tape, right?
Yeah, it's like on an old Maxell C60. I mean, a lot of times when you got demos from bands, they just put them on.
Yeah, they just.
I mean, this is probably like a second or third generation, anyways. I mean, back in the tape trading days, people would just like even the bands. Everything's just a Xerox cover. It's not like, what do you say? It's not like.
Yeah, it's not professionally printed.
Right.
And,
You're just Xeroxing covers and putting them on tapes.
Hey, does that tape still work?
Yeah, it works great. Those are old school Maxells. Those things will last forever.
Oh, nice.
Especially like these, man. They made them so well back then.
Real quick, Nate, what's up? Yeah, I'm kind of lukewarm on. I like Matt Harvey and everything. I'm lukewarm I'm just lukewarm on grind, man. Yeah, what's that one?
That's Reek.
On cassette.
OG press before they redid the cover.
Well, do you want to talk about this album real quick before we move on? I know you may not be able to stay the whole time, so.
Yeah, I got maybe like an hour. I just got to pull more shit for the other stream, but
that's cool.
Yeah, for me, huge record in my life. Maybe because I was already a huge fan of Napalm Death, and you know, being that this was like Bill's side project at the time. And you know what it is to me, and I get it, what they're trying to say, even with all this gore, and it gets lost on a lot of people, is, you know, they're very much into veganism and animal rights.
Right.
So they're trying to show basically the extreme side is if these are humans instead of animals, and what if we treated humans this way? And let's shove that in your face.
Yep.
I mean, you got to think these guys are all crust punks, man. They're all into amoebics and you know, all those old bands, Discharge. That's where these guys came from. So they're very political. I mean, coming from Napalm Death, obviously.
Super huge.
And then for their love of, you know, bands like Repulsion and Master, Funeral Bitch and all those bands, they loved all those bands. So they basically were like, well, let's do an extreme version of Repulsion in our style that we do, which comes off very well, I think. I think they pretty much hit it on a tee. I mean, the production sounds like probably how they wanted it to sound. I don't think they went in there going, hey, we want this to sound like a certain way. They just went in there and were like, we're going to cut a demo. And then it ended up being a record. And like Nick was saying, especially with the Peel sessions, which came after this record when they did the Peel sessions before Symphonies came out, very raw still on those Peel sessions. I love that Peel sessions. If you guys haven't heard that, you definitely.
No, I haven't.
It's just that, man, it was one of my favorite. I only have the CD, so I can't. I mean, I don't know where the hell it is. But
that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. But I just love this record, and the reason I got this record too is it was one of my buddies had it. Yep. So this guy that worked at a comic shop that I used to go into all the time. He was a metal dude. He used to drive us to shows and stuff because we were too young. And he had all the fanzines and demos and all that shit. And so that's where I got a lot of connections from, is that because he was older, he was mailing away for all this stuff. And he had an extra copy of this for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe he didn't like it. I can't remember now, honestly. But I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll buy it off you. So it's missing the lyric sheet. I know you guys don't care, but I care. And it's missing the lyric sheet, and the hype sticker is attached to the back right here.
Oh, it was stuck to it.
Yeah. I tried to take it off one time, and it was like starting to rip, and I'm like,
you're like, they'll do it. Yeah.
But it was just a cool thing to get that in.
Now, did you get Reek before you got the demo, or did you get the demo before you got Reek?
No, I got Reek before the demo.
Okay. All right.
That's the first time I ever heard them, was because of that transaction. I knew about them from you know, reading about them, especially with Napalm Death and all that. But, that was my introduction to the band, and then after that, it was, you know, like you guys are saying, there was a lot of bands. You don't understand how influential Carcass was to the death metal scene, almost as influential as Napalm Death was. Every band back then, if you listen to all those old records or demos, they all have blast beats in them. And then people are like, oh, it's a grindcore band. It's like, no, they're just death metal. But that was a thing back then. Everybody wanted to play. We wanted to have blast beats. Like every band I was in, I was like, we got to have blast beats. It wasn't like it wasn't a genre thing though. It wasn't a like. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Well, no, it was pushing the extremity level. Which,
it was
because when you're doing a 4/4 groove or something like that, it's a groove, but you can't really groove to blast beats. I mean, you can, but it's like, you know what I mean. When you're grooving to a 4/4, you're kind of.
But I think that's why all these songs too on this record, not all of them, but a lot of them, Be the Side, Fester Day, they all have Burnt to a Crispa. I always called it burnt. He sounds like he's saying burnt to a crisp in that song, but they all have these like kind of groovy mosh parts in them too, right? Very much sounding like Repulsion to me, especially those parts, which I think is really cool, and I think it's a very very original record for the time. And again, and it's kind of like a Metallica. They're taking new wave of British heavy metal and they're making it faster. These guys are taking the older bands like Repulsion and Master, Cryptic Slaughter, and those bands, and they're upping the ante, right? So that's where everything comes from someplace. And I think, but these guys did it in an original way. And the message that they're using, even though it's like kind of force fed down your throat, literally, it makes its point. Although it's lost on a lot of people. They just think, oh, they're a gore band, like they're sick. And it's like, now they have a message that they're trying to say, even though it's very heavy handed, it's definitely a message that they're trying, even throughout all their records. I mean,
I'm really glad. I'm really glad you brought up the veganism thing. That's a super important thing. All three of the original guys are all vegan, and that I didn't even. The minute you started saying that, I'm like, why didn't I think of that? That's a super, super important tie-in because, like you said, what if we treated humans the way we treat these animals, and vivisection, and animal testing and cruelty and stuff, and that's a real important thing that you brought up there. I'm really glad you touched on that. Let's move on so we can try to keep Dennis for as long as we can.
9.5 out of 10.
There we go. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that wasn't a 10 out of 10, to be honest.
I know. Just a little bit, just for the production.
Just wanted to drag that back for production. I disagree with one thing you said, though, because Bill and Jeff have said that was not how they originally intended it to sound, that they got cramped. They only had so much time to mix, and the engineer fucked the drum recording up, and it just and the drums often overwhelm what the hell's going on. And then the affected vocals, it's almost like a process of, well, okay, they sound shitty, so let's just put something shittier on top of that, and then something else shittier on top of that, and we'll just get this mess, but there is something to it. There's a weird vibe to it that's very interesting. So, all right, we'll move on. Do you have Dennis, since you're here, do you have the original Symphonies album, or you want to show it quick?
You really had to ask if he has it.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid when I ask dumb questions like that of him. Now is that the original? Because what about the other one with
Hold on.
Okay, all right. Okay.
There's multiple pressings. This is the red pressing that came out.
Okay.
Here's the original picture disc.
Oh, there you go.
Has the cover on it.
And then going to show us 18 versions of Symphonies.
I don't know what version this is. Oh, this is a repress. This is a repress on clear, but it actually has the insert. And then here's another OG on black. But check this one out. That's the gatefold.
Oh, the gatefold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can see they got the rump roast in here on this one.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of taking it farther. They got the cow over here now. So now they're getting more like obvious, with what they're trying to say in these.
And I never did. What is the front cover? What is that?
It's a guy with his head. This is the guy's head.
Okay.
Did he get like matched
upside
to a
down
steering wheel or something like that?
Yeah, I think he's laying in it. Probably someone jumped off a building, or maybe he shot himself in the head. I don't know.
It's
so this is where
gone.
Pissgrave got their actual impetus for their artwork. Yeah,
and you can tell, like, at this point they're a huge band because
blown up head. See,
okay,
if you turn it upside down,
Yep. Sorry about
Erik's putting in a lot of money to get these out, these pressings. They got the silver on here, a lot of stuff that they weren't doing with other bands, so they had to know
they
that
had something.
They knew this band was going to blow up, which they did on this record. So
you want to talk about this one? Let me really quick give some details on it real fast. It comes out December 4th, 1989. Recorded July through August of 89. Recorded the Slaughterhouse in East Yorkshire. Came out again on Earache in Combat in the U.S., Earache in Europe, UK, and this is the first album where they have I guess you call it a proper producer in Colin Richardson, who, if you know death metal and you know metal in general, Colin Richardson's a big name. So Carcass also, production is a million times better with Colin Richardson bringing the sound of the band out with clarity now. So again, two sides to this. You've got, what's the first side called?
Mine just says one.
The second side's Concertos of Carnage, but I cut off the first side. Side A.
Mine doesn't have that.
And I don't have this stuff memorized, so doesn't show that on there.
No, it doesn't. Just says side 1 and side 2 on mine.
Oh, really? Okay.
I found it.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Mine says
of Revulsion side and Concertos of Carnage side.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what mine says.
There we go. All right, Dennis, since you popped in, I'll let you go first on this one. We'll talk about this one quick.
All right. So for me, this album, when it came out, it was one of those. I had like I was talking about, I had the Peel sessions, which are a lot of songs off this record. A little bit more raw recording. It sounds like if Reek had a better production, it would sound more like the Peel sessions would, but they had the newer songs on there. So this, I knew a few songs off from that, but man, this record, I found it at a record store. I want to say it was Amoeba in San Francisco or Berkeley, one of the Amoebas. And it was like one of those things where I went up there by myself for some reason. I don't know why. And this record was there, and I was like, what the fuck? Carcass? Like, I didn't even know this was out. So it was one of those, like, super exciting, like, purchases that you remember forever.
You're stoked.
Like, you didn't know that it was even released, and you just happened to be there. So brought it home. Man, just blew me away. Like, every song on this is just perfection of death metal mixed with a little bit of grindcore. I wouldn't call this a grindcore album.
Mm-hmm.
It does have some grind elements, but this is, and the vocals, Bill's vocals, the dual vocals between Bill and Jeff on this are just fucking amazing, man. No one's ever done a record even close to this, in my opinion. In this style, in this vein. You have copycats, obviously, but this was like an original thing, and it took Reek, and it just changed it, man. You could tell they were listening to it. They were listening to a lot of death metal, listening to a lot of Morbid Angel and other bands like that, but it still had that repulsion base to it. Reek of Putrefaction, Exhume to Consume. Every song on here is a banger. I can't pick oh well, this song's good. Every song I love. Every song on here, 10 out of 10. Top 5 death metal albums for me of all time.
Quick question, guys. Of course I know Repulsion, but I've never listened to Repulsion. I know. I'm a pink panty wearing douche canoe. I get it.
Uncultured swine.
I know. But what year did that come out? They were a Wisconsin band, right?
I think 87, yeah, but it was recorded earlier than that. It took a few years for it to actually get released.
Okay.
Those songs were recorded way back, probably like 85. And they were playing shows, and before that there were another band called Genocide, and they were playing some of the same songs. So and these guys, the UK guys, were totally into that stuff. Genocide, Repulsion, Master, all those bands from Chicago, especially. I don't know why Chicago really, but it just happened to be a hot spot for that kind of music. Siege, another band.
Oh yeah.
These basically they're hardcore bands. I mean, besides Repulsion, and of course they invented the blast beat.
Right.
I remember being there when I was hanging out with one of the guys from Exhumed, and he's like, "Dude, this guy." And we were talking to the guys from Repulsion. He was like, "Dude, this is the guy that invented the blast beat. He invented the blast beat." I'm like, "All right, dude."
I thought Charlie Benante did that.
I mean, the timeline, it's all kind of in one era there, but
yeah.
I mean,
but with a Dirty Odd LP too.
Yeah, but I think with Repulsion, it was a way he had to play because I think he was trained in a different kind of style, and what they were trying to do. If you look at the there's a pretty good documentary on grindcore. It's free on YouTube.
Slaves to the Grind.
Slaves to the Grind, and he talks about how he had to improvise his style to play how they wanted to play, because he was more of like a jazz drummer or something, and he couldn't play that fast, so he used this. It's called a cheap beat, and that's how they came up with that blast beat, so to say. But
cool. So a 10 out of 10 for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 out of 10.
I just looked up Horrified. It was 89 actually too.
Is it 89?
June of 89 it came out, but it was recorded in 86.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's been a while.
Adam Lawson, new to the channel, late to the party. Search Carcass. The stream come up. Cool, man. You got a lot of you got some old school dudes here, and you got some young cats too. So that's cool. Thanks for popping by. We will go with we'll go back to the youngsters here again. And I don't say that disrespectfully. You guys are just young enough to be my kids. So one of them is. So there you go. Erik, what you got on Symphonies?
Yeah, man. I mean, this is like, Dennis, I can get why you like Reek, but like, man, this for me bumps it up a few notches. Just mainly the production, but I mean, as soon as Reek of Putrefaction, the song comes in with that, like, that guitar tone is just disgusting in the best possible way. It's like just putrid. And yeah, the whole production of this just fits the album so well. The whole thing just sounds like it crawled out of the sewer, basically. And yeah, I'd say this is almost their most death metal album, kind of, in a way. Like, just straight up old school death metal. It does definitely still have some grind stuff on it too, but I also like the melodic leads when they pop in now, like here and there, like compared to the first album. Yeah, that's just crazy whammy bar stuff. Here there's like great melodies on real leads and solos when they pop in. It's not as often as on later albums, but yeah, definitely that stands out. Man, yeah, this is still like I said for the first album too. I mean, this is some of the most extreme stuff of the time too. I mean, you look at like the late 80s, 89 even, like this is, I would say, I mean, Altars of Madness and stuff came out, but this is like just definitely heavier than that, I would say. I love Altars of Madness, but this is on a different level as far as like just brutality goes. You can definitely tell they're getting better at playing as well. Like the musicianship is just like, especially in the fast parts, they're really like locked in with all the blasts and everything. There's a little bit of slop on the first album, but not really here. Yeah, so for songs, yeah, Reek of Putrefaction, I mean, it's got that creepy, weird, like, sample to start off, and then it does that weird, like, kind of false start kind of thing almost. It, like, hits, and then it stops again, and it's got that, like, pulsating sample before going into that slow riff with the trills and everything. And it's just, like, so good. Exhume to Consume. Yeah, this one's got that classic like UK D beat kind of bounce to it, like the crust punk bands or like early Benediction, stuff like that. And then it's got that slow, spooky kind of part at a minute and a half. Ruptured and Purulence. This one's cool. It starts off with that slow drum beat, kind of with the ride, almost like Dave Lombardo-esque kind of. And then the riff is just like super heavy and disgusting. There's a super cool part at 3 minutes where there's like a super fast blast beat, and then switching between the blast and this like slower 6/8 part, which is pretty technical, pretty difficult to execute on drums. Embryonic Necropsy and Devourment. I mean, this one basically shows off everything that the band is doing really well at this point. Just like they got those huge grooves, the sick dual vocal attack, awesome guitar leads, and just ambushes of just crazy blasting. Slash Dementia. mostly fast, but it's still got a lot of groovy parts too, and like just the fact that they can go so smoothly from the slow parts straight into a blast and back and keep switching off. Also, the beginning of Slash Dementia, I don't know if anybody else caught this, but the very first guitar melody is the theme, part of the theme from Psycho. It's like, and then they drop into the fast part.
No, I didn't actually take note of that. Wow.
Because I heard that melody, I'm like, where's that from? And I finally figured it out like after a while. But yeah, if you listen to that, you can hear it.
You dropping Psycho references and 6/8 references. Ooh, the youngster comes in hot and heavy. Nice going.
And one last one, crepitating bowel erosion. Man, the vocals. I mean, there's sick vocals all over this thing, but this song especially, they stand out. Like the first couple minutes, especially. I don't know who is doing the vocals on this. I mean, they had that song a few songs before this. There's Cadaveric Incubator of Endoparasites. And to be honest, it kind of sounds, I don't know if they like got either the endoparasites or maybe the cadaveric incubator itself to record the vocals for this, because it doesn't sound like a living human being. It's just like disgusting.
Yeah. Well, I think there's three guys singing though, because Ken does do some of the shouty, more like punky bits. Bill, this is how I understood it. Jeff is the snarly top end. Bill's the more the guttural weird end, and then Ken's somewhere in the middle with these stabbing short bursts of like kind of weirdness, like almost like he's the outlier. So yeah, I don't know. I mean
probably Bill or maybe Jeff, because it's
I've never seen it broken down. You know, you'd probably have to talk to Jeff or Bill and go, well, who was singing on that? What line was that? And they probably have no interest in, you know, going into that anyways. That would be demystifying it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm pretty much done with that. But yeah,
what do you give this one?
This one's like a 9.5 out of 10 for me. This is just like, I mean, this album, there's like Dennis was saying too, there's nothing in this style that like quite reaches this level of just like putridity kind of. It's just like, it's so disgusting and it works so well. I mean, there's a few bands you could say that, I mean, early Autopsy is kind of there, or like Infester. I don't know if you guys know that band.
Mm-hmm.
They put out one album in the 90s, but yeah, they're kind of, I mean, I'm sure they were inspired by this, but it's just like gross death metal that sounds like it crawled out of the sewer too. But this is kind of on a different level because it's just like, I don't know. It's hard to describe, but yeah, 9.5 out of 10. It's
nice. Always tough to to decide which particular song I like more: crepitating bowel erosion or malignant defecation. Because, you know, who doesn't enjoy all this talk of your inner bowels?
I think the malignant part comes before the crepitating part.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah.
All I think about is I just think about high colonics when I think about those two songs. So. All right. Lauren, are you ready? Devon, I'll let you go next. Then we'll go to.
So there was one album that got kind of close. I don't know if you guys know it. Disgrace, Great Misery. Sort of in the same style. But I think this did it the best, though. But definitely this is everything that they built upon with Reek, but they did it actually correct this time. But shit this way, so... 89, yeah. So favorites on here: Exhume to Consume, Rapture and Puddlelands, Competing Brow. One you guys didn't mention, probably Swarm, Vulgar, Massive, Infected Valencia. It's another standout, but yeah. Definitely one of the most unique records. There aren't many records that sound like this, especially guitar tone wise, because when you think of a lot of grind, it's more like kind of like thin and fast sounding, but this is definitely like a super thick and nasty tone, and I love the vocals on this, which going forward, I wish Bill did more vocals because I loved his super low, just stuff. But yeah, Out of 10. I'll go 10. Why not? Great record. 10 out of 10.
Cool. Lauren, what you got?
Yeah, I agree with Erik and Devon on a lot. Almost every track on this album is like really good. It's like super clear that not only, I mean, big one is like the sound production is so much better. Everything is so much cleaner. You can individually hear like the guitar versus the drums and the bass and the vocals, which really helps like, you know, taking the album in because you can actually hear everything.
Right.
And I also agree, like, with the same standouts, like Reek of Putrefaction, which I was like, wait a minute, that's not the right album. It has that really eerie intro with like the voices and the synth, which is super cool, which is a great way to open the album. And one thing I've really noticed on the album is like, well, when we get to the next album, we'll talk about how that one is very much like the transitional album, but like you can honestly start to hear that here. Like there's a lot of the single note lines that are, instead of like just like power chords, you're starting to hear like the single note lines being played as part of the rhythm, not as like a guitar solo, which is obviously a big part of Melo Death that we'll get into later. And there's even like some harmonized parts. One thing that really did that, Exhume to Consume has a lot of single note lines, as well as embryonic necropsy and devourment. These song titles are so great. Yeah, like there's just so many good riffs, like all these songs. And a really big thing I noticed is that the composition is so much better than the first album. Like there is so much less like riff salad stuff, which is, I still like Reek, but like it's a lot of songs are very like riff salad. It's like riff, and then like the song ends. And like you can't, and like that's understandable because like it's their first album. They're developing as musicians. It's so much clearer that like a lot of the riffs and the song structure is a lot more deliberate in this album. And like I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think it helps the songs. It helps you not get like lost in the song as much as on the first album. Like we were saying, you listen to a couple Reek songs and like you kind of hadn't even realized the song had ended. And here it's very like deliberate how the songs are structured. So I also like give this album like an easy 9 out of 10. This album it's crushing, it's brutal, and I just love that this is like, some people would argue like this is Carcass like at their best. And like I wouldn't like disagree with anyone who said this is their favorite Carcass album.
Cool. Excuse me. So production, obviously, we've already touched on that.
Jeff,
yo,
kind of forgot about me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Well, yeah, I forgot because we added Dennis. I'm like, yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. I absolutely love this album. Notably, John Peel wasn't as big of a fan. He only liked the early grindcore stuff. And then when Carcass decided to get more sophisticated and decided to make an album that didn't sound like it was recorded inside of a used septic tank, that's just not nearly as fun. But I love this album. Honestly, in terms of their discography, in terms of like jumps in musicality, songwriting, all that shit, this is probably the biggest one because not only did they retain all the vile, gory awesomeness that they had pretty much established, they got better at writing songs. Like there are cool harmonies on here, like guitar harmonies. This really showcases how awesome of a guitarist that Bill Steer was. Like it had kind of been hiding like in the early Napalm Death stuff and early Carcass stuff, but really comes out here. You have distinct moments of groove, hooks. Exhume to Consume shouldn't be as catchy as it is, but honestly, it's super catchy. I love the alternating vocals on here. They do it to almost absolute perfection here. The pitch shifting, I think, is absolutely ridiculous, but it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect because it sounds like a fucking monster drowning in like liquid feces. Like I think that's exactly what they were going for.
And who doesn't like a little liquid feces?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we already talked about crepitating bowel erosions and malignant poos.
Exactly.
Let's go full bore, right? Head first into the giant toilet. Let's see, one of my favorites on here, Swarming, Vulgar, Mass of Infected Virulency, Thrashy. And I think that's another thing that comes out in here is the death metal influence, a little bit of that thrashy death metal, like brought up Morbid Angel, shit like that. it's really working its way into their style. And they already had this fast, aggressive style, but now they're, again, pockets of groove. And I would say, in terms of like the timeline of extreme music, this arguably could be the first death grind album. Like, this is probably one of the first ones where they said, like, this is kind of a blend of the two. Like, it's not purely grind. This has tons of death metal influence on it. And I actually looked it up because I wanted to be sure. This did come out 1 week before Terrorizer's World Downfall. And that is often called one of the first death grind albums as well. I love this album. It's gross and sleazy, but again, the production is more refined. Colin Richardson did an awesome job keeping the rawness, but mixing it so it's all nice and separated. And I think there's like added bits of atmosphere. Again, a little bit more melody. I mean, of course, if you play this for someone that doesn't like death metal, they're not going to hear a lick of melody. They're just going to hear gross noises and blast beats. Yeah, whatever. Ken Owen also, I think, makes a great improvement on here. Again, starting off as more of a punk drummer, like just play fast and as energetic as you can. This one showing off some sophistication. He's still a little rough around the edges, but he's adapting well to this slightly more nuanced sound. And yeah, this album's fantastic. I will admit I do like some other Carcass albums more, but I love this album. This is a flat out strong 4 out of 5 for me. Absolute death grind classic. In fact, I would say a very specific building block in death grind sound, because even compared to other death grind albums that came out around this time, it still sounds different. The riffs are different, the melodies are different, the themes are definitely different. And songs are just still gross as hell, but I don't know, I fucking love them. But yeah, this is absolute sickness, as it says right here. It's the only sickness to get down with. I made that joke in our ranking, and I'm going to make it again.
The color on that isn't silver, though, right? It's
I got gold, the gold,
right?
Yep. Yeah, this is, again, the special edition with the DVD.
Yep.
And again, yeah, if you can find these, get it, because the DVD segment, the interviews are awesome. Like, you get the entire backstory from the band. Even Ken Owen goes into the whole aneurysm and everything like that. And yeah, it's absolutely awesome. Like, I'm so glad I got all these. Plus, it also has a little picture mural that it completes on the edge.
Yeah, that's
collectors
cool.
are big on that.
Yeah.
This is super cool.
The only thing I don't like about the interviews, dude, is that they're conducted in a pub somewhere, and it's hard to hear what's going on sometimes.
Well, I mean, maybe the morgue wasn't available.
Well, that's true. Manchester morgue.
Is that the pathologist report documentary or whatever? Or is it just a part of it, or what?
No,
it's broken up between the first 4 albums. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that compilation came out, I believe. Was that out before these individual ones, or
I don't know?
That one was 08
until I got the compilation. But
well, then they all started coming out right around that time, 7 and 8, I believe. The individuals. I think one's just like a compilation where it's all in one, and the other is the individual albums. And like Nick, you are not Nick. What you got? Are you showing the cover of it?
Oh, it's just that's the complete.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they just have everything in one there. It's the same
box set. Yeah.
It's like a box set. Yep.
Oh,
yeah. That's like.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
It's the same thing.
It's like over $200 if you want to buy it now.
I was gonna say, if you blow me up, this is the Peel sessions too.
Oh, you got them. Okay.
Grind Madness at the BBC. This has got Carcass, Extreme Noise Terror, Napalm Death, Godflesh Heresy, Unseen Terror, and Bull Thrower, and Intense Degree.
Nice.
So,
Dennis, do you have the individual CDs or just the albums of the ones we were just showing? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I had the originals, just the singles. So
okay, so
I know I have
I
have the Napalm vinyl, and then Carcass I have the CD, and Bull Thrower I have the CD too.
But I mean, do you have that set that Nick's showing, the 5 individual reissues from Erik with the DVDs?
No.
Oh, you didn't grab those because you have all the other stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, this Grind Madness thing's really good too.
Okay, I'll throw my 2 cents in quick on this one. We'll move on. Reek of P. I'm just gonna, instead of reading all these titles out, which will take half an hour. Reek of P. The guitars sound crazy heavy. It's a huge step in the right direction. Finally, Exhume, probably the hit song off the album. You definitely hear, as Lauren pointed out, you definitely start to hear some Bill Steerisms that are going to get more and more and more prominent as we go along. You start to hear what a killer guitar player he is, what a riff lord he is, because he just has this knack for coming up with these riffs. And instead of just chordal stuff like Lauren pointed out, he starts to play a lot more not arpeggiated lines, because it's not like he's not playing like full chord arpeggios. He's playing individual single note kind of what I would call arpeggios, in that, like you get something where he's maybe tremolo picking a few notes on a couple different strings, which he didn't do that obviously on Reek. Excoriating has some killer riffs. The ending is really cool. That staccato riffing vocal section, the dual vocals, as you guys have all pointed out by Bill and Jeff, really work well, particularly on that track. Ruptured in Purulence, the intro cock rock drums and bass into that. When it starts out, it almost sounds like the beginning of a Whitesnake song, weirdly at first. I mean, okay, just stretch your imagination a little here. It's just got that, that do-do, do-do, and that just fucking rips into the fucking searing riffs, and it just crushing steer riffage, man. The vocals are silly, but man, those riffs. Then the super fast grindy section with insane vocals. It's sick, fast as fucking gross, and you can hear a real solo on this song. Man, am I even going to try to say it? Empathological, killer riffage and stupid drumming, but lots of space and dynamics here, which you did not have on Reek of Putrefaction. Reek of Putrefaction was a fucking claustrophobic, just, it grabs you by the head and puts you in a headlock and just makes you submit. This album, what's that?
It squeezes your innards out.
Exactly. And this album, you start to feel, hear, experience more dynamics. There is space. Now, are there a lot of them? No, but there's, you're going to see more and more as we go along, but there are dynamics in this thing. The weird, eerie synth notes sneaking in on that track, empathological. That's trippy, man. It's like those, you're like, am I really hearing that? Yeah, I'm hearing that. There's weird synth sounds in the background of that. Embryonic. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but do you guys hear a little bit of corporeal in that song? The very beginning of it?
I got a little bit in some of the drums, maybe.
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah. Ken's got some beats he likes to go back to.
Yes, he does. There's no question about it. Yeah. I just hear a very jigsaw cue on this. Like until it moves into the it's like in the very first 20 seconds or so of it, I hear it. The breakdown section, this kicks ass. Just pummeling riffs, endlessly cool. The solos are very clearly obvious here, which we didn't have that in the first album, and I think Erik pointed that out. The vocal dynamics are really cool in this too. Swarming, riff central, very Bill Steer-like. Cadaveric reminds me of Reek, probably my least favorite track on the album. Cool solo, though, showing Bill is more than just a chordal riff monster. Slash Dementia, cool, almost straight ahead grind track. That's probably the most grindy track to me on there. And then Crepitating, tons of crazy, heavy, gnarly riffs that explode and kick you in the face at every twist and turn. Love that track. It's probably my favorite track on the album. The deep gurgled voices by Bill are just silly as hell, though, and they're so over the top that you gotta, it's just one of the things that about this album in particular, the vocals are as much an instrument as the instruments are. Bigger shift towards real songs on here. Bunches and bunches of riffs, much better production. The biggest difference is they move much closer to being a death metal band on this album. It's less grindy, but the grind is there. There's still a huge focus on the gore, obviously. But as Dan had pointed out, there's kind of a reason for the gore. It's not just to be splatter gore like Cannibal or something like that. I'm gonna go an 8.5. Just I know that's sacrilege because you guys are all.
Boo! I'm leaving. That's
I know. I'm not as in love with the album as you guys are, but I do love the album. I do. I think it's because I came in at Heartwork and Necroticism. It's a tougher sell for me, and you did too. That's true, but you're fucking weird. So I don't have any other explanation for it.
I mean, that's a sound one though. I'll give you that.
It is, yeah. All right. Here's my two reasons for dragging it back to about an 8. Maybe I'll go an 8.5 on it. Peer pressure, it's a thing. The two issues I have with it are a couple of the songs are a little on the long side, man, for this style of music. I just think they are. The other thing I think that is pretty prominent is I have a tough time, whereas I don't have a tough time with Necroticism, Surgical, with Heartwork, really remembering specific tracks. This one, the earworms aren't quite what they become on the next 3 albums. So I really love this album, but I don't love it quite as much as you guys. I apologize for that. Don't hate me. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. All right, we're moving on here. Necroticism, Descanting the Insalubrious. Who wants to show that one?
Tell you what, I'm gonna go first because I want to grab a smoke and
Yep.
I have to pee.
Go for it.
All right.
This came out October 30th, 1991 in the UK, February of 1992 in the US. Recorded at Amazon Studios, Simons Wood Studios in Lancashire, UK. Earache and Relativity it came out on apparently in the US. So that's probably they were trying to get Combat, because I think was Combat kind of disintegrating around this time. What year is this? 93, right? Or 91?
91. I'm
wondering if Combat was kind of fading out or something. Dennis, you know anything about that?
I think they were at that time because they weren't like really going with the flow as far as like death metal.
Right.
I mean, they were coming out with some stuff, but I think
and think about another pretty important album that I believe just had its 30th anniversary was come on, man, Twisted Into Form, which I believe came out this year, right? 91?
90.
Was it 90?
Yeah, it was 90.
All right, that was on Combat, and well, then that doesn't make any. It's 33 years. You're right. It was 90. You're right, Devon. And they had all kinds of issues with Combat. So I think Combat was in some state of fucked upness, and that's probably why they had to jump on to Relativity to get it out in the States. So go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
All right. In terms of Carcass, I mean, I have a different number one, but I always say it's a 1A and 1B scenario. This is 1B. Oh my God. First off, man, riffs. Oh my God. This album has some of the most standout riffs, I think, in death metal. Like, there are ones that have stayed stuck in my head from the first time I've listened to this, namely Symphonies of Sickness with that kind of twisted, ugly tremolo that opens it up. And, of course, Corporeal Jigsaw Quandary. That opening riff is, I think Despicable actually put it in the top 10 best extreme metal riffs of all time in an article. Totally agree. Totally fucking agree. And got Incarnated Sullivan Abuse is up there with, again, some of my favorite riffs collected into one song, that breakdown at the end, that opening bit. But the cool thing about this is, again, the more explored dynamics, the songs are longer, they're way more technical and intricate. And all right, there are a lot of people that will argue that this is a melodic death metal album. And I will say, no, it's not. It's a death metal album that definitely has melody to it, but it doesn't have all the tropes of melodic death metal yet. This is still gritty, dirty. There's a lot of just flat out like explosive, sort of songs that just don't have, that melodic death metal sound. In fact, there's still like some slight callbacks to the grindier days too on some of the songs, especially in the blast beats. Ken Owens' drumming Ken Owens' drumming has settled down a little bit. He's found a really cool groovy pocket. And I like how it alternates more between grooves and gallops and blast beats. But it's the riffs on here that really do it. And vocally, a little bit different too. They kind of cleaned up the vocals. There's, not the pitch corrections, not a lot of effects on the vocals in general compared to the other ones.
Yep.
They're more straightforward. And you get to hear Bill do his growls without like that pitch shift. And he's got solid growls on his own. Like, I love the pitch affected shit. That stuff's awesome. But his growls in here are awesome. And it really plays off well with the snarling vocals of Jeff Walker. I think, again, this is another huge step up in songwriting. Again, dynamics, atmosphere with the little pathologist
intros.
Reports.
Yeah.
It's creepy. It's unsettling. Yep. It's doing it without the gore. It's more or less like the sort of suspension, of disbelief there. Like, oh yeah, they're talking about a corpse that they are fucking hacking into, rather than actually hearing what sounds like all the goop and glop and blood and guts and shit. Like, they kind of just give you the whole setting. This album is fucking amazing. One of the best death metal albums, I think, released in '91. One of the best death metal albums for me ever. Like, it's definitely on a short list. Adore it. Again, maybe Heartwork's still more my favorite. I fucking love that album, but man, I love this one too. It's glorious from start to finish. If you don't own it, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Get it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Thanks for leading us off. Dennis, I'll bring you in next here.
Be right back.
What's up? All right. Yeah. For me, Necroticism. Really good album. What I really miss about this record is Bill's is the dual vocals that I liked a lot from the last couple. So that's a huge thing for me. When this first came out, I was really disappointed. But I love the riffing on this record. I think it's a great record. That's the only thing I have to say about it that I don't really like, that I think was kind of, and I understand where they were going. The band was getting a lot more technical. They were huge already. I mean, huge as in a death. I saw them live on this.
But did you?
On this record, yeah.
Opening for someone in the States or what?
Yeah, they opened for Death.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow, what a fucking duo there.
Cool.
That's on Human and this.
Yeah, I think it was like Death, Carcass, and Pestilence, but I don't recall. I know I saw Pestilence.
Devon just started weeping a little.
I did too.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a killer show, but you could already tell even then I bought a Symphony shirt instead of a Necrotism shirt. Although I did have a Necrotism long sleeve, I lost it somewhere. But I don't know, man. This album, it has so many killer riffs on it. It's just filled with riffs. It's like, and the songs are structured really well too. It's a super catchy record, and it's one of those records where I could just put this on at any time, and I'm like, oh fuck, this is so sick. But to me, it's a transition of the band that is like, okay, so here we're going this way now. Like, you could tell like something was going to happen, especially when the next album came out. And if you don't mind, Jeff, I got to take off. So let me run through records real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Run through them real fast.
Necrotism, I give 9 out of 10. Great record. The only drawback I have is I just wish they had the dual vocals in it, and that would have bumped it up for me.
Well, they do, but they don't have as much. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, they don't have that. They don't have
every song. Yeah, not
it doesn't have that guttural. I got you. I do have the Tools of the Trade OG.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Throw that out. I love this EP too.
I love that cover.
Man. Yeah, man.
Cover's wicked.
So badass. Again, 9 out of 10 on that. And then Heartwork. I think I kind of went over this in the last stream. For me, not really my jam, just more of a technical. And like I said, I like a lot of the riffs on it, but to me, the songs don't go anywhere. They're like one riff throughout the song, which is fine. They do have like some change ups where the chorus will come in, or they'll do like like a break or something. But to me, those songs always lose me somehow, and I don't know why that is. That record just never clicked with me. But I still like it. I listen to it once in a while. To me, I think it might be a little overrated. And I know a lot of people came in on that record, so I get that. That was the MTV record. That was, that was very accessible. It's in a very accessible at the time when Melo Death was really big too. Bands like At the Gates and all those bands coming out. So to me, it was just like, okay. I mean, I was already like, I'm not really a fan. And then they came out. So okay, I'm gonna give that one a 7.5 out of 10.
Okay.
I know.
How could you?
Old death metal purists. There, they sold out.
I didn't say 3. I didn't say 3 out of 10.
All right.
Yeah. Oh God.
But this next one, I have a feeling. Go ahead.
Swan Song. So then they changed it up again. So here's where that band, it's like, now this makes no sense, but they were already, I think Jeff was already in Black Sun, which had this similar style to Swan Song, and this kind of groovy, thrashy. I don't know, man. It's such a weird record, but I love it. I love that record, Swan Song, man. It's super catchy. Again, the guys can write songs, and it has a Megadeth vibe to it to me. I hear a lot of Megadeth riffing in it, which is weird for a Carcass record. But if you go back and listen to a lot of those songs, you can hear some Megadeth. It's really cool. But I like that record. I'm going to give that a 8 out of 10. And then I'll go. What's the next one? Surgical Steel. So this is kind of like the comeback album, right?
Yep.
Really good record. I like it again, but it reminds me a lot of Necroticism, and it feels a little forced as far as like trying to bring back some of the symphonies or style, but they try to mix, like, it kind of reminds me of how Entombed would like come back, but they try to like inject some left-hand pass stuff. Or, they try to bring back some death metal, but it's just not there. But this is way better than Entombed. Don't get me wrong. I think I like this way better than any of the later Entombed records. And I think it's a really good comeback record. I just think that it's this one, and I like the next one. What's the next one? Torn Arteries?
Torn Arteries.
I like that one a little bit more than Surgical Steel, and I know I'm probably in the minority as that goes. I just think it has more of an early Carcass vibe to it, and it sounds a little more genuine, where Surgical Steel sounds way more surgical, I guess, as they put these riffs together to make a comeback record. To like, let's come back with this record and let's play it safe, and let's come out with a record that sounds like Carcass should sound like, where it's not going to really offend the old school guys or the new school guys. So it's going to please the Necrotism and the Heartwork guys at the same time. Whereas I feel like Torn Arteries, I'll give Surgical a 7 out of 10, and then Torn Arteries I'm going to give like an 8 out of 10. I think it's a little bit of a better record. They're both good records. I think Torn Arteries doesn't play it as safe. The only thing I don't like is I think they have some of the songs are a little too long. They drag on too long. One song in particular, I think is like 10 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, that's Flesh Ripping or Sonic. Yeah.
I love that song.
I love it too. It just goes on, and I'm like, okay, they probably could have cut this maybe by 2 minutes, and it would have been fine. But that's one of my favorite songs on the record. I think, again, it goes back to these, even what they're using the demo title for that song, even though it sounds nothing like anything off the demo. But, I just think how they just incorporate those last 2 records are basically like and I don't want to bring up Megadeth again, but how Megadeth kind of plays it safe on their newer releases.
Let me just interject one thing about that, because we as death metal fans, in particular us old heads here, we fall into as music lovers in general, when we fall in love with a band, when we dig that 1 or 2 albums, and then we start collecting the catalog. If we're lucky enough to be there at the very beginning, kind of like you were with Reek, Dennis, we fall into this mindset that is very, I don't even know how to explain it, but I want to see if you guys agree. But we fall into this mindset where it's like we don't want a band to repeat the same thing that they did the album before, but the minute that they step outside the boundaries of what we think they should sound like, we go, oh, dude, it doesn't sound anything like Reek of Putrefaction, so it kind of sucks. Or it doesn't sound anything, the one thing you can say about, in other words, we don't want them to sound the same, but we do want them to sound the same. Do you get what I mean? I hear that a lot from a lot of death metal fans. It's like, and the one thing about Carcass, their albums, generally speaking, overall, don't exactly sound cookie cutter. Now, I would say Torn and Surgical have very similar vibes, and they harken back to the things that made Heartwork and Necroticism the albums that they are, and the appreciated and lauded and classic albums that they are. But they're not exact, right? And so it just, do you hear what I'm saying? Does it make any sense? Like, Nick, do you get what I'm saying? Where we say, okay, we really like the vibe that this band puts off, but okay, this is the 6th album that sounds exactly the same. And then they change it up for album number 8, and we go, oh my God, what did they do? And then, do you see what I mean?
I see what you mean, but it's, again, it's a precarious ledge, and there's like lots of variables. Like, mostly we want a band to sort of retain all the familiar traits,
core elements,
those core elements, and then kind of play with variation along the way. Like, Carcass jumped around a lot, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why their discography is really interesting to go over. But like a band like Mastodon. Mastodon, I think, still sounds like Mastodon, except they have varied it up slowly over time, like smaller steps, and then maybe taking a bigger one later on. But at the same time, they introduced those things at certain points in like minimal, amounts, and then they sort of became like more the norm. So you have time to get used to it. It depends. Like, different doesn't necessarily mean good. Like that is a thing that people, seem to forget. Like, I just want them to change. Like, yeah, but like, do you really want them to change that much? Because again, they could change and you could completely hate it. It matters what the change is. Like, if there's substance in it and if it's well executed. Like, if you're just changing just to change and it comes out shitty.
It's like, you take a band like Tool, which some of us here are fans of and some probably aren't. And, I tend to gravitate towards the Lateralis and the Anima albums, and the other stuff I'm okay on. It's okay. But Tool sounds like Tool. What do I want them to sound like? Do I want Tool to suddenly come out with an album that sounds like, Load? Or do I want them to come out with an album that sounds like, Super Unknown or something? It's like, no, that a band has an identity and it has a core group of what you said, fundamental things that make them sound like they sound. And if it just baffles me sometimes how, and Dennis, I'm not ragging on you for what you said. I'm just
saying, totally ragging on you, man.
You're like, fuck you.
Okay,
anyway.
I gave him good reviews. I said,
no, you did. No. I'm just, but this was a thought that I had when I was listening to this stuff, how everybody's like, well, Heartwork's such a sellout, man. I mean, what does that mean? Like, because somebody listened to it and went, oh, this is really cool. And then it spread like wildfire and all these other people, suddenly they're a sellout because they sold more albums. I mean, is that a horrible thing? Well, it means they can go out on bigger tours and make more albums. I don't know. It just blows my mind how people get weird like that. I mean, as genre, not you specifically, just everybody. I hear various people go, it's an okay album, but they sold out on their core values. It's like, I don't hear
that.
I
mean, there was also like the reasoning behind it. Like, did they do it because like, ooh, this was trending, like this is the media metric right now that everyone's buying, or did they just like, we wanted to do something a little bit different, like just
Metallica's the big example.
Yeah.
They went down on the corporate hog and stayed there.
Yeah, but did they do it purposefully, or was it a direction they were moving? We'll never really know. They'll never own up to it. But and I'm one of those guys that still finds the Black Album has some decent tracks. I'm just tired of the stuff I've heard a million times. But after that, I'm kind of done with them. You know, even though I own some of those albums, I just don't enjoy them. Go ahead, Dennis. I'm sorry.
I mean, to me, I don't think Metallica did that because they sound completely different. They didn't try to sound like they sounded in the past, which is weird. They went off on some tangent, like with country and like, I mean, basically, I mean, it all goes back to the new wave of British heavy metal. A lot of their riffs, even their newer stuff, they just are ripping off all those bands' riffs still, even though it's done in a different way. But for me, I totally agree with you, Jeff, on that. I think Carcass stayed pretty close. I mean, it's almost like the Slayer syndrome, I call it. It's a band gets a record that is probably their most popular. We'll just say Seasons in the Abyss.
Right.
And they kind of stick to that formula for the rest of their career because they know that
it's going to sell.
It's not about that. It's just not going to offend the fans. They can play a few of the songs live here and there. And it's safe. It's not, but I mean, I think after you release like maybe like 4 or 5 records, your band is pretty much, I mean, what are you gonna release that someone's not gonna complain about? And it's hard to do as a band. I mean, like somebody in the comments said Rush, but Rush is expected to do, whereas metal bands aren't expected to like stray away. And when
That's
they
a
do,
great point. That's a great point.
They get huge backlash because it's like,
what
the fuck is this?
If you're proggy, it's accepted that you can diverge into these different paths, like King Crimson. Like, I mean, that's a classic band of an example of where they're all over the map, yet they still sound like King Crimson, and or someone like the Mars Volta. You know, the Mars Volta is kind of like that, where it's like, you know, their first album is this epic fucking album, and then Francis goes sideways in such bizarre tangents. Yet, and I know you got to get out of here, Dennis, but it's one of those things I often think about. Would be a great stream topic to just get into bands that, you know, and I think Marty may have done this once. I'm not sure, where they totally changed directions. I mean, you got Voivod. There's another one. They come out with, you know, their initial first 2 or 3 albums are so different from what they started to put out later, but yet they still always sound like Voivod, and they're still always creatively interesting. Generally, Couture's and Infinity, okay, you know, some bad moments there, but every band has a bad album or two. Even my beloved Rush put out a bad album or two. You know, I mean, it is what it is. Well, listen, man, I want to thank you so much for jumping in, because I know you've got stuff going on with Ken tonight. Everybody, go check out Dennis and Ken on Ken's channel.
Yeah.
What time?
5 o'clock.
Wait, 5 your time. So 8 his time?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
not 8
his time. He's central.
7
his time.
Okay, 7 his time. So he's getting ready to go here in an hour over there. Don't leave us to go see them. Go watch them after us. And then Dennis, I don't know if we'll see you later on Rick's stream. I did give you the link, right?
Yeah, you'll see me later. I'll probably go and eat and do some
other
stuff.
shit.
I'll definitely join
life.
you.
Yeah. All right, brother. We'll see you in a bit, and thank you for popping on.
And thanks for having me. I know I jumped in and caused a ruckus here, but
you're
welcome.
No, brother. We always
nice to meet you.
We always love having you on, bro. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Big shirt, by the way.
Thanks.
Okay.
I did want to say what my rating on here. This is a 4.5 out of 5 for me. And Michael Amott. Michael Amott joins the band, and we have 2 great guitarists in there.
Oh, yeah, we didn't mention that. Very good point.
That actually is a bit cool.
All right, so go ahead, Erik. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, in case you can't tell, I love this album, man. This is like definitely up there as far as my favorite death metal albums of all time go. This is the first Carcass album I heard. Like I said, when I was getting into a lot of death metal and stuff, like 6 or 7 years ago. And I didn't really, I mean, since I hadn't heard much death metal, I didn't realize at the time, but like this thing is not really typical for death metal. I mean, if you compare it to a lot of the other stuff that was coming out in the early to mid 90s, I mean, like, first of all, you got tons of like slow groovy sections, like
yes,
not quite as much as on the next couple albums, but there's a lot of riffs that are just like straight classic metal or even like hard rock style riffs. And another thing is like Dennis was saying, there's a lot less of the low growls on this album, and I do kind of wish that there were more vocal variety, just instead of just Jeff. Pretty much, I mean, he definitely dominates this album, but like, yeah, even compared to most death metal, you don't really hear vocals like this in death metal. This is almost like Jeff's vocals kind of remind me more of like aggressive thrash kind of stuff, like German stuff, like Millie from Creator, for instance.
Yeah.
It's like kind of an aggressive bark more than like a low growl.
It's a snarl. It's a snarl. It's a sneery,
snarl. That's
sneery snarl. He just has this. And have you seen him, Eric? Have you seen him live?
No.
Okay, yeah, you're in a weird place to get good shows.
Yeah,
I know all of us have seen Carcass other than you, I guess, right? Yeah. Devon, you've seen him a couple times. You saw him twice, you said?
Yeah,
Nick,
twice.
Nick, how many times have you seen him? Okay, I've seen him 5 or 6. Lauren, you've seen him, what, 3 with me, I think?
I think 3, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen him 2 other times by myself when I went alone. But I didn't really see them until Surgical when they reformed. I did not see them back in their heyday.
I saw them in 2007 when they reformed with they did that tour
with Emmett.
With Emmett and
that's awesome.
Daniel Erlandson.
Yeah, Erlandson. Who were they touring with over here?
Oh God, man! Black Dahlia Murder, Psychroptic, Samael.
Were they headlining or was it?
Oh yeah, they were headlining.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure about that. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry, or Eric. Sorry, I keep wanting to call you Nick. I don't know why, because it's Eric.
All right. Well, a lot of my buddies too also call me Rick. So when I was on with Rick last weekend, I kept thinking you were like talking.
You get confused. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Sorry, man.
And yeah, another thing with this that isn't like typical for death metal is just like the long, complex songs. I mean,
yes,
sure, you had like stuff like Death's Human out at the I don't know actually which
Spiritual
came
Healing.
first.
Well, Spiritual Healing had longer songs, but yeah, that would have been around the same time as
Spiritual Healing. I think.
Human and Necroticism are both 91, right? I didn't check the exact dates.
Are they?
Yeah, they're both 91. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Good call.
They actually came out about a week from each other.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, 30th of October, 1991 in the UK for Necroticism, and then October 22nd, 1991 for Human.
Yeah,
it's funny you said that, Eric, because I was actually gonna say the same exact thing. The similarities to Human that it feels.
But actually, Human doesn't have a lot of super long songs on it.
It doesn't. No,
there are
very intricate.
Complex.
Yeah, there are 3 or 4 on Necroticism that are pushing the 7-minute mark, which is unusual in death metal. You're right. Yep.
Yeah, and just the sheer number of ideas and riffs and fucking amazing riffs on this album. Like, these are some of my favorite riffs in all of metal, man. Like, and they get stuck in my head. Like, I'm not going to do it, but I could just like rattle off, sing like 10 different riffs from this album that are just like permanently lodged in here. And another thing, like I was saying, it's not typical for death metal. I mean, there are a ton of death metal bands for the 90s that I love and are great, but they, like, a lot of those bands could have made an entire album's worth of material out of like 2 of these songs. Just by the number of riffs that are in here. It's insane, man. Yep. Let's see, what do I have here? I'm not old, but I took a bunch of notes.
No, I'm old, so I can't do it without notes.
This is the first one I haven't taken notes because I'm confident I know this discography so fucking well.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bold man.
This production too, like the production on Symphonies totally fit the album, and I could say the same thing for this, but it's definitely cleaner. And that guitar tone, man, that is like And from this point onward, even, like Bill Steer's guitar tone is just like absolute perfection. It's so like heavy and low end, but it's got just the right amount of crunch and just it's so good. I mean, I did take notes on some highlight songs, even though every single song is a highlight.
Yes.
I mean, basically, there's no second of this album that I don't love. But in Propagation, I've got a great intro to their new direction, kind of tons of different parts, but they all flow together so well, which you could say for this album as a whole. All the transitions between all the sections of the songs like flow so well. Symphonies, there's some spots where it's kind of like it catches you off guard. This not so much. I love the slower atmospheric sections in Propagation, and how it's like building momentum, and then it's like sounds like it's gonna get fast, but then they pull it back and it gets slow again. They keep doing that. And Corporal Jigsaw Quandary, of course. I mean, you know it's gonna be good as soon as that drum beat comes in.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, yeah, so catchy. Like
real quick, let me real quick interject one quick thing here. I don't remember what year it was. I want to say Lauren may remember better, but there was a period where she was totally obsessed with learning Carcass songs, and Corporeal and Heartwork were the two that she really nailed. And we went to there was a Best Buy locally here, and it's not there anymore. I think they're out of business, going out of business countrywide, but they had a music room, and they had a pretty good fucking selection of guitars in there. And we went in there, and you remember this? You remember this, Lauren, right? And there was I don't remember the fucking amp. Was it a PV 6505?
Probably.
And you were playing it was either, it might have been a Schecter 7.
Mm-hmm.
And I walk into this room, and it was an ISO room, right? Mm-hmm. And she's playing Corporeal, and she does it well. I have video of it, and I'm just like, it was just like remember that it was so I kept turning it up, and you kept looking at me, Lauren, like, what is wrong with you, man? You're gonna destroy my ears. I kept going, just keep fucking ripping those chords, and I was like, I have that video. I gotta find that and put it up on my YouTube channel at some point, because it's so awesome. But it was just it was amazing. So sorry, that riff is one of the greatest.
Yeah.
Top 10 extreme metal riffs of all time.
Death metal riff. What's that, Nick?
Top 10 extreme metal riffs of all time.
There you go. Extreme metal. It is just, it is a riff. It is a godlike riff. It's just, that's it. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. And it's not like a complicated riff either.
No, not really. It's the timing of it. It's just the timing and the like, swing to it. There's just such a swing. You're like, and then he comes in with the octaves down.
Oh man.
It's just so fucking.
I might have to leave the stream and just go listen to that right now.
I kind of want to.
Anyway,
sorry about that.
Yeah, that whole intro riff, and then that riff that comes in at 1:30 is just like primal as fuck. Is that and the drums slow down, and it's just like perfect, like headbanging, like circle headbanging material. I mean, like this entire song and pretty much any song on this album, you'd have to decapitate me to keep me from headbanging. It's ridiculous.
And even then,
and then there's a major key riff. I forget how it goes right now, but it's like, yeah, it's totally like major key, but it's super catchy and it works perfectly in there. And then they've got that super slow one to end the song that's just like kind of slithering and
grinding,
slides in it and stuff. Pedigree Butchery. This one's got some cool acoustic sections in it. It's got like a couple longer acoustic sections towards the end as well, under a solo and stuff. But even that first part, that dun 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 dun. That first riff, and then they do the little like 4 notes picked on the acoustic, and it just like they stop everything else that little pick thing, and then it drops back in. It just works so well. It's not something that should work on paper even really, but it just, I don't know. It's awesome. Let's see. Incarnated Solvent Abuse, of course. I mean,
oh man, that intro
cool
riff.
Opening riff, that blast.
Yep. So
dude,
yeah,
it's that breakdown at the end. Oh,
it's an 11/8 too. It's like a bar of 6 and then a bar of 5, which is.
Are you a drummer? I thought you played guitar.
I
played all
both.
A little bit of both.
Guitar
Okay.
and drums and bass.
You're
And
like Lauren, because Lauren's tried. I don't know how many times have you tried to sit down with me and explain timing, Lauren? Like, I don't know, so many.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot, and I just don't get it. I mean, I can play with a drummer. I don't know how good, but I'm not good at the whole timekeeping thing at all.
And you talking about playing these songs on guitar too.
Not
I don't
easy.
know why I've never tried to learn any of these, because they seem like they would be super fun to play too. I might just do that actually. But
Well, ask Lauren. Lauren can give you a quick lesson on. You still play? You still remember how to play both those, right? All right, Lauren.
Which ones?
Heartwork and Corporeal.
Yeah. I honestly would play if there was a way to pipe the sound in easily, but I don't think there's an easy way to do that.
Well, you gotta have the right interface, I guess, right? You have a DAW.
Well, I do. I just have no idea. I don't want to set my input device as my amp and then like cause all this horrible hissing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll work that out for a future stream.
That'd be cool.
All right. Sorry, Eric. Someone
No,
have like
no.
yeah.
what's
Someone
going on
mowing
in the
a lawn
background
in the
somewhere? It
background.
sounds like a mower.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what is that? Is that?
Devon?
Is it me?
I don't know, man. It's not me.
Yeah, it was Devon.
Yeah,
it's gone now.
It's Devon.
Oh no.
working like construction outside.
It sounded like
Pasta.
sounded
Yeah.
like one of those giant fucking what do they call them? The reticulating, or whatever
Yeah.
those fucking mowers are. What the hell was going on in your
Saw?
room next door there, dude?
I think my neighbor's mowing her lawn right now.
Oh, yeah, your window open. All right, okay. All right, sorry, Eric. This is taking forever for you to get through this one. Sorry about it. Go ahead.
No worries.
Fun.
I mean, I'm talking a lot about it too, but
No, go.
yeah, that blasting section in 11/8 to begin with, it's just crazy, and settles into a killer groove, and then a disgusting, slow, palm muted monster of a riff, and it's just slow too. But then the double kicks come in and just like enhance it, make it even better. Then there's that weird, like groovy riff towards the end. Down,
Yo, dude, I love that.
Yeah, it's
and then
killer.
it's almost being like a disco beat, like
Yup.
and it's like you'd never think. I would never even think to do that. Like
It's
being a drummer,
it never
And
leaves my
that's
brain.
something- What's that?
It never leaves my brain.
Yeah. Man, that's one thing I didn't really talk about before, but I mean, Ken Owen, technically speaking, was never the greatest drummer. There's certain spots where he's like a little off time and whatever, but nothing like too bad. But he had like a real personality to his style. Like he does stuff that you don't hear on any other like extreme metal albums. He just has weird ways of thinking about the riffs or whatever, and does things that you wouldn't expect. And also I love how much he just changes it up too. Like there's so many places where there's a riff and the beat underneath the riff will change, even though the riff is staying the same the whole way, and it changes the feel of it, and it's, I don't know, it's pretty effective for me. And then, of course, forensic clinicism / the sanguine article. Sanguine, I don't know.
Sanguine.
Yeah, this is another one. You basically can't stop headbanging for the entire song. Each riff is like better than the last one. The outro is perfect. Like that killer palm muted riff with the trill and the pinch harmonic, and then the lead comes in over top of it, and they stop. And that lead kind of rings out, and then they kick back in for like one more measure and then stop again. And that's the end of the album. And it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Perfect ending to a perfect album. Yeah, this is a 10 out of 10 for me, if you couldn't tell. Maybe, I mean, this is metal. I could turn it up to 11. Why not?
I mean, yeah, you can. You're allowed.
All right, Lauren, we're gonna get in on this one because I know you like this one quite a bit too.
Yeah, Erik did such a good job like breaking down all the songs. One thing I wanted to say, I was watching an interview with Jeff and Bill from Headbangers Ball in 1992, and I found the riff interesting. I mean, the riff. I found the interview interesting, and Nick had kind of talked about this earlier about that. Even though Carcass does do that whole on the first few albums, that whole very like gory imagery and like talking about death and like guts and bodily fluids, but like Carcass doesn't do it in like a kind of like comical way that Cannibal Corpse does. And like, don't get me wrong, I like Cannibal Corpse, but like their like lyrics and album covers make me laugh. Like honestly, what's up?
Oh, I love them. It bring on the gore. It's great.
Yeah. The one thing I thought that was always thought was so cool about Carcass is they talk about death in this very clinical sense, like as in like this is what happens when you die. These are like various like medical devices that are used.
Pathological.
These are like the tools and methods that morticians use on like bodies and morgues, and like these are like terrible diseases and things you can die of. So like it feels less like funny to me and more like reminding you of your own mortality. And anyway, the reason I also bring this up is because this Headbangers Ball interview was like shortly after Necroticism came out, and it's also interesting because Jeff like talks in it. They ask him about the lyrics, and Jeff is like, you know, I listen to like all these like older metal songs, and they're so, and like he says in like 1992, he's like these metal songs are so like homophobic and misogynistic, and it always rubbed me the wrong way. So I wanted to talk about death in this like more clinical sense. And I just thought this was a good time to bring it up since that interview was during Necroticism.
Plus, again that angle of veganism where
exactly.
They're all really anti animal cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
They're very they call it vivisection over there, where you're doing testing on animals and shit like that.
Yeah.
And they're very anti that. Always have been. Jeff, let's face it. There's not very many dudes. There's a handful of dudes in extreme metal that are as, Bill's the quiet guy. He doesn't really. Jeff is like, fuck you, dude. He has no problem. And he does it when he'll make fun of like interviewers to their face as they're interviewing him with his snarky comments and his snarky sense of humor. He's an interesting cat. And we met him, remember, Lauren? We met him very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And he was okay. He just finished up the show. So it was kind of like, he wasn't super friendly, but you could tell it was like, Bill was cool to talk to, but I felt very leery of Jeff for some reason. Like Jeff kind of scared me a little bit. So, hey, we have a guest real quick here. We have a second guest that just.
Yo,
look, it's Jeff Walker. Oh no, it's not. Never mind.
Good evening.
What's up, Pete? How you doing, man?
Good, thanks. How's everyone?
Cool. Well, let us wrap up with our going over Necroticism, and then I'll let you slide in here a little bit with some thoughts on the earlier albums quick, and then we'll move forward. You can stay as long as you like. If you got to bail, you know what I mean? So go ahead, Lauren, finish up where you were coming from.
And it's funny you brought up the vegetarian veganism stuff, is that if you read the lyrics for Incarnated Solvent Abuse, it's about like animals being killed, turned into glue, and then people getting high off of that, which is really interesting because like that is what happens. So what I do when I do notes is I'll mark songs that I really like with an exclamation point. I did that for basically every song on this album because they're all fantastic. And Propagation is like so creepy in the beginning. It does like this alternating like that industrial sample like on the left and right. You start to hear Jeff kind of starts to settle into like his more vocal style we're more accustomed to on the later albums.
Good point.
And there's really good guitar solo on this. Corporal Jigsaw It's one of the best death metal riffs of all time. The only main thing I wanted to say is like this song is actually probably one of the most simple ones in terms of there really aren't that many riffs in this song. The drum intro is fucking iconic. It's like I hear that and I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. And one thing that's really cool is that the chorus riff is the same exact chords as the verse, but the reason I think it works so well is that where the verse feels very like controlled in terms of like how the drums and the guitar interplaying. During the chorus, it feels like super like frantic and like unnerving, and I think that contrast works really well. And oh god, at 3:45, that down no 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 down no 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 no. God, that riff is so good. It like gives me chills like every time I hear it. So yeah, that's Corporal's definitely one of Carcass's best songs. Symposium is great. The guitar solo at 3 minutes and 35 seconds is like fantastic. Like it's so melodic and you can really hear. I guess I don't know if like Bill or Mike is playing that, but I almost am led to believe.
I think it's Mike. I think it's Mike.
Yeah, and Mike is like a fantastic guitar player. Like he's a legendary guitar player in his own right in terms of how many bands he's been in. Pedigree Butchery is great. There's some really good riffs in that. Incarnate Solve and Abuse. This also one of Carcass's best songs. That main intro riff is like just fucking like legendary. It grooves so well. And the second guitar solo, I also think it's gotta be one of like the most. I honestly feel like it's gotta be one of the most underrated like death metal solos of all time. It's like so like eerie and haunting, but like melodic at the same time. Yeah, Incarnate Solve and Abuse is fantastic. And the last couple songs are also just like great. There's just so many like good riffs. You can just tell how Carcass have really evolved in terms of like composition and arrangement, and just this album sounds like super tight. Everything sounds so good. And I thought Forensic Clinicism was a little long, and that's literally the only bad thing I could ever say about this album. This is like easy 9.5 out of 10. This album is fantastic. I feel like it's inarguably one of the top 10 death metal albums of all time.
Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Quick side note: there are names for the solos.
Oh, there are. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, Incarnate Solve and Abuse. They actually named them with like something weird. Like, let's see, the first lead on it is Glue Sniffing by W.G. Steer.
By W.G. Steer.
Yeah, the second one, let's see, Viscous Residue Snorting by M. Ahmet.
We were right. It's Mike Ahmet then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me
they
at all.
named each one with something, well, very carcassy.
Right.
You know the thing to note on Bill and Mike for these next two albums is, killer guitarists, but not really known as what I would call soloists, right? They're not. When you think of like death metal soloists, you think of Andy LaRocque, or you think of help me out here,
Trey.
Yeah, right. But you think of Bill as more like the riff monster rhythm guy, because that's what his thing is. But he's a killer soloist, but he doesn't go into the trope. Or another guy would be Murphy.
James Murphy.
James.
That's Rob Vigna too.
Yeah, and what's that?
Rob Vigna.
Oh, Vigna, right.
Yeah.
But while Vigna's both those guys, man, he's so good at crazy fucking good guitar player. But with Bill, he doesn't fall into that category of like, oh my God, did you just hear that, shredding, that Shredfest Yngwie-esque, sweep picking thing. He's not a sweep picker. He's an alternate picker for the most part, and he's a squealer, he's got a little bit of a Zakk Wylde thing in him too, a lot. He does those pinch harmonics and stuff, but they always fit the song, and they're always melodic, and they're always in the pocket, And Amit, I think, was a little bit more the flashier guy, just by a slight little bit. But yeah, that's a great point that you brought up there, Lauren, to point that stuff out, that there's just so many killer, really awesome riffs on this. Devon, you did this one or no? No,
not yet. So for some reason, okay, maybe you want to get your tomatoes ready to throw at me, but
you
all right, I'm already getting rid of you now.
Oh God, Devon, you're about to get hurt.
So for some reason, for me, this has like middle child syndrome, which I tend to listen to Heartwork and Symphonies the most. This one seems I play it a lot less often. I'm not really sure why, but a lot of the songs, you remember the riffs, but you don't really remember what song that riff came from. Like, oh, I remember that. What song is that again? But you guys, Corporal Jigsaw Quandary, obviously that's the best one. Besides that, probably the intro. But yeah, out of 10, maybe like an 8. Good record, but I still think the previous one and the next one, I think I was still better. But yeah, and definitely they didn't really have any of the grind left. I think they're only a pure death metal album because after this they became more melodic and before they were more grindy. So yeah, good record, just not my favorite.
I know, Devon.
I suck.
We may have to savagely curb stomp you and beat you after this stream.
I was gonna say, like, don't you usually kick Devon out of streams for lesser reasons than
I do? What the hell,
Carcass?
He has.
You can tell I'm still struggling with waking up at this point. Mario says it's kind of progressive technical. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't get there yet, but you're going to hear the P word come out of me very, very soon. And not some of the other P words I like to use a lot.
Penis.
Peter. But speaking of a P word, Peter. Everybody, by the way, that doesn't know Peter, Nick, you know Peter.
Oh, I know
Peter.
Nick.
We've got some new people. You know Devon, I think. You've been on streams with Devon, probably.
Oh, yeah. I know Devon.
But we got 2 newbies here for you, and that would be Nick, who is not on screen right now.
You mean
Eric? God damn it.
Eric.
Nick. Eric, and we have my daughter above me, which is Lauren, right?
Hi, Lauren.
So
my name's Lauren.
Peter's over in Ireland. So what time is it there, man?
Oh, it's
12:30.
It's half 12.
Okay, so 12:30 a.m. We're gonna try to get you to sleep here by 2. But the Peter is an old school, long in the tooth death metal, black metal guy who knows his shit, and this is one of his favorite bands. So he made an allowance to stay up with us and jump on with us. So Peter, what are your thoughts quick on Necroticism?
Well, that was actually my introduction to Carcass. So the first song I ever heard was Incarnate Solvent Abuse, and it was through their video for it on an old TV program here called Raw Power, which was like a heavy metal sort of video show on a Friday night at about 1 a.m. in the morning. So I used to go down and every Friday night and sneak downstairs and put on the VHS machine and record it. And at this stage, I was probably into Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, a wee bit of Sepultura, but this was probably the heaviest thing and the weirdest thing I'd ever seen in my life at that point. So it was about 92. So I'm about 14, 15. So yeah, it's like, I don't know if you've ever seen that video where they're putting the ropes around their faces and they got the black sort of plastic sheet that they're sticking their face in. So yeah, I was absolutely hooked from that moment on. So as soon as I could, I went and bought the CD, which I still have.
There you go, the OG.
It's actually my very first CD I ever bought.
No kidding.
Yeah.
How about that shit? That's crazy.
Which cost me a small fortune back then. I think it would have been about £15 here. So I know about $20 maybe.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Really?
Yeah.
What year is this now? Is that 91 when that came out or right after that?
Well, no, it was 92. I think it was 92 when I discovered this. So yeah, like what's been mentioned already, but this is probably one of my favorite albums ever, but it's not for the whole album. It is for Incarnate Solvent Abuse and Corporal Jigsaw Quandary. for that drum intro. And I was in the chat there with Larry. I was just saying, they played in Belfast here in March, and I went to see him, and every time I go to see him, once you hear that drum intro, it actually makes you want to dance, like, which is weird at a metal show. But, such a great beat, and so it's Ken Owens. Just he's a unique drummer. I think someone might have mentioned it when I logged in. He's quite a unique drummer for metal, for death metal. I don't know what school he comes from, but he's definitely somebody who has a bit of a dancey beat about his drums. For me, so yeah, that would be like a Desert Island disc if I was to pick one. And more probably, there's a lot obviously. There's a big connection to it for me, obviously being my first CD, so I'm kind of swayed that way for nostalgia.
Yeah, we'll at the tail end of this thing, assuming it doesn't go. Where are we at right now? We're at the 4th album, so we have 3 to go. I think we have some EPs to quick touch on, but I think we can probably wrap this up in 2 hours. But we'll let you kind of go back and kind of sum up where did you came in on this album? You said, right?
Yeah.
And it was seeing the Incarnated Solvent Abuse video.
Yeah.
Okay. They had MTV over there, or what was it?
It was raw.
Well, you could get MTV over here, but we didn't have it at the time because you had to get it through satellite TV, which costs a lot of money as well. So this was actually a TV show. We have a channel called ITV, and it's do you know Phil Alexander? He writes for used to write for Crying and yeah. So he used to edit a magazine called Raw Power. It was called Raw magazine, so it was all heavy metal.
Yep, I remember that. Yep, I remember that bag.
So they had a TV show every Friday night, and they would show videos of bands, and then there'd be interviews, maybe some live footage. So it was usual things, anything from Guns N' Roses to Metallica to Corrosion of Conformity. It was just this one night when I was recording it. That's when Carcass came on, and I don't think they're ever on it again. And I still actually have the VHS cassette up in the attic of that show. So.
Aw, that's awesome.
Yeah. How many times have you seen them?
4 times.
And your first time was when?
2014.
Okay, so you're like me. You knew about them for a long time. You've owned the stuff and you love them, but you didn't really get to see them in their original prime with Ken or anything.
Yeah, I did go to. They played in Belfast in '94. I think I've told you a story before, and I went up, but I was 16, so I couldn't get into the venue because it was a bar. And a friend of mine who I still go to gigs with, he got in, so he did, but he left me outside.
Nice.
So they played with Cubinate, who were like a industrial techno sort of band.
Yeah.
Okay.
My friend was telling me they got bottled the whole way through their set.
They got what?
Bottled.
Oh, people are throwing shit at them.
Yeah, Cubinate.
Stuff, does that stuff happen in the States? I don't remember ever.
I've seen it before years ago though.
Because security will come out and fucking rough you up if you throw shit.
This venue, it's long closed, but this venue didn't have any security.
Oh wow.
Oh jeez.
So I used to go to see loads of bands there. There's no such thing as security.
Fucking Thunderdome.
Yeah, I do know the British festival scene has the old piss bottle thing. You know that one.
Ugh.
That one's pretty rough. But all right, well, I'm gonna move on so we don't get too tied into this. Where we're just bogging down, but I'm gonna move on to my quick hits on this. You guys, going last, it kind of leaves me. You guys have already said pretty much everything, but I will say, obviously the production on here is just crazy good. I really like the spoken word not pathological, the pathology report stuff, right? The weird, they're so haunting and creepy. And, when you see them live, they use a lot of these interludes in between songs, particularly with this album. Propagation, gnarly opener, way less grind, almost gone at this point. By this album, the grind's pretty much been, ostracized from the formula. Crazy fast beats on it in propagation at different points in times. Corporeal, what more can you say? We already talked about it like ad nauseum. It's that riff, man. I mean, I can tell you right now that if most death metal or extreme metal fans, you hear that drum opening, if you don't know that, you're a douche canoe. I'm just telling you, you're a douche
It's
canoe.
time to throw a chair.
It's time to hurt someone, yeah. And Lauren, just so you know, the douche canoe thing is a reference to a particular YouTuber that likes to use really.
You told me about it at the Death 12 show.
Used to use a lot of really bad slurs, and I went fucking ballistic haywire like the dad tends to do. And weirdly, he's been very quiet of lately with regards to those kind of things. So maybe I got through. But anyway, it is kind of funny, that part, the douche canoe part. Symposium, man, those chugging trem-picked intro, into the snarling, slower riffs, just kill. Harmonized guitars, slay, Jeff being snarly and nasty Jeff, love it. And as you pointed out, Lauren, I believe this is where Jeff starts to slide into the Jeff that we know and love going forward. He's found his style, his vocal style completely. Yes, we have a lot less Bill in this. And yeah, I missed that too, but I see that as a progression. And I think Bill's guitar playing was getting so much more complex on this album that he couldn't focus as much on. When you're just riffing out and you're playing a lot of chordal stuff, it's a lot easier as a guitar player to get up there and snarl and do a vocal line, even if it's following the drums or the guitar lines. But when you're doing a lot of complex, trem picking and individual note picking, and you're jumping all string skipping, man, it is not easy to sing at all. You know what I mean? Long song, lots of twists and turns. The end foretells a bit of what's to come groove-wise in later albums. And this is the album where I really hear the advent of the groove sound. And when we say groove, we always think of stuff like, I don't know, the Korn and a little bit of Mastodon and early Mastodon, and maybe the Pantera, of course, right? And I like quite a few Pantera albums. I don't love them, but I like them, But this Carcass invented their own take on groove. They really kind of created this thing where it's groovy, but yet it's still complex and all over the place and disjointed, and yet it all makes sense. So Pedigree Butchery, that intro riff is killer. Lots of riffage and solos, then chugging, grooving. You're hearing that. Chugging, grooving, riffage, blah, blah, blah. Bill's gutturals are really outstanding on this one. Kind of proggy sections in this song that are unique and cool. One of my faves. Hey, guys, I got to ask, who's banging around a lot in the background? Somebody has a very hot mic that's picking up a lot of noise.
That was me.
Not you there. It's like they're banging things around in the background. Is that you, Erik?
Nope. I think it was. It's gone now.
Peter got up
Peter was just moving.
Yeah, Peter got up and moved, but I was hearing it before he was even moving. While I was talking, there was like a sort of a slapping, like somebody was slapping something, or it's weird. I don't know why we're picking up so much hotness here. Maybe it's just on my end. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up. Pedigree, incarnated solvent abuse, man. That opening riff is just legendary. Rest of the song kills. Chuggy, crunchy, nasty, ugly. Carnious cacophony. Chugging monster riffs. Jeff's vocals are way out front in this song. Kicks you in the teeth and doesn't care if you lose any of them. Love, oh man, come on, lavaging expectorate. Lots of galloping groove here, and there you go. You got groove, you got gallop, you got in the pocket crunchy riffage. Kind of encompasses all the things that Carcass does so well, and they really, in my opinion, put it all together here. That's not to disparage Symphonies or even the weirdness of Reek, but it kind of all comes together right here. And this is where Carcass, to me, is Carcass that we see going forward. With the last 3 tracks on the thing that I listened to on their Bandcamp are the Tools of the Trade songs. So we'll talk about that in a minute when we get there. And they're all 3 of those are slammers for that, man. They're great fucking songs. Hepatic, that gargled, strangled vocal on there, man. Love that last track. Hepatic. Somebody help me out. I don't have it right.
Hepatic tissue fermentation.
What a fucking banger of a song. This album up the ante a lot, and frankly, is the beginning of the melodic death phase. Because you hear they've completed the phase effectively on Heartwork. They've tightened up the arrangements. They've tightened up the songs. Because some of these songs do wander a tiny little bit as far as length. I'm not arguing it, but there's a progressive aggressiveness to a lot of this stuff. It's kind of a 1 and 2. It's a progression. You hear way more complex melodies going on with the guitar, way more complex playing styles on this album. That, again, not to denigrate Symphonies. The grooviness is there that maybe wasn't there on Symphonies. There's also a fair bit of progginess in this album at times in the song with regards to the songwriting, and the songwriting continues to just really elevate. I'm going with a 9.5 out of this, mainly because there's 1 or 2 albums that might be just a slight step above where they completely perfected that. Fucking love this album. It's, we'll do our rankings at the end, and you'll see that. So, all right, so we get to Heartwork, and who wants to show Heartwork? Nick?
Are we going to talk about Tools of the Trade?
I
mean, is that next? Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, Tools of the Trade is next.
Yeah.
Shit, where did I put that? Did I put that in my list here? You know what, guys? I skipped putting that in because I was listening to. All right, yeah. Show the. Well, you have it on that.
It's on my copy of Necroticism.
Yeah. Does anybody have that singularly? Peter?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Peter
has it.
Oh,
so
sweet.
I have.
There we go. Right.
I have.
And actually, Dennis showed it.
Artwork.
Dennis showed it before he left. Is that a slimline?
Yeah. So the slimline is the UK version. And then the jewel case is the US version.
Nice. It's the same songs, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same songs.
You just got to have 2 versions because, well, you got it.
I have 2 versions of.
It's what we do.
2
right?
versions of everything.
I was going to say I have like 8 versions of Hemispheres. I get it.
I have
4 or 5
cassettes as well.
Hell yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah. Because.
Oh,
I got Heartwork when it came out in cassette.
Oh, nice. I don't own any OGs of this stuff. I have to admit it. I just don't. All right, so Peter, you're up. Why don't you go ahead and dive into Heartwork? Oh, let me give the particulars on it real fast. Released October 18th, 93 in the UK, January 11th. Man, a big gap there again.
Wait, are we going to talk about Tools?
What's that?
I thought we were going to talk about Tools of the Trade.
Oh, shit! Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with me, man? God damn it! I don't have it in my. I don't have it in my script, so I keep bouncing over. Go ahead, Peter. Talk about Tools.
Well, it's been a while since I listened to this. Actually,
I don't know when this came out. I don't have the date on it.
So June 23rd, 92.
June 23rd, 92. Okay, thank you.
Apparently.
Yeah, so like we said, there's just the 4 tracks on it. So Tools of the Trade song itself, which is a pretty strong opener, and then it's got the Incarnated Solvent Abuse then, so which we had from Necroticism.
Right.
Yep. And then I said
Hyosified,
Still Rotten to the Core, and then Hepatic Tissue Fermentation too. So yeah, just a nice wee taster then, just perfect for in between the Necroticism and then Heartwork coming up.
Any notes on those tracks? Did you get to review them, or do you remember?
No, I've taken no notes. I thought the thing was going to be tomorrow. So
I know I kind of threw you in because I kind of hit you up with this like at I don't know 4 a.m. my time and said, "Hey, I just had a thought. You want to jump in on this quick?" So, I mean, overall, yeah. If you said to me what were these songs on there, Nick might know them, but I wouldn't. I would have to go back and listen to them. So we'll let Nick pontificate here a little.
Well, I got to pull up the same album cover again. Yeah, it's a short offering. I mean, you have Incarnated Soul of Abuse on there. I'm always down for listening to that again. So, yeah, twist my fucking arm. Tools of the Trade. That song absolutely rips. A lot of these songs are very high energy and kind of in the spirit of the older sound, but re-recorded with the new approach, the more sophisticated, more riffy, cleaner production. And I like it. It's like a perfect fucking balance of like two worlds of Carcass there. Just saying like, yeah, let's just get together, have a gross party, and then, dissect the guts of our old stuff and kind of rebuild it anew. I love it. Hepatic tissue fermentation too. Longest one on there, a little bit more thought out, a little bit more melodic. Definitely kind of a foreshadowing of things to come. But yeah, this EP is all killer, no filler. I'm eventually going to find a version of it where I could just have it on just that EP. But having this nice remastered, and honestly, it's on the same disc as Necroticism. So
yeah,
I don't know. It just kind of plays all the way through.
It's like a continuation. Yeah. Yeah. You know what they call it? They call it the Extended Dynamic Range Edition.
Yeah.
Which means it's the full exact thing. It's the way. I think the reason that I didn't read this on Wikipedia, but I thought I read it somewhere that if they'd kept all those 4 tracks on there or the 3 tracks on there, it would have exceeded enough. It would have been a double album, like to do it as a double album.
I suppose. No? Yeah. I mean, with some of the longer songs on Necroticism, I guess I can see that. Honestly, it's for me, it's the extended rot version. It's absolutely fantastic. That's honestly the way to listen to it. Yeah, just Necroticism and then Tools of the Trade immediately after. Boom, you have a complete thought, an encapsulated era of Carcass. It's fucking amazing. The EP on its own, 4.5, I would say. It's all killer, no filler. Even with the repeated, Incarnated Sullivan abuse, I don't care. I get to listen to it again. That's a win. So, yeah.
Give me 1 sec. I'm coming back in 1 moment. Just grabbing something here.
Jeff, come back. We miss you. We're lost without you. I'm scared of the dark.
Okay, so Devon, how about you go next? We're not doing any kind of order here, which I know is confusing as fuck, but oh well.
So I don't have it, but I have this.
Nice.
So
go ahead.
Oh, you gotta get back on the hanger.
So the title track might be my favorite Carcass song.
Wow.
I love that opening then the blast part.
Yep.
Awesome. They played that at MDF too, that was great. Then this is definitely, I could see it's like them going in the slightly more melodic direction, a good like teaser for Heartwork. So if these songs would have been on Heartwork, it would have made more sense instead of them being on Necro. But yeah, out of 10, it's only 4 songs, and one of them you've already heard, so kind of odd to rate that one, so I didn't bother. But yeah, good EP, but just a good teaser for the masterpiece to come.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, a good EP is a good teaser, generally.
Yeah, exactly. But this wasn't really a teaser because these songs were done in those sessions, so they were kind of, for lack of a better way of putting it, leftovers, but they're really not leftover tracks.
No, well, they didn't fit the scheme, I think.
Right, they were a little bit more, like you said, they're a little bit more high energy, particularly the first track and the Piosified track. Yep. I mean, the Hepatic has got a lot of high energy moments, but it's really pretty convoluted and complex to me, I think. So, anybody else Lauren, did you have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's really good. Like all 4 songs are really solid. Yeah, like Nick said, this is like all thriller, no filler. I think the most interesting part of this album is one that obviously Surgical Steel's album cover took from this, which I think is really cool. And 2 is Piosified being re-recorded. It like I said earlier with Reek, it gives a cool man, what if they did re-record Reek of Putrefaction? So yeah, easy 9 out of 10. This is a great EP.
Cool. Who did I not hit? Oh, I know Eric's got some thoughts.
You didn't call him Nick this time. That's nice.
Yeah,
I know.
Start. I didn't actually write anything about the individual tracks because there's only 3 of them. But yeah, this is a great EP. I don't know. Did you verify that these songs were recorded during the Necroticism sessions? Because they sound a little bit different to me.
From what I read on it, it was. I could be wrong. I mean, you'd have to Google it. I'm pretty certain they were recorded in those sessions because they weren't meant to be. They really weren't meant to be, as far as I'm understanding, a teaser to Heartwork. But they had these leftover tracks and decided they were good enough that it was something to do. And they re-recorded No. Which one?
Yeah.
Piossified, right?
Yeah, Piossified.
And then of course Incarnated was kind of the single off this album, I guess you could call it. I'll look it up while you're talking about it.
Maybe you're right. I couldn't really find much info on it, but I was gonna say the guitar tone is like a little bit less thick, kind of, but I mean, I'm listening to this stuff on Spotify too. I had a few.
Yeah, that's always a difficult thing when you're when you're doing these things digitally. If you're doing it like I do with YouTube, man, you can get some really shitty fucking streams, man, where you can't even hear them. I've been going to Bandcamp and using the Bandcamp streams because I think they're probably the best audio quality that you're going to get. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
But yeah, like I was listening to the full dynamic range edition of Necroticism, and then this EP, it only has 1 version. So maybe that's the difference that I'm hearing. These songs basically could have been on Necroticism. They're good enough to be there, but like you were saying, I mean, I don't know what I would take off Necroticism to replace with these songs. It's just probably the running time issue. This is like, especially the title track, but I don't know, all this stuff is super technical, and this is like some of the best playing of their career is on these songs, I would say. Just like crazy tight technical stuff. The last song, Hepatic Tissue Fermentation, that one is probably my favorite off of here. It's just like it's like Necroticism. It's got so many different parts to it, but all the riffs are so good, and I don't know. Yeah, this is like a 9 out of 10 for me as far as an EP goes.
Yeah, this would be if you don't own if you can't get the reissues by Erik with that Nick has shown, right? That one right there.
These are so worth it.
They're so worth it. I don't know. Have they gone up in value, or are they pretty easy to get a hold of?
You know what? I'll look it up. Well,
look it up while I throw a couple of thoughts out, because they're so good, man. They're so worth owning. I would say this EP is absolutely essential if you don't own that version that whatever the reissues are that throw it on at the end there. It should be noted that this EP is wholly contained on the compilation album Gods of Grind and the limited edition 2008 dual disc, which is the one Nick just showed that we have. And it's also this stuff also appears on Wake Up and Smell the Carcass, another compilation, but without the track Incarnated Solvent Abuse. And I can't find anything specific to whether these were bonus, whether these were outside the recording sessions, Erik, but I'm pretty sure I saw it somewhere. It should also be noted that there are 2 re-recorded songs, Piossified, which was from Reek, and Hepatic Tissue, which was originally on a compilation titled Pathological. So there you go. I wish I could say for sure that they were recorded during that period, but I gotta believe they were, man. I just gotta.
Yeah, they probably were.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I was gonna say on Discogs, All right, that one is just offering one that has the DVD only. 2277 in terms of buying on a Discogs here in the US. Not a bad price, but I mean the high end it goes for over $40. Lowest end $13.99. So I mean,
I don't
moderately priced. Like,
I don't think they're massively hard to find out there, but they're absolutely worth it. And if you run into them for anything under $20, I snag it for sure. Yeah.
And those documentaries are cool too. I've documented. You can find it on YouTube, but the only way to actually buy it, other than those, is the
complete box set
that I was saying, showing, which is like $250 or something now.
Which is crazy because if you can find them all out there for $15-20, you're maybe spending $100 tops.
Yeah, you're just paying for the box, I guess.
So. All right, let's see. Where are we at here? Oh, yeah. So for me, real quick, Incarnated, we've already talked about. And you've got Tools of the Trade, man. That's a ripper of a fucking song. Holy shit. 3 minutes. That's all you need, just 3 minutes. Paddock or Piosified, that's a fun fucking riff salad song. And you got Hepatic, which is my favorite. That, and like you said, Erik, that's the real complex song on here. It's a tricky song. Really killer. Okay, so can we move on to Heartwork? Did I fuck up anywhere else?
Nope. Heartwork is next. I'm gonna take a break to pee and smoke again.
Okay, who wants to show Heartwork?
Oh, yeah, here. Oh, he's got the vinyl version.
There we go. Who's got the vinyl? There's all right. Go ahead and do your smoke. Come to you last. Is that a gatefold or just a single?
It is a single.
Okay. Colored or black?
Just black.
Okay. All right, Devon, you're up then, man. So real quick, this album came out October 30th, 91, February of 92 in the U.S. Recorded in 91 in Amazon Studios, Simon's Wood, Lancashire. Earache, Relativity are the labels. Producer Colin Richardson. This is the album. This album is the first to feature guitarist Mike Ament. No, that's not true.
He was on Nick.
I'm reading the wrong notes. God damn it. Sorry. Let me back up. Was released October 18th, 93 in the UK. January 94 in the US. Recorded May 93 to June of 93. Parr Street Studios. Melodic, Earache, and Columbia. This is their very first what you would call a major label release. That in the US they came out on Columbia, so that's a big deal, and probably why a lot of death metal purists are like, oh, sell out, major label, fuck that shit. Producer Colin Richardson. Until 2021's Torn Arteries, this was the only Carcass album to have the same lineup as the previous album. Guitarist Michael Ament left the band after the recording of the album to form Spiritual Beggars and was temporarily replaced by Mike Hickey. I don't know who the hell that is. In Pathologist report, Bill Steers says Heartwork is his favorite Carcass album. The album was released in the UK by Earache Records on October 93 in the US, January 11th, 94 by Columbia, making it the band's only major label release. Heartwork has been described as the band's breakthrough and mid-period masterpiece, as well as a landmark album in melodic death. In other words, it's a douche canoe poser album. So, take it away there, Devon.
You know the story about this cover, right? It was supposed to be a different cover.
Yeah, it's H.R. Giger. I don't know the story. No, go ahead. Relate.
It was supposed to be Skin and Blood, but apparently somehow someone got a hold of that and used it for a bootleg Deicide live record. So they saw that. So, we have to change it. We don't want to do two album covers, have the same album, so it'd be kind of confusing. So they scrambled to get this done, which I think is kind of a terrible album cover, but
oh really?
Yeah, I don't know. It would have been cool with the human stuff and the blood, but
I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this cover, but be that as it may, it's H.R. Giger, so it's something cool, I guess. And I'm sure they spent quite a bit of money to get the rights to have that made or use that imagery.
Mm-hmm. So there should be. Yep. That's not that good either.
No, it's not that great.
What? Oh, let me see. Hold on. Sorry.
Interesting.
What is that? Now is that the alternate cover?
That's the Deicide bootleg.
Oh,
from
okay.
92.
Where they ripped it off. Pissing all over it, I gather. Okay, Devin, go ahead and get into the album quick.
So there should be a warning label that says warning. You will not write better riffs than this record. That should be the hype sticker. But you never forget your first. Spoilers, my number one of my favorite records of all time. Riffs for days. I know everyone says Buried Dreams, Color Forge, and Heartwork are my favorites. Honestly, there's 3 in a row that I love. This Morning, Coil, Airbit, Mark Flesh, and Blind Bleeding the Blind are my 3 favorites. But this whole record, not a single moment I get bored. Perfect record, 11 out of 10. And my favorite guitar tone of all time is this record. I've tried so long to replicate it, I never can. There's just something about it where I've watched a bunch of interviews, I can never get it right. It pisses me off. I can't replicate the guitar tone, but yeah.
It's the EVH3 head, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Which he's been using forever and ever and ever. I'll tell you what, I think it's that fucking Les Paul Jr., man. He's one of the weird guys that doesn't even really uses that Junior all the time.
He has EMGs, though.
The pickups, yeah. But
yeah.
I mean, the guitar and the body and all that's a Junior, which hardly anybody ever plays those in metal. Like I can't think of anybody actually. Can you, Lauren?
Not too many. I actually want to say I actually pulled this up because I remember this. This is from a interview with Guitar World, and they're talking about Heartwork. Hickey says one of the amps Bill used on Heartwork was a Marshall 30th anniversary head that's really fierce, and he also used a tiny 10-watt Marshall stack on every track to add some extra high end. Which because I remember reading about that years ago, and I thought I didn't want to just regurgitate that without looking it up. But thankfully, I didn't imagine that. I just looked it up and I found that out. So I think that's definitely a part of it. Why it has like that cool, crisp top end is like this little tiny solid state 10-watt amp that
is weird.
That Bill used as well.
That's totally weird. Like
that's whatever works best in the mix.
That may be the only time that's ever happened like that. That's crazy. All right, Lauren, I'll let you go ahead. Because I know you love this album.
Yeah, it was really interesting going back into this because I hadn't listened to this album like the whole way through in a while, so I was really curious what I would think about it. Buried Dreams is like, God, that beginning just like, God, it just slams you in the face. I think this is one of the best I think this is honestly my favorite opening track on a Carcass album. And you have like that creepy like harmonized lead that plays. And then this is also one of the big things you hear throughout Carcass going on is like these octave leads that are played between like the chugging. That is like super common in this song. There's the drums switch up a lot when Ken switches like a more plodding groove when the vocals kick in. The vocals for this song are honestly like really catchy. Like the chorus is just like really catchy. It's just really easy to like hum it out. I love like the second solo and the rhythm are so good. There's a lot more like melodic phrasing that contrasts with kind of like the heavy riffage earlier in the song. And I love the way the song ends by returning to that eerie intro again. So yeah, Buried Dreams is fucking fantastic. Carnal Forge is really awesome. There's a slight variation of the intro riff, and also it also does a good job of like returning to the first lead line from the beginning, but it harmonizes it. This is very much like Carcass's sound going forward, is taking a riff and then developing it and either like adding like harmonies to it, adding like different endings, different beginnings. They do a really good job of developing songs, which is like something I've kind of learned a lot about, like in general with music, is how you like develop a song. No Love Lost is super heavy. Okay, Heartwork. So like this is like the Carcass song. This is probably like even if you haven't heard of if you're into metal but you don't know Carcass, you probably heard Heartwork before. This song really made me go like, holy shit, the first time I heard it. Like when you just hear the tremolo picked harmonized like leads, it's just like so it sounds so cool, especially with like they do like the octave rhythm in the background while it plays like that intro solo. and like the main riff is just like super brutal but like super catchy at the same time. And then it kind of does like a verse, does like an intro, verse, chorus, and then it goes in this super intense like blast beat part, which is really sick. And then it like slows down a lot and does like the guitar solos. They're super duper good. And then my favorite part is the way how it loops back to the main riff, and then it does that dun 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 dun, and then it goes back into the chorus. It's just so perfect. Yeah, Heartwork is like such a fantastic song from both just like a riff and an arrangement perspective. Embodiment and Mortal Coil are great. I will say that it is kind of interesting listening to this. I did kind of think the second half of the album isn't as great as the beginning, but it's also like the first couple songs on Heartwork are like genre defining and they're so iconic that it's not the later songs are like bad. They just didn't catch me as much, but I did really like Death Certificate a lot. So overall, Heartwork is like such like a legendary album. This along with like Dennis was saying earlier, like At the Gates, Soilwork, this kind of like created melodic death metal. And like I said at the beginning of the show, this album really influenced like my metal taste like going forward, because like from Carcass I got into like, you know, At the Gates, In Flames, and more modern bands like Amon Amarth, like all these like Melo Death bands that I'm like really into. It's really interesting when I was listening to this though, because I like finished listening to Heartwork. I was like, man, do I like Necroticism more? So I'm kind of with Nick. It's really hard to pick between these two. They're both just like so legendary, and so many bands have like tried to copy them.
Yep.
Honestly, I don't want to rate this one. Like, it's just I don't want to give this a rating. Like,
just
no,
1A, 1B. Just say 1A, 1B. It's fine.
I think I got to give it the same, like 9.5, like same as Necroticism. This album's legendary and super duper important to me.
I mean, Lauren, if somebody came to me like in this kind of an important environment and said, I need you to choose between Lauren and Maddie, which is your favorite child, I would have to do it.
1A, 1B. It just depends on who's being the better kid at the moment.
I'm being a smart ass and I'm kidding. Because we all know my favorite child is Devon. But anyway,
but honestly, like it's really, if someone told me I could only listen to one Carcass album for the rest of my life, it's hard to pick.
It's a hard pick.
You tell them no, fuck off. I own them all.
Yeah, you tell them no. I want all of them.
All right, we're gonna get Erik in here quick and get his opinion on this. And I just wanted to interject one thing. There were two 1960 cabs used. It doesn't get into the speakers, but I'm guessing greenbacks or creambacks, 60 Celestians, 412s. One of them was using an anniversary head, which I think is what you said, right, Lauren?
The Marshall 30th anniversary.
Yeah, the 6100. And the other was a PV EVH 5150. I thought
that's not too shocking.
Huh?
That's not too surprising.
Yeah, I thought he used the 3, but I don't see that in here. And then I think the important thing to note is that he boosts them with the Marshall Governor pedals. That's a big key thing for the boost. Yeah, and I don't see anything as far as effects. So I'll keep looking because I found that article you were referencing.
Yeah,
Lauren, but there's actually, to be honest with you, if you really want that Carcass sound, you can go for Heartwork. Ola, Ola England, Ola.
Oh, yeah.
Ola does a really kick-ass breakdown, and so does this dude Circle of Tone. He does a pretty good breakdown. He's a good riff breakdowner guy too. So I didn't watch that stuff, but I know now from seeing them and being real up close, literally right in front of Bill down at Soundstage for I don't know what year that was, 15. He uses EVH Mark 3s now, or whatever they're called, 3s.
Yeah,
his heads and Marshall cabs. So he does not have a lot of foot pedals, man. I'm gonna tell you straight up, he does not have much in front of him. A wah And I think that governor pedal, and that's it. Like, you know, a lot of these guitar players, you see these multi-effects things, and they've got 8,000 pedals on the floor. Bill is like, no, just give me a head. I'll dial that tone in. A lot of mids, very fat in the mid section, and he rips. So go ahead, Erik.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren made a lot of good points on this one. Yeah, man, this is just another amazing album, third in a row now. Definitely more melodic overall than anything previous. But it's still, I don't know, it's still, to me, it's not really a typical melodic death metal album. Like, if somebody says the term melodic death metal to me, I wouldn't imagine this, you know.
Me neither.
A lot of melodic death metal, I mean, most of what I've heard is like the Swedish stuff, which is usually like really fast, thrashy almost, lots of like beats and stuff. And a lot of that stuff, like, I don't know, it's kind of, I don't want to say basic, but like you think of like Slaughter of the Soul or something, it's like just relentless. It doesn't have all the breaks. It doesn't have the slow groovy parts so much.
Dynamics.
They aren't there. What's that?
The dynamics.
Yeah, not so much. So yeah, this still has, they've really kept that groove element too. Like, this is kind of the last two albums even as well. I don't know exactly when the whole like death and roll kind of thing started. It was around this time, like Wolverine Blues was what, 93, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't know. I think Carcass was probably a pretty big inspiration for a lot of those bands that were doing that, because they have that sound, not completely, but it's a big element of their sound for the last few albums, even at this point. I do get what Dennis was saying about like the songwriting. This is definitely less complex than Necroticism or Symphonies. I agree. But the thing is, I don't really care because these riffs, man, these riffs are just so good. Like, some of the best riffs in metal, like Devon was saying. I mean, and the transitions too. The transitions are super smooth between all the parts. I love how many like dual harmonized lead guitar lines there are on here, and even in the riffs, just like the interplay between Amit and Steer. It's like, just
So
goes
killer.
back to that classic like metal thing of dual harmonized lead guitars. It just always works. Let's see, definitely their cleanest production too at this point anyway. It's like, I mean, Necroticism is, I love the production on that album, but it's still got a little bit of mud to it kind of, and this is just, I want to say slick, but it's crisp, I guess is a better word.
Crisp, that's a great word.
Razor sharp. But it still doesn't sound overly polished. It still sounds organic. Yeah, for songs, I mean, Buried Dreams, as soon as that and those cool like bends on the guitar come in and everything.
So good, man. So good.
Yeah. That's another one I put like impossible not to headbang when that riff kicks in, that oh man, so good. Carnal Forge, fast and thrashy opening, then breaks into a slow section with an amazing guitar solo. And this is another one. I mean, it's a classic Carcass trademark at this point, where they're playing a slower riff and then they do a blast for like, I don't know, 2 seconds, and then go back to the slow part and blast again for 2 seconds. It's pretty cool. No Love Lost is a mostly slower one. The one of the riffs in it is kind of bluesy almost.
It is.
Yep. Yeah, cool. I said that too.
Yeah, the solos are just absolutely killer on this. Heartwork might be, probably their best known song. I mean, that was actually, like I said, Necroticism was my first album, but I think Heartwork was the song I first heard, because I was investigating death metal, and I went on YouTube and found a playlist of a whole bunch of like old school death metal videos, and I think that was on there, and for good reason. I mean, this song is just amazing.
Smokes.
That fast blast to start, and then that amazing like melodic lead section, and then the kind of a mid-paced like thrashy riff for the verse. The chorus is just like perfection, pretty much. And I don't know, it's got a cool chord pattern in the back behind the vocals for the chorus. This Mortal Coil, this one is like one of my favorites off the album too. Man, that riff in the beginning, it's like, and the like the blast too. Like, I would never call Carcass a progressive death metal band or anything like that, but
right.
This is like some pretty, or even like a technical death metal band, really. But this is like some crazy playing on this. I was counting out the bars of this too. They do that riff in the intro. It's a bar of 7, a bar of 8, a bar of 7 again, and then a bar of 10 with that slow before it kicks back in. So it's like, I mean, the time signature is all over the place. And then, it switches to a classic like gallop riff kind of. And then later in the song, when they go back to the intro riff, but it's slow, and Ken's just doing like a slow ass like 4/4 beat, and it kind of like goes off time and comes back, and I don't know, it's pretty cool how it works. That drum beat is so basic. It's just like ride snare, just like tch, tch, but right. I don't know, somehow it just works. Blind Bleeding the Blind is another one I really like. Fast and super thrashy. This one is like maybe the most typical melodic death metal song on the album for me. Like a lot of the riffing, you can draw lines to a lot of later melodic death metal, and a lot of even like metalcore bands that were hugely inspired by like the Swedish stuff, like Killswitch Engage or something like that.
That's a good point.
Like metal bands I got into back in high school, and I can definitely, like, I was listening to this today and I was like, oh, that sounds kind of like Killswitch Engage. I mean, I bet Carcass was listening to a lot of Killswitch when they were making this album, so it makes sense.
Totally.
Anyway, and then Death Certificate. Some of my favorite riffing on the album, super cool melodies and great drumming on this one. Just a fantastic closer. Carcass always has like awesome closers to their albums, and this is no exception at all. This is, you know, one thing I should say is I've basically listened to nothing but Carcass for the last week. And where I would like get tired of them, even some of my favorite bands, but these albums keep getting better. I like every single one of these albums, I've gradually like raised my rating out of 10 after each listen a little bit. It's like another 0.5. And this one
has it been a while since you've visited the catalog?
It's parts of it. I listened to like Symphonies and Necroticism the most, I would say, and then like the new one I listened to a couple times when it came out, but I don't know why I hadn't like listened to Heartwork that much in the last few years, because this is like awesome. I think I had an 8.5 originally, and then I bumped it to a 9 in my notes here, but you know what? I'm going a 9.5 now, because this, I don't know. I listened to it again this morning and it's just like almost perfect. I mean, there's nothing I would really change, but yeah, awesome.
Awesome, man. Awesome. All right, Peter, you're up, man. Sorry, I started with you, but then I initially but you ended up being next to last.
Yeah, so this was second Carcass album I ever heard. So I remember with this. Just before this came out, do you remember Terrorizer magazine?
Yep.
So Terrorizer magazine was probably in issue 2 or 3 when this came out, and they give it a full perfect rating. One of the very few albums I ever think they did around that time. But yeah, when I first heard this, playing this cassette, I couldn't believe how different it was, how much they progressed from Necroticism, and how melodic it was, and how it was almost like how these guys been listening to Iron Maiden lots before they've recorded this album and wrote these songs. Because for me, that like the highlights, like the guys I've mentioned already, the solos are just my favorite part of all these songs actually. And what was different too was the lyrics were probably a bit more. I don't know, they moved away from obviously all the medical terms and all the sort of gore stuff, and they were writing stuff that was probably more about society. I think more directly, and like even like Mac Fleisch, which was obviously a play on Arbach and Mark Fry from the concentration camps. Yep. So like we were just working through this sort of soulless existence for nothing really. But yeah, like the guys are saying, nearly every track here is an excellent song. The one song that I always had issue with, and I do like the song, is No Love Lost, because I just thought it was a bit too simplistic. But something Erik said there was something that I've always thought about this album is there's kind of like that bluesy aspect to the guitar playing, to the solos that obviously Bill was then to explore further on his solo project, Firebird, which are some really cool albums. But yeah, this was definitely a big change, and for me, it is probably one of the first melodic death metal albums that none of those Swedish bands could replicate. I don't think they knew how to. It isn't probably till later on, until you get maybe 10 years later, you start hearing bands like Impaled and all who are maybe writing something in a similar vein, or maybe Aborted, maybe are starting to write something similar. But those Swedish bands, I just don't think they could reach the level of Bill Steer and Mike Ahmed at the time. So,
holy shit! Somebody's being arrested. Hold on, it's not me.
Called the cops on you for fucking ragging on Reek.
That's what it is. Peter, you make an excellent point that I hadn't even thought of, and no one else mentioned. I don't think any of the other Swedish bands that copped this style came close for years and years and years. And frankly, because I'm not a huge Melo Death fan, even though I absolutely love this album, which you'll hear in a minute, I don't think any of those bands came close to this album ever.
Well, I think they had their own unique sound though, because a lot of those bands incorporated like traditional folk acoustic parts that Carcass didn't really do that.
Early Arch Enemy, like you knew where Emmett came from.
Yeah, I'm not a big Arch Enemy fan. Maybe that's so I shouldn't speak. I'm talking your Soilworks, your Dark Tranquilities, your In Flames, your help me out. Who am I missing?
At the Gates.
At the Gates.
The other big one you're missing.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong; they're all great bands, but they just don't. I just am not into that style much. But I love Heartwork, so I can't quite figure that out. And I've tried them all. I own a couple Soilwork albums. I own a couple Dark Tranquility albums. I've listened to them once or twice and been like, and they just never come off the shelf ever.
Have you heard of Predator's Portrait?
Oh, fantastic!
From
Soilwork. That's their third album.
No, I have Dedicated to Chaos, and there's a double album they did.
Oh, The Living Infinite.
Yeah, they're good. Don't get me wrong; they're great albums. They're good, but I just don't think they're on par with this album, and that's why I kind of, in a weird way, say, Carcass gets kind of this. They get pinned as maybe the proto Melo Death, right? Or metal adjacent, whatever Melo Death. But I don't really hear it, man. I don't know why. I just don't hear it. Maybe because when I hear Carcass, I just hear Carcass. You know what I mean?
I think it's a lot of like the harmonized leads that are very much influenced by like new wave of British heavy metal. So like obviously like Maiden and Diamond Head and all those bands. And even though like I do agree with everyone, and like I think Erik actually touched on it initially, talked about that. Like Carcass definitely does sound very different than all like the Gothenburg sound. Like that's why like I wouldn't lump Carcass in there at all because they don't sound like At the Gates. And like like you said, they sound like Carcass, but I still call them like melodic death metal because I feel like they along with all those Gothenburg Swedish bands kind of laid the groundwork. And even though like I would say like a lot of like the later like metalcore bands did pull more from the Gothenburg sound than Carcass, but I still like think Carcass is melodic death metal like at it. Just like their own brand of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was a good take. Go ahead, Peter.
I was going to say, even their elements of death metal isn't really like much other death metal.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. Yeah. It's so, like they are. It literally is like they're one of the most uniquely singular sort of bands in their sound because they have elements of all those other genres and things that came before them: the punk, the proto-punk, the grind, and yet they don't really sound like any other band. They just sound like Carcass. So,
and they don't have one sound either. Every album is
great point. Mm-hmm. Great point.
Yeah, they move
on. Peter, I'll let you wrap up.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you're doing rankings, but yes, this would be Necroticism is a 10 out of 10 for me. But like I said, there's two main songs on that album. Always bring me back to it. There's the nostalgia aspect. For me, this album is another 10 out of 10, and it's because nearly every song and it is just quality. You know, it's just the perfection and the production. Like you said, the production is kind of crisp and clean, and I think the cover isn't brilliant, but I think the cover suits it because it has that kind of sort of clean sound to it, that kind of sterile, that sort of
sparse
razor with the serrated edges on, you know, that can cut right through you, so it could. But yeah.
Cool. I'll rip through this so we can get moving here. Buried Dreams, which I'm trying to remember, was this the hit or was No Love Lost the hit? Both.
No Love Lost and Heartwork were both the singles.
Okay. Oh, they were. Buried Dreams was never a single?
Nope. I mean, it's a live favorite.
Why do I keep... That must be what I'm thinking of because I keep thinking that was the single. All right. Man.
I still haven't talked.
What's that?
I still haven't
talked. You didn't go yet either. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you don't like this album, do you?
It's my show. Can't I go before you?
No, because you're supposed to close the show, remember?
Oh, I forgot. Okay.
You got to go through the track by track thing. I got to steal all your remaining thunder.
Thank you very much. By the way, I just want to point out I've got my kid's guitar here. I just wanted to point that out.
Nice.
Lauren loaned me a guitar. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's brought up like every excellent fucking thing about this.
Yeah, I know that's the problem.
Is excellent. It is perfect. It's one of my Desert Island albums. I can't fucking live without it. Every track. I love every track. God, the guitar tone on here is just so fucking wonderful. It is so rich and heavy and thick.
Yep.
The lead work, the lead trade-offs between Emmett and Steer are, still probably some of the best in Carcass's history. I love everything Steer has done since, but this album is just special because of those trade-offs. And man, the dynamic little flips. Colonel Forge has one of my favorite moments, that whole little slowdown where Jeff Walker says the cold, callous dignity of a mass grave, hams it up, and then just comes in this badass fucking shreddy solo for Emmett. Man. But like literally every song in here has such a distinct hook.
Yep.
Like earworms.
Yep.
All day. This Mortal Coil might be one of my favorite Carcass songs ever. That interesting fucking blast beat riff and that galloping kind of classic heavy metal.
Stealing all my words, man.
Oh, dude. It's so goddamn good. And the breakdown in the middle where they slow it down. Perfect. Arbeit Macht what is that last one? Fleisch?
Fleisch.
Yeah, that I'm not good at German or any other language.
What does that even mean? Did anybody look that up? I didn't.
I think it's like art.
Well,
makes
Arbeit
flesh.
macht frei means work sets you free.
Oh, well, yeah. So it's the thing that was on at Treblinka, not Treblinka, which Auschwitz?
Auschwitz, yeah. This is like flesh sets you free or something like that, or something like if flesh is one of the words in there, but there's a little bit of that grindiness that comes back. You know, when you get into that blast section where he has that little like fun kind of like harmony that comes in. It gets a little grindy again. Like it's that one little nugget. I mean, Heartwork has some kind of grindy moments to it, but a lot of this is about melody, hooks, but still doing it ferociously. Like there is not a bit on here where I'd say it's a sellout album, even though like this is a very divisive album with a lot of Carcass fans. But with having so many different albums in a discography, there's a lot of room for divisiveness and people that only like certain eras of Carcass. I remembered seeing reviews on this when it came out, and granted, yeah, there were some perfect 10 out of 10 ones. There were ones that were like, dude, fuck this. This is a pure sellout album. I was like, are you kidding? Exactly. Like, it is still vicious. It is still heavy. It's just a little bit different. Yeah, they're not talking about, pathology anymore, really. Like, these are, more kind of straightforward lyrics, tackling a variety of different subjects, but the gore element is gone. I mean, hell, the cover is some weird random piece that Geiger did for him, which is...
It's almost sci-fi.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, like, even when it came down to the singles on here, like, Heartwork is a beast of a song. That is got a melodic hook to it, but it is vicious. Like, it does not care if you like it. But, I mean, if you listen to it, you probably will. And even No Love Lost, yeah, it's a little bit slower, a little bit groovier, kind of bluesy. Like, honestly, it kind of reminds me of Crowbar, just in terms of, like, that kind of sludginess to the riffs. But I like the fact that, for a single, it has some of the most snide lyrics about love and affection. Like, it's Jeff Walker just, it's like, yeah, I can't talk about pathology because that's not the theme of this, but I do get to be a dick. So that's kind of cool. And I like that. And dude, Jeff's vocals on here, this is probably my favorite vocal performance from him. He sounds pissed as hell. Yep. Everything is hammed up a bit. And while you don't get Bill Steer, coming in there with the deep roars anymore, they double up Jeff's vocals and key points on here just to add an extra oomph. Like, again, back to this Mortal Coil, like when he says Tangled Mortal Coil, like they double it up and it's Tangled Mortal. Like, it's just vicious. It's punchy. Every single second of this album is amazing. This is a 5-star album. It is perfect. It is my 1A, and Necroticism is my 1B. And honestly, like, Necroticism's pretty damn close to being a 5-star album for me. Like, it just kind of depends on the mood I'm in. Yeah. And that's kind of the fun thing about Carcass. If I'm in a different mood, I put on a different album.
Yeah.
This is the one that I go for the most. That's why it is the most worn out one in this collection.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
In my car. I was getting tons of new CDs along, the same time I got this, but this one stayed in the CD player for ever. And I still jam this one off and on, just kind of at random. Like, if I'm just kind of scrolling through all this shit on my phone, if I happen in the C section, I was like, oh, Carcass, perfect. I'm in the mood for that.
But and that's definitely a driving album, man.
Oh God, yeah.
When you're driving the car and some of those riffs come on, it's just like all you want to do is just crush the gas pedal and go as fast as you can.
Oh, dude, death certificates.
Oh God,
there's some potential for getting speeding tickets on there.
Exactly.
And that gallop to this Mortal Coil, like, you kind of want to follow. It's like, yeah, let's ride into battle. Is that a cop? Fuck. All right. But yeah, it's perfect. Don't argue with me. There's very few albums I would rate over this in terms of, like, make me choose between two albums. I think one of the few that actually beat this is Entombed's Left Hand Path, but that album's untouchable glory in my opinion too. So yeah, perfect. It's amazing.
All right. Can I go now?
Follow that, Jeff.
Can I go now? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to say. Okay. I'll try. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Imagine that.
No, that's never happened in the history of ever.
Not possible in the history, right? All right. So Buried Dreams, big hit. I said this was a big hit, but it was actually No Love Lost.
It's the live hit.
One of the first death metal songs I recall hearing. So damn catchy and just totally badass. I love it. The riffs, it's even got like kind of a poppy edge to it in a weird sort of way, but it's that this album is their ear candy, earworm album for sure. And you know what? I got no problem with it, man. I'm totally all about it. Carnal Forge, that's probably the big thrashy, that's one of the 2 or 3 super thrashy, super like aggressive songs on the album. Those opening riffs just crush. Galloping. This whole album is full of galloping. And when we say gallop, what do we always think of when we mention the word gallop? Who do we think of right away?
Iron Maiden.
Exactly.
Iron Maiden.
But this is not the same kind of gallop. It's not a Maiden gallop. It is, but it isn't. You think of, what's the song you think of most when you think of galloping with Iron Maiden?
Drover.
Exactly. Exactly. So this gallop is the gallops on these songs they're different. They're far more groovier. This album is full of groove, and usually in metal, that's a bad word, man. No, don't mention groove. Oh my God. But this is not groove metal. It's just all the songs have this vibe that you just gotta move to, and you feel it, man, because it's like it's kicking you in the ass. Every single riff is just like, come on, man, headbang, get into this shit. And just a great, great song. No Love Lost, man. I love this song. Just the riffs are so fucking good, man. Oh man, I don't even know what to say. That's just all I need to say. And then, arguably the best song on the album, Heartwork. It's just oh my God, watching Lauren do those riffs, and I can play it now. But boy, when I wasn't playing that style of music back then, when Lauren was learning a lot of this stuff and 10, 11, 12 years ago, and I was like, man, I just was watching her play that. And I'm like, holy shit, I got to learn that. Because here's the thing. When your kid's generally a better guitar player than you, you don't like that. It pushes you to be better, right? And I will say Lauren kicks my ass finger picking style, man. She just, and I'm a decent finger picker, but she kills me. But man, watching her play this riff and the Corporeal, which is a much easier riff, I'm like, I got to learn how to do those riffs, or else I'm going to be like, I'll have guitar playing envy, that kind of thing. Just, God, the riffs on Heartwork are just godlike. Anyways, they're up there with Corporeal. Embodiment, killer chuggy riffs, pinched harmonics, down-tuned goodness. Love Jeff's vocals on this one. So hostile, like you said, Nick. Just hostile and pissed. The drumming at the end of Embodiment, man, is just fucking insane. It's so good. This Mortal Coil, another high-ranking song on this album. Galloping, chugging riff machine with lots of singular line runs and hammer-ons, pull-offs, and trills. Bill's pulling out every trick in the book on this song. Lots of tricky guitar bits on this, timing-wise, too. Love that track. I would might whatever. I'm not even going to try it. Dig this track, but it's not my favorite. It's probably my least favorite song on the album.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Boo.
Just saying.
Thank you, Devon.
Where am I at? Blind Leading has a really cool staccato riffy thing going on. Lots of stop-start riffing, which is kind of unusual in that they do it, but they don't do it obviously. And this song's kind of the obvious, almost like, I don't want to call it a breakdown song because it's not really a breakdown, but it's just that it's just a chugging sort of start, stop. Great leads on that song, man. Solid tune on Doctrinal Expletives. Death Certificate, man. What a killer track. So many good solos on this. Awesome guitar track. The two bonus tracks that are on the Heartwork EP, which we're not really going to talk about, but I'm going to quick touch on the songs. This Is Your Life, bonus track in keeping with the main songs on the album. Has a bit of Corporeal mixed with Heartwork vibe. Complex guitar-wise. Great killer solos. And then, quite possibly one of the best songs that really should have been on the album, Rot and Roll, man. I love this song. Is it kind of pointing to the next album? Sort of, but man, it's just so fucking catchy. chuggy, riffy, propulsive, angular, super solid drumming, smoking solos. It's a killer track, man. I mean, these two, honestly, I would take these two tracks and I would have replaced Doctrinal and I would have replaced Arbite.
Oh, fucking stop it.
Those
someone
two
kick him
songs
out?
are
Hey, man, don't make me cry, okay? All right.
No
Everyone.
love lost between us.
Well, I see what you did there. Everyone that's a death metal purist shits on this record if they're a not everyone. A lot of people that are death metal purists, that's a better way of putting it. A lot of people that are death metal purists, cult, that kind of dude, shits on this record as being too polished. Who cares? Because if the point of playing metal and listening to extreme metal is to sound shitty, well, then why bother even trying to make music? I mean, seriously, you could go, get a boombox and record yourself in your bedroom on a shitty Marshall or on a shitty little, combo amp, and that would be true cult and cool. And I don't get that. I want to hear good production. I want to hear good arrangements, good catchy songs. And this album has that in spades, man. And for me, they nailed it on this one, all of it. Musicianship, top flight musicianship on this. Excellent sound, excellent production, excellent performances, and mostly killer songwriting. Who cares that a major label put this album? I don't care. I don't know about any of you, but I sure as fuck don't. And, the one thing I'll say about this, and I think all of you might have said it, maybe Erik did or Lauren, the songs on here are a little less convoluted and complex overall as they are on the preceding album. And that I kind of like to a slight degree. And I kind of I feel it's a little bit better of an album all out of you know how I always make notes while I'm falling asleep sometimes, Nick?
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Jeoparglyphics.
Are you ready? Jeoparglyphics. Let's go. Okay, so okay. I'm going with a 9.75 out of 10. And fuck the sold out dicks. I'm not even sure what I mean there. Oh, the sellout people. That's what I meant to say.
Sold out
dicks. This album kicks ass. I love this album. Let's move on to Swan Song. We're not going to touch on Heartwork EP. Anybody have anything to say about the two bonus tracks?
No, honestly, I've only listened to them very sparingly. Even my version doesn't contain it. It does have the Heartwork demos, though, which are really good.
Which are on the all the demos are on that. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey. We can hear it really loud. Are you trying to do that or what?
Yeah, my bad. Whoops.
Wait till we're not speaking, and then let me.
No, I thought I had muted my mic. My bad.
Oh no, you didn't mute. Yeah, it's pretty loud. Actually, your mic is very hot, Lauren. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
Compared to everyone else. Okay. You have anything on that, Peter, real quick?
Yeah, the two new tracks on the Heartwork EP, the two you're talking about there. I thought they were very much pointing the way towards Swan Song.
Yep.
And what I like about them are the solos are so melodic on it. They're so like what I said earlier, Iron Maiden, I suppose, very Noam inspired, I think. That could be on just a mainstream metal album for the time.
Cool. Who's got Swan Song? Do you have that, Peter? Handy? Okay, you got the OG cassette. You went for the CD, right? Okay. And Nick has the last of the big reissues from Erik with the doubles. Is that a double or?
It's.
I think Erik. Sorry, Heartwork was 2 CDs and 1 DVD, right?
2 CDs and 1 DVD. Yeah.
Yeah, and this was just 1 and 1, right?
1 and 1.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, Nick, I'll let you go first, and then we'll go back to Peter because you're gonna cry if I forget about you again.
Well.
Okay. Oh, now come on.
All good runs. They do.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
This is kind of a boring album. I'll be honest. All right, this is definitely where they wanted to push for that death and roll sort of sound. The band wasn't necessarily kind of all together on this one too. Like there was, kind of the beginning of the division. Michael Ahmad had left, gone off to do Arch Enemy. He was a pretty big part of, at least two of their albums, and honestly, two of their best albums. And there was the flirtation with major labels. Like they had that weird sort of deal between Earache and Columbia in terms of distribution. Like Entombed was going through the same thing too. And they released this album. Let's see. I like 3 songs on here, honestly. Keep on Rotting in the Free World is admittedly a fun song. It's a nice opener. I like that broken down riff, the cowbell. They still play it live. It's a fun song. Black Stars, kind of cool. And Don't Believe a Word, which is probably the heaviest track on here and maybe the most reminiscent of, that wonderful album that, happened 3 years previous. The rest of this, it's really dull. It's really safe. Holy shit, this is the safest album they put out. It is almost the same drum beat on every single song. And I know we talk about like Ken Owen, he's a little rough around the edges as a drummer, but I think he's really creative in terms of what he does. Not here. They could have done this entirely with the drum machine, and it kind of would have fit the robotic nature of it. Like even the riffs, some of them are really good, but they're not particularly interesting. The production on here, again, it's more polished, but it feels very dry and kind of barren. Like even at its heavier moments, it doesn't necessarily propel the songs and kind of give them the energy that a lot of them are sorely lacking. I just feel like they were trying to experiment with like the same kind of rock single or rock-ish single on almost every track on here. And I don't really care for this album very much. I revisit it time to time, and like, hey, maybe this is the time that it will actually grow on me. And no, it's just kind of a dull mid-tempo kind of safe album. Like this is their AOR album, as close to AOR as Carcass ever got. It's still not like stupid soft or anything like that. It's got some heavier moments, but man, it is really dull. And it ultimately ended up in what happened later. And this is probably a 2.5 out of 5. Like, there's some occasionally catchy melodies, but I feel like all these songs are really just interchangeable. Like you can just kind of take a snippet here, put it here, or rearrange the tracks in a totally different order, and it honestly wouldn't matter. It wouldn't change the overall vibe of this album, which is sad because I don't like dogging on Carcass at all, but I feel like this is the one album I really could dog on. Like,
hey, hold on one sec. Hey, Erik, and everybody going forward from now on, if you're going to be up and banging around, please mute your mic. Erik, there's a lot of noise in the background, and I'm pretty sure it's you. Are you there, Erik?
No, I think he closed the door.
Yeah, from now on, Lauren, everybody, if you're, I'm not saying you have to mute while we're talking, but if you're going to be up and around, banging around, it's really, really bad. Erik, hey, dude.
Sorry about that.
Bro, you got to mute if you're going to be up and around, banging around, okay?
Yeah, it was a little loud. It's okay.
Everything.
But
and we all have to do that from here on out, okay?
Okay. But yeah, like, all right, when it comes down to like this versus Reek in terms of like, those are generally the ones that people are like,
right. Right.
Reek, I can appreciate because they were kids. It was innovative at the time. They were doing something new. They were forging, a new sound. And this is the sound of a band getting very, very tired, kind of falling out of love with making music. So, when we do the ranking, this should be a surprise to no one because we did this ranking before. But this is still my last place one. Hey, can't win them all.
I'm gonna go next, and the reason I'm going to do that real quick is I'll make it honestly real quick is I agree with you, Nick. This is a tired album. Do I hate it? No.
No.
Is it listenable? Yes. Is it Carcass?
No.
Yeah, but it's Carcass on fumes in a weird way. And you're right about one thing. It starts out strong. Keep on Rotting is a great song, man. It's a good tune. Lots of fun. The guitar line snake all over the place. Only complaint on this one is the solo tones. I cannot stand on that song. There's weird solo. The choice of solo tones on this whole album are strange. Tomorrow, chuggy riffs. Admittedly, this one kind of just repeats itself. Black Star, I dig the bluesiness, the jammy riffs, not bad. Cross My Heart, that solo is kind of lame and the song is very repetitive, kind of obvious where it's going. Child's Play, probably, that's probably the one song. It reminds me a lot of 90s hard rock.
Yep.
That song. And the riffs on this, they're not death metal at all. They're very Metallica, Black Era, Load Era kind
like,
of.
all right, calling this death and roll, like, all right, we had, 3 years prior, we had, Wolverine Blues.
Right.
Wolverine Blues is a death and roll album.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. And they knew how to do it. They got that sleazy energy and the death metal sort of vibe to it. Like, it matched up. This one forgot the death. It rolled, but it didn't death.
I agree. I do like Child's Play. Room 101, kind of like the lead up for the chorus, and the chorus and the strings in the background are kind of cool. But other than that, it's just Polarized, the same riff over and over and over, man. And I have to say, for such a riff monster like Bill is, I don't know whether there was inner turmoil, because I can't find a lot on what was going on, and I didn't watch the DVDs, I didn't have time, but there clearly was something going on dynamically in the band, because they end up kind of breaking up before the album even comes out.
Yep.
And there was just, the album sounds very uninspired to me as well. But that said, it's still a listenable metal album. I can't say that, if you stuck this on, I'd be like, holy fuck, take that out. But I wouldn't really be engaged in it at all.
I would probably say, why aren't you putting on a better Carcass album?
Well, okay, but if I didn't know who Carcass was.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
If I didn't know who Carcass was and some dude just put this album, I'd be like, it's all right. That's what I'd probably be like. It's all right. Generation Hexed is a shitty song. That song is terrible. That synth sound they use, it's terrible. Polarized, same thing. Firm Hand, have to admit this album really sounds incredibly samey by now. And as it goes along, it's front-loaded big time. And as it goes along, it just keeps doing the same thing. Rock the Boat, okay, that's probably the Heartwork kind of sort of track. And then Don't Believe a Word, it's a strange one on the album. It's probably the coolest track on the album in that it sounds the most different. And I especially the way Jeff's singing it, it's very vicious. The lines, the lies section, that lie where he's doing the lies thing is pretty cool with the octaves. I have a note in here. Beijing into a slow burn section. Beijing. Who knows what Beijing means? I think it means beginning.
Was there a gong?
I don't know. Maybe I was reading up on Xi Jinping, one of Donald Trump's great people. Go to Hell, meh track overall. People call this death and roll, but to me, it's basically a modern '90s radio death or a radio metal album. To me, with death metal vocals. That's all, with snarly death metal vocals. While it's far from its best, it's not absolutely horrible. It's just very repetitive, not progressive, and following Heartwork, it makes no sense what they did with this. It's like, this is what you came up with in 3 years? Yeah, it lies very low on my rankings. I'll go with a 5.5 out of 10. My sense is that one of us on this panel may have a different view, but I know that person is not Devon, so we'll go with Pete next.
Okay. So yeah,
hang on, man. I'm trying to get you over again. There we go.
So I remember before this was released, because it was recorded pretty early in '95, but it wasn't released till mid '96. So there was well over a year between it being written. But I remember reading interviews when they were coming off touring Heartwork and going into the studio to start to record it, Bill Steer basically said he had enough of death metal and metal itself, and he could not be bothered writing anymore. He said he was bored with writing that type of music. He wanted to move on, basically. And I think I remember in an interview, Jeff Walker said that Columbia had actually asked him to get singing lessons. So they were just like, that's it.
Really?
We want out. They were just so fed up. And they obviously just, I'm not sure if they were contracted to make the album, but I think even Carcass, when they're trying to release something half-assed, is still quite catchy in places. I know what you mean, like you guys have said about the Keep On Rotting in the Free World, and they still play it live, and it is a pretty catchy song. It is good.
Peter, I need to interrupt for 1 second. I'm hearing something like somebody's trying to break into my house. I need to go check on that. So continue talking. Continue talking while I'm gone. I might be gone for a few minutes. Something's going on right outside my window, and it does not sound cool. So I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. So yeah, it's like see, when this came out, I absolutely hated it. Absolutely hated it. And I had just started university, so I was sharing a dorm with some of my friends in school who used to like metal, and it moved more towards rock and kind of pop music. And when they heard it, they went, "Oh, that's really good. If only the singer could sing properly." I was like, no, this is a sign for me that I was having an existential crisis, I think, with death metal at this point, because Cancer had released Black Faith, Gorefest were releasing, was it Chapter, whatever it was.
Was it a race?
So yeah, it was just they were either trying to be some kind of like classic 70s rock bands or whatever. So these are the albums that pushed me into black metal even more at the time. But I can't say, like, I listened to this actually earlier today, and I don't mind it. I was actually having a shower. It's kind of like a shower type album. I do like the lyrics in it though, and I think the lyrics are quite poignant, even for today, for what's going on in society as well. Like Polarized, for example, they just keep saying, "I'm not going to go with your trend, your party, your sort of group, etc." So it's a very individualistic type album, and even the cover art is done by the artist who did a lot of the Crass covers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got that kind of anarcho sort of punk kind of feel to it. So that's probably my favorite thing about this album is the artwork. But yeah, it's taken me a while. Like, I did hate it. It's not the worst album I think in their catalog. But it's probably one that's taken me a while to come around to.
Yeah, again, it's one of those, like, I come back to every now and then. Like, when we did our ranking for him on Thralls, I actually went in that one's like, you know what? I mean, or maybe Swan Song has grown on me, because I mean, starting with Heartwork, Necroticism, and going back and listen to like Symphonies, like, man, there's so many fond memories here, and this was like innovative at the time, and then you hear this, and it's like, man,
yeah,
what happened? I mean, Bill Steer went on to do some cool stuff in terms of like not metal afterwards. He kind of got that out of his system. But yeah, this album, man.
Yeah.
So we finally got the storm here. The wind has arrived, and that's doing something out. There was a table. I was a little freaked out because I looked out the window. I couldn't see anything. I'm like, who the fuck is trying to get in here? And I opened up the door out there, and it damn near sucked the door out of my hand. We got bad wind. Are you getting hit down there, Lauren?
It was here earlier. I think it passed.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be weird there, but Peter, just so I know, where did you fall on this one?
Yeah, so I was just saying, hey, it's not, for me, it's not the worst in the catalog. I do have one below it if I was to rank them, and it's one that's taken me a long time to come back around to. It was just saying about at that time about how some other metal bands, death metal bands, were kind of moving in a sort of classic rock direction, like Cancer and Gorefest, and and how I was sort of getting kind of disappointed in all the bands that liked were changing, and it was pushing me more towards black metal at that time.
So where'd you rank? What do you give this on a scale of 1 to 10?
Maybe a 6.
Okay. All right. We'll give Devon will be next, and I'm pretty sure where he's going to go with this.
So I actually kind of, let me say, so I think this would have been an average EP if they had only 5 songs. If they did the first 3, Generation Hex and Don't Believe a Word, that would have been an okay EP. Get the rest of the songs out of here, but
Generation Hexed? Are you serious?
I like that song.
Oh, that song blows. All right, okay.
You like more songs than I do on this.
That's why we do these things, because we all have somewhat of a different slant on it. But I always thought you hated this album, Devon.
I do, but I hate it slightly less.
You listened to it and you slightly came from vile hatred to just mild hatred.
I still think it would be like Rush following up Hemispheres with Tetra Echo, though.
Oh yeah, oh Jesus Christ! Don't get me. That was not a smart thing to do. Don't do that again to me, okay? Anything else you want to add to it? What do you give this? Like a 5, 6?
One thing, you guys, to me, it sounds almost like late 90s Corrosion of Conformity with death metal vocals.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even like that songwriting, I thought was more creative. Again, the same fucking drum beat on every song.
And a lot of these songs, like literally, I would say from Cross My Heart on, more or less, with the exception of the last song and a little bit of Child's Play, it's the same riffs and the song over and over and over. And they're not interesting riffs. They're very, I hate to say it, for the very first time, Bill was doing very uninteresting guitar work on this album.
And his guitar tone on this album is terrible.
It is not good. To have gone from Heartwork to this is mind-blowing, man.
It's super thin sounding.
And this was supposed to be the big follow-up to the breakthrough album. And, man, I don't know how this sold, but I do know how most Carcass fans and most metal fans feel about it. And it must – I don't know how it really ultimately sold in the end, but I don't know. So, all right, Erik?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add. I mean, yeah, there's no way that, I mean, it would have been pretty hard to top Heartwork.
Good point.
In my opinion. And they obviously tried something totally different. And it kind of works. Like, there are, like Devon was saying, I mean, there's kind of an EP's worth of good or pretty good songs here. And then there's a lot that are just, boring.
Are they good songs? Or are they good songs, or are they just better songs than a lot of the shitty ones on the album?
I don't know. I don't mind some of them. I mean, like a couple other things to note here. This is the only album with Carlo Regatas on guitar.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for adding that.
He was he's only been on like 3 albums ever that I could find. Yep. I didn't recognize anything else. This one, I listened to it once before like the last week, and I did not like it, and I kind of wrote it off. And I think I watched or listened to it like twice in the last week, and I don't dislike it as much as I first did. Kind of, it grew on me a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like a hard rock album with harsh vocals. There isn't really any death metal at all here. As for highlights, Keep On Rotting in the Free World. Yeah, that one's pretty good. It's got a good hook, that guitar lead in the chorus and stuff. And the cowbell is kind of a cool thing. Yeah. Black Stars got a cool sliding riff, kind of. There's a nice break at 2.5 minutes with harmonized guitars. Child's Play, that one, it's got a cool bass riff to open it up. It almost reminds me of like the Melvins or something like that. And the chorus is super melodic. Like this song almost reminds me of like Alice in Chains or something. Some of this, but like not really as good, obviously. But just kind of that, I don't know. Maybe that's the vibe they were kind of going for or something. Let's see. There is a break in Child's Play that's pretty good. It's like more of a classic metal kind of riff that comes in and sort of saves it somewhat. Firm Hand has a faster like 6/8 intro before going into a kind of like dissonant slow riff, which I thought was better than a lot of the other riffs on the album, or lack of riffs, I guess. Don't Believe a Word has kind of a slow, like Sabbath-y intro, and then goes into a pretty good, like mid-paced chugging riff. Some cool hi-hat work, or ride work, I think, on that one. Probably the heaviest song on the album, like Nick said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. This one, yeah, it's like, I don't think I'm going to go back to it a whole lot. I mean, I haven't listened to a whole lot of death and roll stuff, but like you were saying, Nick, I mean, Wolverine Blues, if I want to hear death and roll, there's no way I'm going to pick this one over that any day. And, or I'm sure there's lots of other albums in that vein too. That's kind of a thing I've been meaning to like delve into a bit.
Entomb's Uprising. Get that
What's
one
that?
too. Entomb's Uprising. Get that one too.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard anything after Wolverine Blues yet, but I'll check that out. And yeah, as far as Carcass albums go, I mean, if I'm in the mood for Carcass, I'm not going to pick up this album either. So yeah, it's kind of in a weird no man's land. I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. I don't know, probably closer to a 6. I don't know. It's not terrible, but I just don't.
Well, we have this problem. We don't want to shit all over Carcass because they're a legendary band, but the reality of it is, this is just a very, very average album. That's the
it's just average. Boring.
Yeah,
a lot of it's just boring. Yeah.
Now watch this. Lauren's gonna come in with a hot take, I fear.
Oh god, let's get spicy, Lauren. Let's see what you got.
We'll see. It's
this is by far Carcass's best album.
Come on,
I'm kidding. No, I don't really have anything to add. It's really boring. I thought Keep on Rotting in the Free World is like, it's fun. It's like a fun, catchy song. And then there's 6 songs in a row that all sound exactly the same and are bland and uninteresting. And then the only other 2 songs I thought were fun were Rock the Vote. I said that one like really sounds like a Maiden song. It's really fun. Don't Believe a Word is pretty heavy. I think that's actually the song that sounds the most like older Carcass.
Yes.
And Go to Hell's so goofy and cheesy. Like God, awful. Jeff's like vocal. It's really bad. It's not even funny. The only other thing is, I said for Child's Play, it kind of sounds like if you took a Maiden song and just tuned it down in a way.
Yeah. There's
so, like.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, this album just sounds like I don't know, they were trying to do the death and roll thing, and it's just so weird. And like Devon said, like, God, the guitar tone on here is so weird. There's this weird like fuzz filter on top of the guitar, and it just does not sound as clean as Heartwork. I don't know, like this album's fine. I wouldn't like you said that, I wouldn't tell someone like turn this off, but unlike picking one Carcass album to listen to forever, if I had to axe one forever, it's this one. Like I like Reek way more than this one.
There you go.
Nice. All right. Somebody help me out here. Are we doing a EP? Oh, I just want to mention, I don't think I told you guys to listen to it, but I looked at it and I did not listen to the track. I'm just going to mention it because I kind of remembered, oh shit, I didn't get these 5 tracks in. Wake Up and Smell the Carcass is a compilation album that includes, I believe, 5 tracks from the sessions that were Swan Song. Yeah. Also, the name of a video. What's that?
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Peter has them. Okay.
I have it on DVD. I forgot to grab it.
And that's allegedly John F. Kennedy's blown up head there, by the way.
Yeah.
That includes unreleased Swan Song sessions tracks, 5 of the tracks. It includes the EP, the Heartwork EP, various live session tracks, unreleased versions of songs like we got 5 songs: Emotional Flatline, Ever Increasing Circles, Blood Spattered Banner, and I Told You So. And I did not listen to them. They might be decent songs. According to Bill, they're better than some of the songs that were on the album. Peter, what's your take on that? Because I didn't listen to them and I don't know anything about them. I think you're muted.
Oh, Peter, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. It's been a long time since I listened to them. They're actually, from what I can remember, they are quite decent songs, like versions of them. I think it's worth picking up if you can find it, because it has all those other tracks from the EPs that weren't released at the time.
I think there's a couple of Heartwork tracks that are different versions of like No Love Lost and Buried Dreams, I believe, or something.
Yeah, Edge of Darkness was unreleased at the time. Blood Spattered.
Oh, that's right, Edge of Darkness.
Banner was unreleased. Yeah.
Do you have that one, Nick?
Oh, wait, I'm smelling Carcass. I think I have. Oh no, I have one weird live album. Yeah. Mishappen Operations.
Okay.
Not really well recorded, but it is gross. I think I have to Wake Up and Smell the Carcass on DVD. Let me go check real quick.
I did listen to this one the other day. Yeah, 5 leftover tracks from Swan Song. Edge of Darkness has some cool riffing, but it's like more than 6 minutes long, and it kind of wears out its welcome. Blood Spattered Banner is pretty good too. Overall, like most of the songs are, I would say, better than the weaker tracks from Swan Song, but maybe not quite as good as like some of the highlights. There's 4 songs from a BBC Radio 1 session, including there's a different version of No Love Lost, which starts out as Ruptured Imperialence. They play like the first minute of Ruptured Imperialence and then go into No Love Lost, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
And then there's some other let's see. It's got the Tools of the Trade and Heartwork EP songs without the album tracks. And then it's got Genital Grinder 2 and Hepatic Tissue Fermentation were from the 89 Pathological comp, like you had mentioned before.
Right.
And then Exhume to Consume from the Grind Crusher comp, which was a pretty big deal back in the day.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, is this one that is an absolutely essential thing? I would say probably not, but from my perspective. But if I run into this somewhere for $6-7, I'll certainly grab it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I
would say the DVDs are the main attraction for me.
Right. But I'm not going to go spending a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
I forget what I paid for this, but it was definitely used.
Are we ready to move on to Surgical? We ready?
Yeah.
Oh, we should mention the band did break up. Okay. They, but even before Swan Song, because they were in a dispute with the label, they actually wanted to release that with those other tracks on there as a double album. And the band, I guess it was Columbia. They went back to Erik, Erik. Erik to release this because they were so pissed off. But they got 2 different advances. They got one from Columbia and one from Erik to release it. So they got almost double the money, I guess, whatever that was, which is kind of weird because I always thought you had to pay that stuff back. But I guess if you can't pay it back because it doesn't sell, then they release you eventually, right? So, which happened here over time. Jeff goes and does Black Star, which we're not going to get into, and Brujeria. He's in Brujeria, which I think he might still, or Brujeria, however you pronounce it. I think, is he still doing that from time to time? Or
from time to time.
Okay. And then Bill does Gentleman's Pistols, Firebird, and he was also guitarist for hire with the reformed Angel Witch with Brian Tatler. So they do reform in 2007 to do festivals and Mike Ament joins back in. And then who was Daniel Erlinson?
Daniel Erlinson was on drums for that tour.
Right.
You forgot about Jeff Walker's country album too. Welcome to Carcass Country.
I don't know about that.
Oh,
no way.
It's for collectors only.
Okay.
It's a joke album.
It's a joke. He's just having fun.
And it's country without an O.
So they're basically broken up for, help me out on the maths here, guys.
11 years.
Is it 11?
Yeah, 11.
Yeah. And they still did a fair amount of touring when they came back in 2007. I mean, they were doing all the summer festivals, and I think they did a U.S. tour, right, Nick?
Yeah, no, that's where I saw them.
Yeah, you saw them, right?
Black Dahlia Murder.
Maybe even done more than one, but there was always constantly this, were they ever going to put an album out? And Bill and Jeff would be like, what's the point? There's 3 band leaders here, and me and Jeff and Amit, and I don't, Amit has his thing and I have my other side things, and it just sounded like it was never, ever going to happen. And then suddenly 2013, we find out that there is a new album coming out, self-financed, self-produced, I believe. No, Colin Richardson does come back. The label is Nuclear Blast. It picks them up. Comes out September 13, 2013. I got to say, man, when I heard about it, of course, now the internet's abuzz with all this stuff. I ran right out that day and grabbed it. And it was recorded in Chapel Studios in Derbyshire, England. It's the first album since 1996. Their first to feature Dan Wilding as a replacement for original drummer Ken Owen, although the latter does provide some backing vocals on the album. This was also the band's first album since Symphonies to be recorded as a 3-piece, and their first one to reach the top 50 in the UK album charts. Possibly one of the best comeback albums of all times. This album blew me away when it came out. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I still feel very strongly it's a killer album, so that's where I'm sitting. But who won? Nick's showing it. He's like, "Come on, man, show me, man." There you go.
I mean, I'll 100% agree with you. I think it is one of the best comeback albums of all time. I remember when the song, I believe it was Captive Bolt Pistol, leaked.
Yep.
I found that shit, and I jammed the ever-living fuck out of it, and instant, like, oh my God, no, they're fucking back. The production here is, well, I mean, someone brought it up earlier, surgical. It is clean, like a fucking unfucking used scalpel, and it slices right through your eardrums in amazing fashion. I really like the vibe of this whole album. This is kind of that perfect little midpoint between Necroticism and Heartwork. You have all the melody and hooks, artwork, but you have the more technical, kind of lavish songs like you had on Necroticism. Like the songs can be kind of wild, a little bit thrashier than they've usually been. Like this has tons of thrashy gallops all over the place. But man, the main thing is fucking riffs. Oh my God, dude, the riffs on this album are insane. And dude, Bill Steer is on fucking fire on here.
Man.
So much melody. Fuck. Like, dude, let's see. Oh, God, probably that opening to non-compliance to ASTM 899-12 standard. Yeah, said that any number of times fast. But that opening, that cool crawling groove, and going into that, like, ascending and descending tremolo riff, like, dude, that's stuff we really haven't heard in fucking years from them. God, dude, I want to say that Unfit for Human Consumption, which is such a badass single, and the video was absolutely awesome with them disembodied and rotting and playing. I want to say that's Jeff kind of maybe taking stabs at all the Carcass worship bands out there. Some snide remarks about them, but done in a clever fashion. And honestly, dude, one of the catchiest songs they've ever written. That gallop and riff is absolutely infectious. But when it gets into that thrashy bridge with the fucking leads and that blast beat section, I'm getting speeding tickets all day long. But dude, Thrasher's Avatar, Cadaver Pouch, Conveyor System. Dude, these songs are just alive with energy. This doesn't even sound like an old band. This sounds like a young, hungry band again.
This is the antithesis of Swan Song.
Yo, dude, this made me forget Swan Song fucking happened. It's that fucking good.
And I'm not real smart, but I do know antithesis means the exact opposite of. And this thing is chock full of insane riffery. Bill is just out of his mind on this album.
I love every track in here. The granulating, dark, satanic mills, that creepy intro to it. It's mood setting, but dude, Mount of Execution. Ugh.
Insanely good.
That's like some of their most fantastic songwriting. Love this album. This is, God, in terms of like comeback albums, I would say it's up there with Possessed, Revelation of Oblivion. Like, it reaffirms everything you love about the band again, and kind of kicks off, well, I guess kind of a new era, since we've had some multiple releases since. But yeah, this is fantastic. 4.5 out of 5 for me. I had it ranked at, I think, 4 in my video, and I was like, there's too many good albums.
Wrong.
Like, the distinction between the great albums and the ones that are kind of meh. Like, there are 2 kind of albums, and then the other ones are just great.
Hard to figure out. Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, I love this album. Again, I bought it the same day it came out. I was stoked. Like, I don't think I'd been this excited for an album in years, and it was worth every fucking penny.
Absolutely. Lauren, I think you like this album a little bit.
Yeah, no, I agree with Nick. This was cool because I remember when this album like came out, because I kind of remember, Dad, I kind of remember you telling me like, oh, Carcass is putting out a new album.
You were over it. You were over it. I got it, and I remember this very distinctly. I was listening to it on the new stereo because I had moved in with Catherine, and I was laying. You guys are all spending the night. We were in the living room there, and I put it on in my surround system that I lost. You know why I lost it, anyways. Man, you and I were just jamming, and the other girls were looking at us like, "What the hell is wrong with these guys? There's something wrong with these two."
Nothing.
You know, because you and I are just sitting there fucking ripping out to Bill and just totally into it, and Maddie and Emily and Catherine and Zach are kind of looking at us like we were half like insane or something, but we were, and it was in a good way.
Mm-hmm. So I love that the album art is obviously very much taken from Tools of the Trade. Like, it's just, I don't know, I just really like it. It's so simple and like clean and surgical. But like, it's a really good cover. So like 1985 is so cool. It's just like has such a cool atmosphere, and like obviously it's very much like takes inspiration from the Hellion by Priest. That's absolutely a good thing to me. I love that one. Cadaver, Congealed Cloud of Blood, Master's Butcher. I liked all those like a good amount. Non-compliance is super. Non-compliance to ASTM F89912 standard. I got it. That song actually kind of reminded me of Heartwork. Like some of the riffs in there, which I really liked. Dark Satanic Mills. When I saw Carcass live, they play that live, and it's so fun because the crowd shouts the numbers back at Jeff at the band. It's like that song is like just really fun. It's really catchy. Unfit for Human Consumption. God, I love this song so much. I think it's honestly one of my top 5 Carcass songs. The intro, the intro riff is super duper good. And then the triple does like a gallop, and then like the hammer on, and then like the 5-note gallop, and then the hammer on. It's just like so heavy and intense. And then I always love at the end of the chorus when he's like, "In cold blood," and then it just goes back into the main riff. It's so cool. Unfit for Human Consumption's awesome. I really like 316L. Surgical Steel, that song develops really well. Captive Bolt Pistol is so cool. Captive Bolt Pistol, which I actually found out is a device they use to stun animals before they slaughter them. So like they put it to an animal's skull, and then it's meant to knock them unconscious so they don't feel pain of dying. And again, like that's actually a big thing with this album too. Is like we're returning to the more clinical,
good
vegan,
point.
Politics related to like dying bodies, animals slaughter. Like we're back to that kind of lyrical content. And Mount of Execution's like super cool. I love that it starts out with the acoustic. It just develops really well. And it has like lots of great riffs. I love that there's like a fake out ending near the end, and then it like comes back in, and then it finally fades out. Surgical Steel's awesome. I love this album. It felt so refreshing to listen to this after Swan Song. Yeah, this is easy 9 out of 10.
Only a 9? Goodness gracious. Tough critic here. All right. Peter.
Obviously super excited for when this was announced that they were going to be making an album. I was a wee bit nervous too about how it was going to turn out, especially after we had Swan Song as their last musical output. But I just remember at the time thinking it's really, really solid album. There wasn't anything that really jumped out at me for a while, but it took repeated listens to sort of get onto the songs. I like a lot of the songs that we mentioned already. Totally agree with like that. It is a really riffy album. Even like I think the Masters Butcher's Apron was one of the ones I like to start when it slows down to that sort of heavier riff. The song just kicks off fast and then slows down to that heavier riff. But I think it was one of the songs near the end. Is it Mount of Execution? Like it's the first time I can recall having an acoustic guitar on it.
No, there was acoustic and Lauren, what was the song? Was it there's one song on Necroticism that has acoustic.
That has a what?
Pedigree Butchery.
Sort of.
That's it.
Pedigree
Butchery.
Butchery.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, just hearing that, obviously, then it kicks into
but
the
it's
rest
rare,
of
that's for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And then the version I have here had a bonus track, Intensive Battery Brooding, which I believe was on the EP that followed up.
Yep, we're going to talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was like I said, solid. Couldn't fault any of the tracks. This one just took a sort of, I don't know if my expectations were too high. I don't know, but nothing really at the time stood out. Took, like I said, repeated listens and time to spend with it to sort of really appreciate it for how well it is. But if we're ranking it, I'd probably be similar to Lauren. I'd probably be ranking it around about 8 out of 10.
Awesome. Erik.
Yeah, I mean, this is
We're getting close, guys. Hang in there. We're getting close.
Yeah, first album in 17 years, which is pretty crazy. And yeah, like I forget who mentioned it, but this sounds like a young band. This doesn't sound like a band that's been around for 30 years or whatever at this point. Yeah. I'm super glad they didn't decide to keep going in the death and roll direction. I mean, that was kind of what was going on at the time, so that I don't think they ever would have returned to that. But yeah, this is just like highlight after highlight. I mean, there's no weak songs on this at all.
Nope.
1985, Lauren, you made a good point about the Hellion. I hadn't made that connection, but yeah, that's like definitely inspired by that. Cadaver Pouch Conveyor System, super fast and thrashy. Well, even what's the first song? Thrasher's Abattoir.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, like instant, like just fast and aggressive.
Relentless.
Yeah, and
but melodic.
Yeah, Cadaver Pouch, yeah, those super melodic lead breaks over the like still thrashy fast drum beat is just like absolutely killer. The Master Butcher's Apron kicks in with insanely fast blasting, like some of the, I don't know, maybe it's partly the production, but you can hear the drums really well on this album too. The blast beats just like are super
insanely
solid.
So
like,
good.
no disrespect to Ken, he was awesome too, but this guy is just like so tight with the blast. It's just
he's a machine.
Dan is a better drummer.
Yeah, he's a machine.
He is, and but honestly, one of the things I like on his albums that he's done with Carcass is there is a clear homage to Ken's style. He just does it a bit tighter. Like he still has the kind of fun, loose fills and shit. But yeah, even Ken would probably have been like, yeah, no, Dan's an exception. Like he's really fucking good.
Yeah, I don't know what else he's done. I didn't really look him up.
Trigger the Bloodshed. That's where he started. UK death metal act, and he was briefly in Aborted.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, what was it? Where was I here? Master Butcher's Apron. Yeah, crazy blasts. Breaks down into a slow groove. Yeah, classic. They're doing that classic move too of like 1 bar of slow and then 1 bar of fast kind of thing, switching it up. Non-compliance to ASTM F899-12 standard, which I looked that up because I was like, I got to know what that means. It's chemistry requirements for wrought stainless steels used for the manufacture of surgical instruments.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Hell yeah.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, ASTM is American Society of something standard practices. So it's like an engineering standard for you have to meet these requirements. I used to work for a foundry, and we would have different levels of ASTM that we had to meet for like ductile and malleable steel and iron and things like that. So you had
it used to stand for American Society for Testing and Materials, but now it's just ASTM. Like they don't go by
just
the
ASTM
anymore.
Right. Yeah. But they would have you had to get certification for that, and people had to come in from the ASTM at the time. They would test your metals chemically to make sure that they're, so it was a pretty involved process. So Jeff's doing his homework. He's no dummy.
Yeah. That's an awesome song too. I mean, long track with tons of cool sections, more insanely fast blasting, and actually some lower pitched vocals too in a couple spots. The granulating dark satanic mills. Yeah, I love the chorus on that one. The 6 0 2 6. That would be super fun to see live one day if possible.
You're gonna have to come down to you're literally gonna have to come down to a state or a country or a section of a country where they actually play, like Vancouver. How far is Vancouver?
It's like an 8-hour drive one way.
Holy shit! Wow,
it's quite the ordeal.
God damn, dude, that's like me driving out to that's like fucking literally me driving out to where Nick lives.
Yeah, it probably won't be worth it to just like fly. But anyway, I don't know what the numbers mean in this. I was trying to figure it out just on Google. There's all kinds of theories. Somebody thought it was a phone number. Somebody thought it was some kind of gene code. There's other people talking about. Apparently, they had some like concentration camp imagery in the back at live shows.
They do, yes, they do.
Someone was saying maybe it's something to do with that. I don't know, but the chorus is awesome anyway.
Killer. I don't know what it refers to.
Yeah. Unfit for Human Consumption, super cool, like descending riff, awesome break at 220 and more insanely fast blasting on that one. Captive Bold Pistol is just awesome. It's super fast, super thrashy, more blast beats. super good melodic solo. Some really fast, like harmonized scales at the end of the solo. That was pretty awesome. And then Mount of Execution to finish it off. I mean, this one's like almost like proggy in a way. It starts off with the
not almost.
guitar is really mellow. It's pretty slow, like compared to the rest of the album, slow and methodical. It's like, I don't know, like where Swan Song was slow and there wasn't much going on. This is like slow, but you can tell that it's like going somewhere. It's building towards something. You don't know what it is, but eventually you get there. 4.5 minutes in, it almost, or it starts getting faster, and then there's like a false ending, basically 6.5 minutes in, and you think it's done, and then it just like goes into this sick groove and guitar solo to just ride out till the end of the song. Yeah, another awesome closer, and an awesome album, and definitely a great comeback. I gave this one an 8.5 out of 10, but could even be a 9.
Am I the last one here? I think.
No, I haven't gone.
I'm sorry. Oh, Devon. Sorry, man.
Well, you guys said definitely a good comeback. It could have been in between like Necro and Heartwork, so they basically forgot that Swan Song happened, luckily. One song you guys didn't mention, this is a big standout, is a Conjurated Cult of Blood, one of the slowest songs, but that middle part, love that part, but...
Well, that song, to me, steals a metric fuck ton of the song Heartwork.
Yeah.
The riff structuring of the song, it just steals a lot from Heartwork.
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, I hear that.
And then, this whole album's super energetic. Kind of glad they broke up that way that they could reset and like, all right, guys, we're starting to suck. Let's not suck even more than Swan Song. So that would have been kind of hard to outsuck that album, but
yeah.
They could have, though, but yeah. Out of 10, this is like a 9.25. This album's awesome.
Nice. You didn't see him on this tour. You didn't see him until after Torn Arteries, right?
Also on this tour. With Gore Guts and Black Dahlia Murder and Noisem.
Yeah, but I was asking Devon, you didn't see him on this tour. You saw him
I saw him twice last year. That's it.
For last year. Okay, yeah.
That's the 2 times.
Yeah, and I saw them. Oh.
Touching. Wait.
All the times I've seen them are for this album, which is 5, I believe. Because once they started touring on this album, it seems like they've never stopped touring. Like there for years, that's all they did was tour on this album, just over and over and over, which wasn't a bad thing. So you got to see them a lot in the States, whereas prior to this, it wasn't as easy to catch them. You know what I mean? For me, grand opening statement, that was harmonized guitars on 1985. And you're right, Lauren, so Hellion worship, no doubt. Cadaver Pouch, or Thrasher's Abattoir. Man, that's a stealthy gut punch, speedy, melodic, but killer. Cadaver Pouch Conveyor, monster riffs, man. Raw, God, super catchy. Tuneful, fast, and furious. Congealed Cloud of Blood, Heartwork, but more ferocious and grinding. Killer riffs on this one, yet it steals a lot from Heartwork, which ain't a bad thing. I'm not sure if I meant the song or if I meant the album. I may have meant the album. Master Butcher's Apron, savage. That part where he talks about the sun never sets. It's just, it's so vicious, man. And I think Jeff sounds fucking amazing on this album. They all sound amazing. This album, honestly, is pristine. You talked about crisp. This is crispier. It's so fucking good. The drumming at the end, Dan Wilding goes wild at the end of this song.
You didn't.
And I did. Non-Compliance might be one of my favorite Carcass songs of all time. That opening riff is so fucking good. Some of Bill's best playing without song. This song just slays. Granulating dark satanic mills, another banger. Unfit for human consumption. Are you kidding with these riffs? Just disgusting and savage. This album can't really get better, right? It's a riff. It's riff after riff after riff after riff. Some familiar, some new, all of them crushing. It's 316, right? I wrote 216. 316L. Jesus, another riff extravaganza. This album is just bursting with riffs in every song, crazy playing all over the place. Captain Bold is my least favorite song, I hate to admit. It's the more obvious song for them, if you ask me. I like it, I just don't love it. Those blast beats, those double... Yeah.
Is it the sweeps at the end? Is that those?
Yeah, the double melodic leads at the end. Holy shit. Amount of execution, we all kind of said it. Erik said it best. Killer, almost proggy, epic monster closer. Almost has a weird 80s hair metal thing. Slight. You listen to it, it's got more of a new wave of British heavy metal, Judas Priest, Maideny sort of vibe to it. Great song. Killer, stellar production. Some of the best songwriting of their careers on this album. Bill's playing, Dan's playing, Jeff's singing are the best, in my opinion, of their career. Rules beyond all. Almost every song has its own identity and style. They're just the riffs and melodies are, there's riffs and melodies galore. And yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm doing this thing. This is a 20 out of 10 for me. And I'm not lying. I'll just say it right now. This is my favorite Carcass album. Even over Heartwork, Nick. Yeah. Just get the jaw back up. Get it back up there, buddy. Nick's like looking around for a weapon. He's trying to find a weapon. One of my favorite melodic death metal albums of all time. Wilding injects a new musical energy to this band, and Bill just delivers like mad with the songs and riffs. Jeff's never sounded this good. I'm telling you, man, this album, when it came out, fucking floored me. Haven't listened to it in a while. It still floors me. When I listened to it the other day, I listened to the extended dynamic range, which includes this, which I got at the show. So they did not sign it directly for me. But we did talk to Bill and we did talk to Jeff briefly. Talked to Ben Ash too, who was their long-standing other guitar player. He's not in the band any longer.
And Strigoi now with
who's he on?
He's in Strigoi now with Gregor McIntosh.
Is he really?
Yep.
Oh shit!
He thanked us for reviewing that album.
Damn, I did not know that. Okay. Let's talk about this one real quick. Since I'm here, I'll do it real fast. That was released November 11th, 2014, so over a year after. Recorded in 2013. Chapel Studios, the Treehouse Studios in Derbyshire. This is Nuclear Blast, Colin Richardson. This is additional surgical steel tracks, not on the album. All are very solid, but I see why they didn't make the final cut. These are definitely weaker than what is on the album, in my opinion. I do like a Wraith in the Apparatus. I think that's a really good, chuggy, riffy, cool track. Intensive Battery is solid, that blows away anything on Swan Song or Reek. Zakrot, sick opening riffs and jamming mid-tempo track with cool off-time chordal jams. Livestock, killer opening riffs, but more mid-tempo. I like all the tracks, don't get me wrong. I just don't think they beat out anything that's on the album at all. That's just my take. I'd give this an 8 out of 10. What's that?
I like it. I agree. I don't see these songs as fitting in on Surgical Steel. A little bit groovier, a little bit more. I mean, there's a little bit like kind of like death and roll vibe to some of them.
A little bit, yes.
Intensive Battery Brooding is probably the one that I come back to the most on here. Again, I think the songs are good. They just don't really stand out. Like that's one of the issues. Like, yeah, these are good, but maybe a little forgettable. But I mean, still overall, I would probably give this 3.5, out of 5. Like, I still think they're all well done. I still think it sounds like, again, a renewed Carcass energy. It's just, yeah, there's not a single song on Surgical Steel where I would say, yeah, one of these could totally replace it. It's not that kind of EP. This is definitely like a leftover EP, but still good leftovers.
Yep. And mine's signed. Did I show you that?
Yes, you did. Nice flex there.
All right, Peter, what do you got on this one? You had this one. I think I saw you had. Wait, hold on. Get over that. There we go.
The EP is?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh, you don't have this one?
No.
Yeah, it's got it's got an additional 5 tracks. Rick. Oh, we didn't mention it's got a reprise of 1985, which is just a little bit longer version of it.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, if you don't know it, Pete, you don't have to speak on it. It's just 4 additional tracks that didn't make the album. That's cool. That's cool. Anybody else listen to this? Devon, did you listen to this one?
Yeah, I never heard it before I listened to it, and I kind of know why. I think it's pretty boring.
I can't argue with you in some respects because I don't think these songs match up to the excellence that Surgical Steel had.
Yeah, they're in the same style, just not that good.
Hey, thanks for hanging out, Zeroed 77. You were in all. We're gonna wrap soon. We're on the last album. Appreciate you hanging out.
I'm gonna take my pee break real quick. Be right back.
Yeah. This is a Schecter Hellraiser that is my daughter's, Lauren, who is trying to stay awake right now, I think. Yes, she's got a bunch of guitars, like a whole shitload of them, PRSs and Kiesels and all kinds of cool stuff. And she has enough that I said, hey, I need a better guitar to play at home right now because I had to sell all mine. Can I borrow one of yours? And she very kindly gave it to me to use. So I've had this another time for quite a long time too. And got to say, man, Schecter makes really, really, really good affordable guitars. This has gone up a lot though. This was $650 when we bought it for her back in 2012. I think they're going for $1,100 now. Did you know that, Lauren?
Yeah, I think so. They sell them for more.
They've jumped way up, man.
Inflation doesn't help.
Great guitar, very good playability, and they're really nice guitars. Devon thought that was boring. Lauren, did you listen to this one, the EP?
Yeah. It was fine. The songs are fun, and it's not bad. Like, I would listen to this over Swan Song any day, but I didn't really have a lot to say about it. Like, I thought it was fine. If you compare it to Tools of the Trade is much better. And also the one we're about to talk about. Yeah,
and I would say that if you found this for a couple bucks in a used bin, absolutely grab it. But I wouldn't go crazy trying to, pay $20 for it. It's just not, unless of course you want to buy my signed copy for $200. I'll gladly ship that off to you.
Wait, Dad, don't you have a signed copy of Surgical Remission?
Hey, by the way, it's funny you should note that. I have a signed copy of Surgical. Anyways, Eric's like, good Lord, I got to do today. Can we get this done? All right, go ahead, Erik.
Yeah, I'm basically gonna echo what everybody else said. I mean, you can see why most of these songs were left off of Surgical. They're just kind of not as good. They're not bad, but yeah, they're definitely more mid-paced for the most part, less fast stuff on here.
Right.
The one song that kind of stood out to me was Intensive Battery Brooding. It's got a good groove for most of the song before it explodes into a thrashy section after 3 minutes. Yeah, it's not bad, but I don't think I'm gonna return to it a lot. I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, it is. It kind of is what it is, right? Yeah. Good, but not great. Zach says you're right. And did I get everybody, or did I miss anyone?
No, you got everybody. I think
I got everybody. All right, time to move on to Despicable, which was the pre-Torn Arteries release. I think Nick has that. Anyone else have it? Peter? Okay, there we go. This came out on Nuclear Blast. Came out October 30th, 2020. Was recorded November 2018 through August 2019 at Ghostward Studios. in the station house. I did not see. Does that say who produced it, Peter? Is this Andy Sneap for some weird reason? Or is it Richardson again? Or is it self-produced? It might be one or the other. That was not on the notes in Wiki. Can't hear you, man. Muted.
Sorry. It says it was mixed by David Castillo, engineered by James Atkinson.
Okay, so they self-produced, I bet.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Yeah, I think Jeff was self-producer. Dave Castillo, if I'm not incorrect, I think he might have worked with Tool and some other big name bands too. So not a surprise. He's doing the mixing. You have anything you want to say about this one, Pete?
Again, for me, there's four tracks on it, so I like the names of the songs. The first one is The Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue, and then The Long and Winding Beer Road. Under the Scalpel Blade, and Slaughtered in Soho. I do like that. What I feel is that all the songs are kind of mid-paced.
Yep.
But there's no real fast tracks. There's no real variation. But I would say each song, as normal, carries a killer solo from Bill Steer, as usual. Very melodic, sort of, again, harken back to that sort of something that wouldn't be out of place on just a typical heavy metal sort of album. But yeah, it's not much variation. It's grand. It's not. I wouldn't say it's essential.
Yeah, I agree. These all but one of the tracks I think are not on Torn Arteries. There's one that's on the Under the Scalpel Blade, I believe, is the track that's on the new album. Nick's still out. Yeah. Did you listen to this one, Devon?
No.
Erik, got any thoughts on this one?
Yeah. Basically what Peter said. Yeah. This is definitely one of their weaker releases for me. Yeah, mid-paced, not super memorable songwriting, really. Nothing stands out a whole lot. Under the Scalpel Blade kind of has better melodies than the rest of the songs and some cool trade-offs between slow and faster sections. I can tell why that one made it onto the album, and I can also tell why the other ones didn't.
Yeah.
I'd give it probably like a 6 out of 10.
I gotta look, see what I even put down for this. I didn't have a whole lot of notes. Shit, I didn't even rate it. I'm probably gonna be in the same boat. Lauren, you got anything extra special on this one?
No, I feel the same way. I thought it was fine. Again, I thought it was a little better than Surgical Remission. I liked Under the Scalpel Blade a lot. There's some fun chugs in there. I like that the opening of The Living Dead in the Manchester Morgue is a really cool song title. The opening kind of sounds like 1985, which I like, and how it that intro slowly morphs into this eerie or diminished version of the opening. But aside from that, I thought it was decent. Like 6.5.
All right, Nick, is Nick gone?
Yeah, he's still gone.
Yeah, he's still gone.
All right, I'll go real quick. Yeah, I remember when I heard this was when it dropped or whatever, and I went out and checked out the first song, which I believe was Living Dead. I believe. I liked it. I thought it had a weird sort of riff in the middle that kind of made the turnaround kind of strange. But it definitely has Surgical Heartwork sound, but much slower. The riffs are all good. The chugs are all good, but I hate to say it, but now we're not where we were at with Surgical Steel here. We're a little bit more, a little bit more Swan Songy, slightly. Long and Winding Beer Road. It's okay.
Beer.
It's okay, Beer. It has, Heartwork moments and a little bit of symphonies in there, but Surgical, but it's nothing super duper special like a lot of the Surgical songs were. Under the Scalpel Blade, I'm not a huge fan of that one, strangely. It's kind of Carcass by numbers. The riffs aren't that interesting to me. The only song here that I kind of like is I really like the melodies in Slaughtered in Soho. It has some really cool melodic guitar lines that I kind of like, but it sort of feels very Carcass structured, by numbers. Okay, we do the riff section here, we do the riff section there, then we go back to that riff section, then we put the solo here. It's solid, if a bit derivative of their own sound, if that's even possible, right? And here I'm being that guy that's going, oh, well, I really want something special, but no, I really want to sound like, I'm like a total hypocrite here. But again, it didn't have me it kind of weirdly did not have me excited for Torn Arteries after I listened to this. I was kind of like, uh-oh, if this is what it's all going to sound like, it's going to be a lot of mid-paced. I don't want to say Swan Song because it's nowhere near that bad, but I kept being reminded of how Swan Song had a lot of very repetitive, similar riffs. Kind of felt just a little bit like that with this, and I'm with you guys. It's 6.5 out of 7 on this. So, Nick, you're last on this one.
Wow. I actually really dig this.
I knew you were gonna.
I know. All right. First off, I love the production on this.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think the production necessarily fully carried over to Torn Arteries. Like this feels thicker. Like the guitars are just kind of beefy and a little bit dirty sounding and
swampy.
I like it.
Yeah.
Dude, The Living Dead at the Manchester Morgue. I love that song and that weird little riffy break. That
yeah, that.
I like it. It's
I hated it, but I like it better now. I hated it at first.
I mean, it's almost like listening to like Mario jump around, except to like a Carcass riff.
Yeah,
but that song packs everything that I like about Carcass on here. This is definitely a little bit more groovy and like Swan Song comparisons. I guess I could give it to maybe Slaughtered in Soho, but I really like the melodies. Honestly, if any of these songs were on Swan Song, they'd be my favorites.
Yeah. That I agree with.
Yeah. But Slaughtered in Soho almost kind of has a little bit of like, again, like kind of the Carcass. I'm sorry, like Crowbar like harmonies. Again, kind of swampy, kind of sad and forlorn, but they kind of pep it up with their own little flair. And the melodic hooks of that song with the guitars, I think, are really solid. Long Winding Beer Road, I think it's just kind of a fun, goofy song. Like, this really feels like, all right, the last album, reestablishing, get back to it, show everyone that Carcass is back. This one, let's loosen up. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's kind of, goof around, but, keep the songs well written. And I think they did that. Under the Scalpel Blade, honestly, again, with the mix being a little bit thicker here than it is on Torn Arteries, I kind of like it a little bit more here than I do on Torn Arteries, but I still like the song. It is kind of a Carcass by numbers, but Carcass's numbers are good. Like they're high. They're exceptionally awesome numbers, possibly the best numbers. So really didn't have much of an issue. I mean, I think I gave it 4 stars when it initially came out. I'm still going to stick to it. I like this one. It's just kind of a fun little listen. And again, it's just kind of cool to hear them kind of loosen up a little bit after Surgical Steel and just kind of have some fun. And I think that definitely continues on the next album for sure. But yeah, it's solid EP. I fucking dig it.
All right. So we're on to the last one. I don't own it. Nick, I know you have it, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
Everybody has it. Everybody has it. There's Devon there. Devon has it. I'll tell you what, Devon, you didn't get to go first, so I'll let you go first. Is that the album you were showing?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. I remember when this came out, man.
Yeah, we spent the entire day bitching at each other, arguing.
We did. We actually did. That's true. You were like, it's pretty mediocre. I'm going to be interested to see if that opinion changed at all.
Yes, it did, because I obviously bought this, so.
Right.
Definitely, I like Surgical more. There were some songs in here that a little bit more mid-pace, but not like Swan Songy mid-pace, because they're actually, good and not total shitty. But the standout for me, Kelly's Meeting Poem. That's one of the best songs they've ever written, period, of any era. I will know Rigor Mortis. That's another good one. Under the Scalpel Blade, the intro's kind of weird. The da 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 da. That's kind of an odd riff, but it works. Flesh Ripping Sonic Torment Limited, kind of a long song, but really good though. So yeah, out of 10, when I first heard this, I said it was like a 7. Now it's probably like a 8.1. So definitely rose a good amount. So yeah, good record. It'll be interesting to see what they do next if they plan to do a follow up to this. So yeah,
Cool. Lauren.
So this is actually the first time I heard Torn Arteries, and I obviously went into this being really like honestly I didn't even know they had a new album until like we had talked about Carcass recently, that like I didn't even know they put a new one out. And I really wanted to love this album. I really wanted to love it as much as Surgical. And I think the problem is I don't think this album's bad at all. Like, it's nowhere near as bad as Swan Song. Like, this is still like a Carcass record, and it still sounds really good. I had a hard time picking out some of the songs, and I felt like a little tired listening to this one. And it's not because it's bad. I think it was more like this kind of just felt like Surgical Steel 2, but not as good in a way, like less catchy songs, like less there wasn't a lot of riffs that stuck out to me while I was listening to this. I will say Eleanor Rigor Mortis is a very funny name for a song. I did like that. Flesh Ripping Sonic Torment Limited. That song is a little long, but I still think it did a really good job like building up being this big epic song. I like that there's a lot of acoustic in it. There's a lot of good riffs in that one. I also agree with Devon. I liked Kelly's Meat Emporium a lot. The video made me very glad that I'm vegetarian, that I continued to be, because it honestly was really cool with the way it showed all the meat and the fruit and vegetables like rotting and like decaying. It kind of, again, it gives this like existential like, that will be me one day, right? Because like everything that is living and beautiful like eventually turns into this gross
carbon-based life forms.
Exactly. And honestly, I had a hard time like picking out songs that I really liked from this. I think I really need to listen to this again. I don't think it's bad, but I didn't really love it either.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
How you only got wind of doing this? Like, you kind of brought it up down at Death on Thursday, last Thursday night, so 9 days ago, right?
Yeah.
And I said, let me see if I can make it happen. I kind of put it all together quick. Since you'd never listened to it before, when was the first time you listened to it, honest?
This morning.
Okay, see, that's part of the problem right there. So you didn't have a lot of time to really, you have initial reactions, but they may change. Now, initially when I heard Surgical, it was immediate. This is not as nearly as immediate an album, I think. Yep. And I think that's part of the issue. Plus, let's be honest, one of the things that, Nick, we talk about this a lot, Devon too. One of the things that happens when we do these deep dives, and one of the reasons I do them is to force myself to go back, and Nick's the outlier here, but to force myself and my panel guests to really go, okay, I'm going to put all the other shit I'm listening to the side right now. I'm really going to focus just on this band, just on these albums. And the truth of the matter is, when you do that, except for Erik, who actually said the more he listened, the more he got into him and the more he wanted to listen to him. So he's a weirdo, obviously. But generally speaking, what happens is you're like, whew. Like, I remember doing the Blue Das Nord thing, right, Peter? Remember doing that? And, man, I've not listened to Blue Das Nord. Yeah, I've not listened to Blue Das Nord since then, right? And I just, not because I don't love that music, but I was done for quite a while, and that's August. And that's I'm not just gonna say that's gonna happen here with Carcass, but when you're trying to jam all that shit in all on top of each other, you do get kind of, and this is the last one. If you start at the beginning, it's the last one. So you're like, technically speaking, maybe if you'd have done the listening experience and gone, hey, I'm gonna start with the most recent one and go backwards on it, you might have, by the time you got the Reek, you know what I mean?
But I also am like thinking like, which ones do I want to go listen to back to the most?
Yep.
And this one is not in the top 3. The ones I want to go listen to again. Like I said, I do really want to listen to this again because, again, I don't think this album is bad at all. It's still way better than Swan Song. Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna rate this one because I want to listen to it again. But like again, I think it's solid, and I think there's room for this to grow on me because like I can think of one album, not Carcass, that I did not like at all at first, like Periphery 4. I didn't like that album at all the first time I listened to it.
Fuck that dude's vocals.
I know. I'm the only one here probably like Periphery. But
we have this
the first time I listened to Periphery 4, I didn't like it at all. And then on like the second and third list, I was like, holy shit, this album's amazing. So that could happen with Torn Arteries.
Cool. I respect that. That's a good take. For those of us that have heard it sooner, so I've done all right. Who have I missed yet here? Erik, right? Erik and Peter and Nick. I got to get you yet, right? Okay.
Yep.
Hang on, you and I are gonna be last. Don't take it personal, man.
Yeah. So I'm kind of in the same boat as Lauren with this one. I did listen to this right when it came out, actually. Twice, I think, in the first week or so. I listened to it the day it came out, I think. And yeah, to be honest, the Despicable EP, I didn't really like that much. And I was kind of like I was hoping the album was going to be better than that. But I was also kind of underwhelmed on the first listen. Like I saw the artwork, I thought it was cool and whatever. And I saw there was like an almost 10-minute long song and stuff. And
you're like, oh,
singles. What?
You're like, oh.
No, I'm a prog nerd, remember? So I got excited.
That's right.
But no, I think I listened to some of the singles before the album came out too, like Dance of Ixtab and Under the Scalpel Blade. I think Kelly's Meat Emporium came out earlier too. And I liked all of those quite a bit. The thing is with this album, I don't think it's as solid all the way through as Surgical Steel. Like Surgical Steel, pretty much every song just kicks ass. This one, there's other songs. There's songs that I really like, and there's songs that I'm not as crazy about. But I've only listened to this one like 4 times, I think, in total. And like you guys said, it does seem like it's way less immediate than Surgical Steel. So I'm definitely going to have to go back and listen to this again. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. The songs are kind of almost more complex in general than Surgical Steel, but I don't like the actual sections in them as much. I don't think the riffing is quite as good in places. I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's still solid. Let's see, Dance of Ixtab. I like that one quite a bit. It's pretty slow, but the riffs are just super catchy. And I thought I would hear a clap track on a Carcass song.
I love it.
So that's
very good. Very, very good. That's a great point.
The Devil Rides Out.
Something like that?
Yeah, there's it's more just like the slow one in that.
Yeah.
In the main riff. There's another clap
We
track.
will rot you.
What's that?
Oh, there you go.
We will rot you.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm surprised I haven't done that.
That's on the next album, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Devil Rides Out. That one has a lot of cool Middle Eastern kind of inspired guitar melodies all over the place. The main groove is super catchy and headbangable. It almost sounds like there's like keyboards.
There is.
Back in the mix.
There
in
is.
The very start.
Yep, there is.
Kind of over in the left-hand side almost.
Yep.
But they're almost, you can just hear them, but it's not up front or anything. That added a kind of a cool little layer to that. Flesh Ripping Sonic Torment Limited. It's their longest song ever, right? I think almost 10 minutes long. It is good. I like it, but it's kind of not as, I don't know. It didn't blow me away like I was hoping it would. It has cool sections, but I don't know. And I really like the atmospheric clean section in the middle with the guitar solo and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It didn't really work so well for me. Like it kind of felt like the song stopped and they had that section in the middle and then the song just kind of starts again. It doesn't like build back up to it or anything really. But I like all the parts of the songs. It didn't flow super well. Kelly's Meat Emporium. Yeah, this one rips. Super fast and thrashy. More Middle Eastern type melodies. Lots of blast beats on this one. In God We Trust. The second half especially is great with the clean solo sections. That's the other one with the clap track. It's just like a little like quick thing at the end of the chorus, I think. And the Scythe's Remorseless Swing might be my favorite song on the album. I really like this one.
Pretty proggy.
Build up sections throughout. Super good riffs. I'm not typically much of a lyrics guy, but there are certain lines that I hear once in a while that grab my attention, and this one there's one line where Jeff says having daddy issues with father time. I thought that was pretty fun.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Jeff does have a weird lyrical sense of humor, that's for sure.
Yeah, they're very British. They got that dry British sense of humor like throughout all even when they're talking about serious topics, they throw in a little bit of that humor, which kind of spices things up. This one, like I said, I'm definitely gonna listen to it again, but I don't know. It didn't grow on me as much as I hoped it would in the last couple listens, but I'll keep giving it a try. I'd give it like a solid 8 out of 10 probably.
So it's a grower, not a shower. Peter.
Well, this one I got it when it came out. Listened to it a few times, shelved it, and haven't returned to it. But,
that's not good.
From what I can remember, whereas Surgical Steel they were pitching themselves somewhere between Necroticism and Heartwork. I think sonically this feels somewhere between Heartwork and Swan Song.
Yep.
But with some new things kind of thrown in a wee bit, like the title track came out of the gate pretty riffy. It was pretty good. But the song, see, I don't have it with me here. Let me see, I'll check it up here. The Devil Rides Out.
I like that one a lot.
Yeah, the intro to that there it's not something that they would normally sort of do. I thought that was quite different for them. The same, I suppose, with Flesh Rip and Torment Limited. I think it has that kind of classical acoustic guitar, which, again, it's something that was mentioned earlier, wasn't something that they usually throw into their music. I do like the play on the words of Eleanor Rigor Mortis, the Beatles thing, kind of like in that Despicable EP, they got the Long Winding Road. Long and Winding Beer Road. So obviously, homage to the Beatles, obviously from their hometown in Liverpool. So, but yeah, this is one where I think I like. I remember initial thoughts were I like it. It's kind of very melodic, but I haven't sort of returned it. Whereas with Surgical Steel, maybe because my expectations were so high, I was slightly disappointed when I first heard it, and then made myself listen to it over and over. So it's definitely one I need to go back to and try and find where I put it for a start, and listen to it again.
Yeah, I remember when this came out, Devon and I did go back and forth quite a bit, and I was higher on it than I might be now, just slightly, not a lot, but just slightly. But go ahead, Nick.
Well, sorry, just one last thing. The cover.
Oh yeah, sorry.
The cover.
Hang on.
Yeah. What album does that remind you of, Jeff?
What's that? The cover?
Yeah.
Forever Changes.
Yeah. Love.
Whoa.
You thought you were gonna stump me, didn't you?
No, I knew you'd be the only one who probably would get that.
Although it's a very bizarre way of paying homage to it, because on Forever Changes, the heart is actually the faces of the band members, right?
Yeah.
Albert Lee, right? And you also know that's quite possibly my favorite album of all time. It's in that top 3 zone there. So,
oh yeah,
well done, well played, sir. Nick,
all right. I initially rated this one pretty high. It's 4. I think it still holds that. Honestly, like the biggest issue I have with this is it follows fucking Surgical Steel.
Exactly.
Like that's
Boom.
really, really hard to do
Boom.
because I mean they kick down the doors and just rip people to fucking shreds again and reminded them, hey, remember Carcass? Remember how awesome that was? Well, we're still that awesome. This one I think is a little bit looser, a little bit more experimental, and I would say it pretty much is a little mix of everything from Heartwork on. Like you have stuff that is very similar to Surgical Steel, Heartwork, and yeah, even a little bit of Swan Song, especially on like Wake Up and Smell Like Carcass. That one is definitely a little bit more death and rolly, though I think they did it much better than they did on Swan Song. Same thing with The Devil Rides Out. Catchy song. I like the Middle Eastern melodies, that steady heavy metal gallop. Yep. But in the thrashy bangers, like the title track and Kelly's Meat Emporium, just like has this spiked adrenaline thing. And generally it's the riffs and the rhythm, but honestly, it's Jeff's vocals. Like he sounds like he's going into a snarling tirade of just shit he doesn't like. And if the lyrics weren't fucking impossible to read on this because they decided to fucking code it and make it all weird, I don't understand that little maneuver. I would be able to tell you what he's saying, but I can't make it out because he's saying it so quickly. But it's the vocal cadence and how fast it is. I love the production on there. It's very similar to the Despicable EP, though a little bit more withdrawn, at least compared to that. Like it kind of took a little bit of the extra chunk that was on the guitars and kind of just dialed it back a little bit. But there are some really fun songs here. Dance of Ixtab.
I love that song.
Catchy. Like, all right, that's their cock rock song. It's a flat out, like, we will rock you, sort of cock rock, or let's get your fists in the air, chug your beers, and blah blah blah. But it's done in their fashion, and it's got a snarling bite to it. I love the chorus. Like as soon as he says, "Watch you choke," like there's. I think that
guitar riff too is. It's a patented Bill Steer guitar riff, but it does something a little trickier. It doesn't resolve the way you expect it to, and then it kind of keeps dragging you in a little bit more because you're like, oh, that's cool.
It feels very major chordy, like it's
it does. It's happy.
It's kind of happy, but it's done in such a way, like it's still got some metal intensity to it.
Yep.
I love Flesh Ripping Sonic Torment Limited. For their longest song, they did a solid job. I think that's a banger of riffs. I like the good swish ups, like the stomping drums on that, the gallops. That acoustic bridge, I think, kind of lasts a little too long, but when they get back to it, solid. And that ending breakdown, those really cool, kind of interestingly like syncopated chugs at the end, the circus of death approaching. Yeah, that's got Carcass written all over it. And God We Trust is pretty solid. I mean, I do think there are some songs that just don't quite grab me. Again, Wake Up and Smell Like Carcass is kind of skippable. Surprisingly, I'm not the biggest fan of Eleanor Rigor Mortis, despite the play on words being very clever. I think it's a decent song. It's kind of straightforward Carcass. Same thing with Under the Scalpel Blade. Just a straightforward Carcass song, but I think the songs where they kind of experiment a little bit more or just kind of get outside of the comfort zone, I think they're a little bit more interesting. And I know Jeff pretty much went on like a tirade in interviews, like, yeah, people are gonna fucking hate it. I don't care. And that's
he says that every album.
Oh yeah, he's kind of a fun grouch, but I think it's
snarky.
They didn't want to repeat Surgical Steel. I think like they wanted to write a different album. And it's got a lot of like fun, interesting elements that makes this one stand out too. Granted, I've had less time with it because it's new, but I do return to this one quite often. And yeah, I would still hold on to that 4-star rating. I still really enjoy this. It's just I don't enjoy it as much as other Carcass albums because, well, they wrote incredible fucking albums. Not really a complaint there. But yeah, this is still good.
Okay,
but the lyric
so,
thing, like print the
yeah.
fucking lyrics out. Don't put this weird little coded thing. Like I feel like you had to order in like for a fucking decoder ring or some shit like that. Not
Wait,
cool.
say that again. What was that?
How they have the lyrics printed.
Oh
up in there.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to order a decoder ring.
Terrible.
If they make a Carcass decoder ring, I'll probably fucking order it because I'm a lunatic fan.
Terrible design, and let's just talk about for a minute the deluxe edition of this album. No, let's not talk about it. Actually,
Well, you didn't want to get the plate and fork.
I didn't want the plate forks or the matching napkins. Yeah,
I almost bought that. Not gonna lie.
Dude,
Yeah, I wanted it, but I didn't want to spend that much money on it.
Lauren, every band does an expanded edition of their albums now. They it's kind of the thing, whether it's 2,000, 1,500, whatever. Carcass's version of this album is a dinner set, plates, real, for no joke. I don't know whether they're plastic or they're China. I think they're China, or some type of China that isn't breakable easily. But plate, knife, fork. What else is in there, Devon? Do you remember?
I think is there a napkin and that's it? And then
I'm looking at this right now. This is so goofy.
$99 fucking dollars. Now you got the vinyl and the CD and the digital, but are you kidding me? And
I found it online for $50.
Yeah, no way.
Honey, bring out the good Carcass for our guest. Bring out the good Carcass China.
Yeah.
You can't eat meat off of that plate, though.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to wrap this up because we got to get Peter to bed. Devon, I'm going to test your memory. After this came out, we did go back and forth on this quite a bit. What did I say? Do you remember?
That I didn't rate it high enough that I'm fucking stupid.
Well, that's obvious. That's everything. The stupid part for sure, but Lauren's like, oh my God, this is my dad. I'm so sick of him. But anyway, you gotta understand, Lauren. Devon and I talk probably more than you and I do sometimes, and he and I always go back and forth on music, and we bust each other's balls. What did I say? Do you remember the number I gave it? Because you gave it like a 7.
Yeah, you gave it a 8.5.
Yeah, I think I might have even given it a 9, dude. Definitely an 8.5. Okay. I'm not moving off that much. However, Zach has a real good point here. It's not as inspired sounding as Surgical Steel. Well, yes, and you would think that they've gone another damn near decade between albums. You'd think it would have been a little more inspired. However, one big difference. They were touring like mothers in between 2013 and 2023 until the pandemic hit, right? And this was supposed to be released in 2020, I do believe. But they held it off because of the whole pandemic situation and the inability to tour and promote properly. And, I really like the artwork. It's pretty bizarre. It's kind of trippy. It's kind of like the companion piece to Heartwork. It's just like austere and serene, and it is what it is, but it's pretty cool. Real quick on tracks. It's named after a demo tape recorded by former Carcass drummer Ken Owen. This is the band's first album in 8 years after its predecessor, Surgical Steel. Also marked the first time since 93's Heartwork that Carcass had recorded more than one album with the same lineup. Bassist, vocalist Jeff Walker, Bill Steer, and drummer Daniel Wilding, guitarist Bill Steer. Arteries was initially scheduled to be released August 7th, 2020, but COVID-19 pandemic caused the album to be delayed for over a year. Torn Arteries, up-tempo ripper with some really cool moments and riffs, very, very Carcassy and very mix of symphonies and all the albums together. It's just got that real Carcass vibe. Dance of Tab. I really like this track. There's just it's a groovy cock rock song, like Nick said. It's still in the night, except for it's whatever the vocal line is. Yeah. And it's great. I love those melodies are familiar, but they're uniquely Carcass. Eleanor Rigor Mortis, solid track, but not my fave. I like the play on words, but I like you, Nick. I'm with you. Under the Scalpel Blade has a sick groove, but this one sounds a lot like stuff they've done before, like Captive Bolt and some of the more hitty type singles. Devil Rides Out might might be my favorite song. I like the riffs and chords that open this one. Yeah, it's Surgical Steel again, but oh well, that's cool with me. Guitar solo breakdown is really cool. Almost sounds like the Godfather soundtrack with those. It sounds like a soundtrack when he's doing the solo. It's got that. I don't want to say it sounds like this, but it's got that vibe of da 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 da. The devil. Yeah, I did that one. Flesh ripping Sonic. A torment? No, torment. The big track, the big epic track, the intro. Staccato riff is too short, but it's right into a chugging riff. It sounds pretty killer. This is like a cornucopia of riffs on this song. It's full of all kind of stuff, yet they basically work. But I kind of get Erik's point. This is one, it's a grower, not a shower right away. Guitar solos and melodies on this track are killer, though. Kelly's Meat Emporium up-tempo, weird spiraling riff. It's got this weird spiraling spider riff that just meanders around, is really trippy.
Jazzy drum intro, too.
Yes, the jazzy drum. And I don't know why, but when I hear this song, it always kind of like surprises me where it goes. Almost sounds like Bill's gutturals are in there at one point on this song, too. I don't know. I can't confirm that he did or didn't, but I think
he did vocals.
I thought he might have. In God We Trust. Solid track, of course, very Surgical Steel-like, chugging and riffy, as you expect. Kind of like the mellow, almost classic. I like the mellow, proggy rock section. Wake Up and Smell the Carcass. That's a groove-tastic riff. It's just solid loads of riffs, and that one definitely has synths on it. If that's the one we were talking about, Erik, that one definitely has a lot of synths on it in the second half. Size Remorseless. Interesting intro and a ripper of a track that sounds pretty different than the rest of the material on the album. Really like that one. That's definitely up there for favorite track too. I haven't listened to that in a long while, and I don't own it, and it's just more because of my health situation and money, I don't buy a lot and haven't since 2020. But I've listened to it many times. I'm gonna stay with a 9 out of 10 on this one, because it's solid as hell, sounds great. They're not reinventing the wheel on this one, but if they did reinvent the wheel and do something completely different, people would bitch. So, it's kind of Surgical Steel Part 2. Somebody said that, right? Lauren, you said that. Yeah, it is kind of Surgical Steel Part 2. I don't think the songs are quite as strong. I don't think it's as energized. It's a little more mid-tempo as opposed to going for the jugular and a lot more catchiness. But, yeah, so I'll tell you what. Let's do our top let's rank them. Do we want to go complete list or we want to go individually? You decide.
Are we counting the EPs?
No.
Okay.
How do you guys want to do it? You want to do like my number 7 is this, and then we go around robin, or do we do just the whole thing?
Do individually.
All right.
Yeah, we should try to.
All right. Number 7 for me is Reek. Devon.
Swan Song.
Nick.
Swan Song. Yeah.
Erik.
Swan Song.
Peter.
Reek.
Okay.
And look at that awful cover.
Oh, you have the one. There it is. That's the weird colored one there. I'll let you talk about these real quick when we. There you have the other one.
It will be quick.
Yeah.
I would listen to this more, but the productions just puts me off all the time. I probably liked it when I was about 15, but I never returned it.
Yep. Lauren, what's your number 7?
Oh, Heartwork, obviously.
Oh, you smart ass.
Swan Song.
Okay. Me again, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6, Swan Song. Devon.
Reek.
Nick.
Reek.
God damn it. Where are you at?
Right.
Come on, man.
Yeah, right above you.
No, I see you. I can't get the fucking.
Maybe we should just do our list.
You said Reek.
I said Reek. It's Reek.
I'll come back to you. Okay. You're up, Erik.
Reek.
Reek. Peter. There we go. So most of us are in that zone. Peter and I are slight outliers there. Number 5 for me is going to be, this is going to piss some people off. It's going to make people really angry. I'm going to go with Symphonies, guys.
Boo.
I know.
No.
Yeah.
Can we kick him off his own stream?
It's my party and I'll cry if I wanna. I need to listen to that one a little bit more because it was more immediate that I liked one other one above it. Go ahead, Devon, number 5.
Torn.
Okay. Nick.
Honestly, Torn Arteries.
Okay.
It's good, though.
Makes sense. Erik, there you are above me there.
Torn. I'm torn as well.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be fairly close. I might be the one weirdo that's out with number 1, but it's Peter. Where'd you go? There you go. What you got for number 5? You're muted.
Oh, Peter, you're muted.
Sorry.
I don't think you have to keep muting anymore. We're good.
Fair enough. I go with Torn. I just haven't spent enough time with it.
Yep. That's because you only have like 8 million CDs behind you in that wall in your office there.
I know. I can't even find it.
And I believe that. I know that. That's because I know your method of stacking these days. You're out of room, right? Okay, so
Exactly.
number 4. I'm going with Torn. I kind of like.
Dad, you skipped me twice.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Twice. Oh no.
Sorry.
Okay.
Number 5.
For number. You skipped me for 6 too.
I did?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. You said Swan Song and Reek. Oh no,
No,
you're
I
right.
didn't.
You're right. I did skip you. I'm sorry.
Okay, for number 6, this is a little controversial. Torn Arteries, but I need to listen to it again. Don't
think that's-
throw me off on the
I don't
curb.
think that's controversial at all.
Fair.
No, I don't think it's controversial.
Number 5 though is Reek.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I really
It's
do
okay.
apologize. We're 5.5 hours in. I'm starting to get a little loopy here. Well, now where do I go from here? Me, right?
Yeah. 4.
Okay. Number 4 for me. Torn. Devon.
I know. Necroticism. I know.
Ooh. Nick.
That one's for Devon.
I know.
It's Surgical Steel.
Okay.
5 through 1, I love all of them. So these are the hard ones to pick. But yeah, Surgical Steel. The classics are hard to fucking get past.
I get it. Erik, number 4.
Yeah, Surgical Steel. Yeah, I mean it's still awesome, though.
All right, Peter, number 4.
Surgical Steel.
All right. I'm definitely gonna be the outlier. Lauren, number 4.
Surgical Steel, baby.
Oh, a bunch you guys are you're just homers, man. Me for number 3, right?
Yep.
I'm going Necroticism. I love that album, but I think some of the longer songs slightly turn me away from my first 2 favorites. Devon, number 3.
Surgical Steel.
Cool. Nick, number 3.
Symphonies of Sickness.
That's the first time that made it up that high. I got a feeling 1 or 2 more people are going to have it that way.
I'm the grind freak, so yeah.
You are. You're just kind of a freak overall.
I mean, we're not going to argue that.
Erik.
Yeah, I'd say Symphonies as well.
You struggled there for a moment, yeah.
So close. It's different. I just changed it from my list that I have ready.
Did you really just now?
Yeah.
Peer
It's like
pressure.
pulling teeth at a certain point.
All right, Peter. Number 3.
Symphony. And this is a weird reason too.
Oh, Symphonies. Okay.
Because it has Reek added on, it loses a point.
There you go. Lauren, where are you? There you are. Number 3.
I'm also having a hard time picking. I think I'm gonna say Symphonies too. Symphonies of Sickness.
Interesting. I didn't know you were as high on Symphonies as you are. I honestly would have pegged that you would have gone with Surgical Steel. I'm having a lot of trouble speaking tonight. Surgical Steel higher.
No, that was the most surprising thing going back. I really loved Symphonies of Sickness.
Wow, nice.
When we did our ranking in Thralls, that hit me hard too.
I'm gonna Rick. Oh yeah. By the way, Nick, did you go back and look at your ranking, or did you just remember it?
Oh no, I knew what my ranking was because again, it's only 7 albums. I remember.
Okay, all right,
and
you remembered it.
Again, I had it built. I was like, yeah, there are 2 albums that I'm kind of iffy on, and then the other 5 are fucking awesome.
Yeah, but man, I've ranked albums before, like Rush and Fate's Warning and shit, and I'm gonna be honest with you, other than 1 and 2, I just don't remember what
For me, these haven't moved, and it's mainly because they're so distinct.
Right.
Like that's the thing that really makes these kind of hold in. Like again, 1 and 2 can flip based on mood.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, where are we? 2, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, I'm doing it. Heartwork.
Shameful.
Heartwork.
Boo.
But I love that album, and the top 3 could switch at any time. They're kind of like 1A, B, and C. So obviously, you know what my number 1 is. Devon, what doth they'll have for dose?
Symphonies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nick?
Necroticism, because it's awesome.
All right. So we know. I kind of knew where you were going to go with your first 2 anyways. Kind of feel like I know where Eric's going too. These aren't really difficult choices to some extent. Erik?
Yeah, I'm doing Heartwork, but it's like, I mean, my top 3 are just like that close.
I think that's for all of us. Let's be honest. Yeah. Peter number. God, it keeps fucking up my order of. Hang on, I lost you. There you go. Number 2.
Yeah, this, like everyone else, this is a tough one, but I have to go with my heart.
There you go. Nice. And Necroticism was your first, and it was also Eric's, I believe, right, Erik?
Yeah. Yep.
Funny how that works, man. I'm the outlier here because I'm usually the guy that goes, yeah, where I came in is where I stay. And then we tend to do that a lot, but I didn't this time. Lauren, number 2.
Also a hard choice, and I think all my top 3 are pretty interchangeable at certain times, but if I had to pick one, I'd say Heartwork.
Heartwork? Really?
Wow.
Wow. Okay, that shocked me. I thought you were definitely going 1 with that. And me, number 1 is Surgical Steel. I just think that album is so fucking good. The production, the performances by everybody is just immaculate. The songs are just they take everything that they do super well, and they're at peak performance on it. Surgical Steel is my number 1. Devon, yours is Heartwork.
Yeah.
Not a shocker at all. I believe that's going to go with Nick as well.
Oh, fuck yeah. Like, literally, this is one of my favorite metal albums across genres.
Of all time.
The riffs on here may have been some of the best ever written.
Nice.
I'm leaving not to play this again after we're done.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing.
I'd listen to it again today.
Probably won't listen to any Carcass for fucking 2 years now. Erik, you're at Necroticism.
Yeah, I got this one.
Oh, yeah, man. It was so cool to hear you talk about because you just have a love affair with that album. It's great.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, Heartwork has it's damn close now, and
it's hard.
I gotta say, like, I binged Carcass for a week now, but Necroticism, Symphonies, and Heartwork and probably Surgical Steel are all gonna I'm gonna listen to those pretty often. I think from now on, more often than I have before this, honestly.
While listening to Test for Echo in between every one of them, right?
I haven't actually heard Test for Echo yet.
Man, okay. It's my least favorite Rush album for a lot of reasons.
Presto's lame though.
What's that?
Presto's pretty lame though.
Nah, Presto's come up. We'll have to have a conversation about that. It's better than you think.
Okay, let's stay on topic, guys.
All right.
Wait, we're not talking about Rush? I thought
this wasn't the Rush deep dive?
Yeah. Yeah. Listen to this. Mr. I want to be in your deep dives. Then he comes on, tells me what to do. All right. Peter, last one. You're going Necro, right?
Yeah, it's basically comes down to, like you said, my entry point, but it's just those two songs, Corporal Jigsaw Quandary and Incarnate Solvent Abuse. I mean, I want those two songs played at my funeral. So.
Oh, nice. What? Tell me again one more time. How old were you when you heard this?
14.
Yeah, because you're in your mid 40s, right?
45.
You're 45. Yeah, you and Nick are same. Okay. Okay, and
can I just say one thing?
Lauren, hang on. Lauren has one last.
Oh shit!
And you're going with Necroticism.
Left Hand Path, obviously.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry, I had to think.
Not wrong.
Sorry, I had to say a funny one.
Nick's all over that. He's cool with it.
He's not wrong. Hold on. Let's hear it out.
I do love Left Hand Path too. No, Necroticism. Every song of that album is just so expertly constructed, and again, like with everyone else, it's I can't really pick between Necroticism and Heartwork. But Symphonies, Necroticism, and Heartwork are all like seminal, legendary metal albums. Both in grindcore death metal and melodic death metal. It's so hard to pick which one's the best, but making a top three isn't very hard. But I just say how I feel currently. The one Necroticism I just felt so satisfied after I listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
But the one I'm actually the most excited to go back and listen to is Symphonies, believe it or not. I really, really liked Symphonies a lot more than I thought I would coming back to it.
I'm a little surprised by that. I would have bet all my money you went Heartwork, no doubt, and you surprised me a little bit. So, real quick here, tie-ins with a couple things. Number one, we're going to end this stream in about 5 minutes or so when we get final thoughts in, and I will go around Robin for final thoughts. When we do end the stream, there is currently a stream on Rick's channel, The Dreadful Minutes. It's been ongoing for about an hour and a half or so. I didn't check lately to see if anybody's on it. Let me look. Yeah, you got Logan, you got Ryan over there, you got Rick and some other dude. So we'll probably jump in. I don't know, Nick, were you jumping in on that?
Yeah, I was going to jump in for a bit.
I think Devon's going to jump in on that. Peter, you're probably going to go to bed, but if you want the link, let me know. Lauren, you're welcome, but you look pretty tired, so maybe you're kind of beat. Erik, I already sent you the link, right?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to hop on for that, but
that's cool. I know Dennis is coming by. I know. Shit,
Dennis is on a stream right now too. With Ken.
Yeah, he'll be wrapping up soon. But let me look real quick. I think Jimmy might pop in. He actually went to the Death to All show tonight, the last show of the tour.
Oh, nice.
He was supposed to go camping, but he didn't. Look, I think Chuck's gonna pop in. I think Tyler might pop in. I believe. Yeah, I think CJ may pop in. So might be a bunch of cool people popping in. I appreciate everybody that spent the full 5.5, almost 6 hours on this. I appreciate all my panel guests. Erik, a pleasure having you. You really did a great job, man. I really love how you I know this band means a lot to you, so it's very cool that you did it. You and I are going to be seeing each other next week when we are going to. What are we going to do?
Deep dive Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush. I'm going to have to. I'm going to be listening to those guys exclusively till Thursday, I guess.
Dude, I am so psyched to do Frank Marino. You have no idea how stoked I am. What else? Oh, tomorrow at 7. I'm switching the time up. Tomorrow night at 7 on my channel, myself, Serge from Black Room Secrets, and my good friend Melinda of 20 plus years, who I've known forever. She's a dear, dear friend. She is coming on for the first time, and we're going to dig into Dead Can Dance. And I have a lot of listening to do there yet, which is scaring me a little bit.
Very good.
And then at this point right now, tentatively, Eric and I are scheduled to do Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. Great Canadians, of course. And that will be Thursday night at 10 o'clock Eastern, my time. Tomorrow night is the stream at 7 my time Eastern for Dead Can Dance. I also will announce that I've got a returning interview coming up soon with my very first person that I interviewed, which was 1 year ago yesterday when I talked to Dan Mongrain. Dan and I are hooking something up. He's going to come back on. We're going to talk about not Voivod. We will talk a little bit about Voivod, but what we're going to focus on, we're going to talk about Martyr, which I'm stoked to do. We're going to kind of do a mini deep dive with the guy that wrote all that music, which is super cool. I do have some other feelers out for some interviews that are, I'm not sure if they'll happen, or if they will or they won't. I think that's all I have to talk about as far as deep dives and all that shit. Nick, you got anything you want to pimp?
Well, I'm going to be gone in Florida on a vacation for a little while, but the other Thralls are going to take over. We have some interviews popping up. I think we briefly mentioned maybe doing a Suffocation one in the future, but that'll definitely have to wait. If you're down for that one, I'm totally down to listen to Suffocation again, because it's Suffocation.
Thanks for mentioning Suffocation. I'm sorry to interrupt. I do that a lot, but you reminded me, and I don't want to lose the thought. Terrence Hobbs, upcoming interview soon. The interview will probably be in next week or two. I gotta
tell Terrence that he's the man, and tell him that Necrotic Nick from Thralls of Metal said so.
We'll do that, and maybe, just maybe, if you're nice to me, I'll even let you stop in and say hello.
Well, it depends if I'm.
Oh, you're not gonna be around. That's right.
Yeah,
shit.
I'll be in Denver. Like, I'll be back for like a few days, and then I'm off to fucking Denver.
Yeah, I realize they only have the internet in Toledo out there, wherever you live. So I get that.
I gotta be at a death metal show. Like, that means I have to get drunk and yell explicit things and talk about gore and violence and all that fun.
You can do that on YouTube, right?
I was gonna say you can do that on YouTube all the time. Okay, so am I hitting everything? Peter still doesn't have a YouTube channel. Eric has a YouTube channel with no content. He's gonna work on it. Psychic Vacuum. Devon, what do you have going on?
Nothing, because I've been too lazy to make anything lately.
Shocking. Absolutely shocking.
I know.
It was good seeing you again on a deep dive finally. And what was great about this deep dive was you didn't plagiarize anybody. Boom, boom. Oh, sorry. I'm just kidding. I know. I have to do it every time.
Oh, yeah. I did want to make some mentions. Like, yeah.
Yes. Oh, hang on.
Carcass worship is everywhere.
Hang on.
Oh, Carcass worship everywhere. There's so many damn Carcass worship bands. So if you love Carcass and you haven't checked out, namely General Surgery, Impaled, Exhumed, and one that probably almost should have got sued, County Medical Examiners. It actually even has the sticker that said, expect my lawyers to be in touch shortly to put a cease and desist order on this release. Sincerely, Jeff Walker. Yeah.
I remember hearing about that. I remember hearing
about that. They're not hiding it one fucking bit.
Yeah.
But this is how cool this band was. That's part of my final thoughts on this band.
Final thoughts.
Subset.
Yeah, they're awesome. We just want to get the pussycat in there. There's Luna,
Yay.
The second cat. Yes, Luna looks so happy. So happy. Hey, Luna. Lauren, do you have any final thoughts on Carcass?
Yeah, Carcass is Luna's favorite band. No, oh gosh, she's not.
Carcass get all the chicks.
For sure. Yeah, I'm one of them. Carcass is like super special and important to me. They've made so many incredible albums. Like, they've just written some songs that are just like timeless, and I like always want to put on. They have so many solid records, and like I'm just always so excited to go back and like listen to them. They're like really important to me, both just like as like a personal like comfort band, which sounds goofy to say because it's like Carcass is so intense, but they are like it's like their music is like comforting to me in a way that it's like it feels like home. And like I said, they've had a huge effect on like my later getting into like different metal. like I really feel like a lot of modern prog metal is taking a lot from Carcass in terms of like production values and the tone and like the melodicism of more modern stuff. It's not surprising when I read about like some of these newer proggy metal bands that like I'm into that like my dad is not, like Animals as Leaders and Periphery and Scale the Summit, all these guys. It would not shock me at all to say like they were all into Carcass because their influence has been massive on like the metal scene as a whole. So it's hard to put a capstone on it, but all I'll say is I fucking love Carcass.
Yeah, awesome. I can hear that in Animals as Leaders and Scale the Summit. I could probably hear that in Periphery if it wasn't for fucking Spencer's to tell those.
Yeah, see, that's my problem with Periphery, and Lauren loves Periphery.
I love Spencer Sotelo, but I get it.
But I love Tesseract though, and I think Daniel Conference has a great natural range. But good, the fucking Warped Tour shit drives me nuts. Anyway.
Okay, we're gonna get this done in under 6 hours. Devon.
Yeah, and you said under 4 when we were starting, so.
Say again?
You said under 4. We go, we'll do this in under 4 hours, so under 6 now.
Well, that was when hang on a sec though. That was when I didn't know for sure if Peter and Dennis were coming in. That added quite a bit of extra zing. So do you have any final thoughts on this? And by the way, we should mention one last thing. If it hadn't been for Lauren standing out in front of the Underground Arts in Philadelphia a week, 9 days ago going, did you do a Carcass deep dive? I'm like, no, I really haven't, and I probably should. And she's like, well, let's do it. So this is her fault. This is her fault you're here. Send all your hate mail her way. Just kidding. Devon, final thoughts.
Nothing. I'm just requesting we need to do a death deep dive. Just saying.
Yeah, we talked about that, and we also talked about Celtic too. So we'll see how that works out. That's I wanted to kind of stay away from the real obvious bands, but one last thing I forgot to mention real quick. Dennis and I normally do our Forgotten Metal Gems of the 80s and 90s once a month. And we had all these bands we were going to do, but we may be changing that up, and it's looking very much like we're going to do the Scorpions deep dive. It has to be done. Are you
going to stop at Love It First Thing, though?
We're going to stop at Love It First Thing, Savage Amusement, because everything after that, I'm just not feeling it. The new ones, anyway. I kind of like, literally, honestly, after Love It First Thing, I'm kind of done with them. But prior to that, everything is pretty fucking awesome. So
yeah.
Final thoughts, Peter. Damn it.
Yeah, hugely influential band for me to get into the more extreme side of metal. So we'll always have that special place for me as a top 5 band, I suppose. And what I would say is it was good to see them reform and come back and not end their career in Swan Song and still be such a consistently excellent live band who just make it look so effortless. And just watching Bill Steer on stage, I usually spend most of the concert just staring at him playing guitar. So yeah, amazing band.
Yep. I'm gonna leave Nick and I for last. Erik, what you got? Final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, hugely influential band for sure on a lot of extreme metal, and I mean they get categorized usually as a death metal band, but you can't just simply say they're a death metal band.
Exactly.
That's definitely shortchanging them. And one other thing I wanted to mention, I just thought about it when we were ranking them. I know none of us are crazy about Swan Song, for instance, but I mean, I would say they don't have a bad album. I mean, if you are really into death and roll or like hard rock or whatever, maybe Swan Song is going to be your favorite album. Or if you're a Goregrind fan, Reek of Putrefaction is going to be your favorite album. Or maybe you're young and you are just getting into the band and Torn Arteries is the first one you hear. Maybe that's going to be your favorite album. So, I mean, it's just a really solid discography, even if I don't love everything. And the top 4 or 5 are just like amazing.
Top 5
even,
are
like
rough.
Torn Arteries and Surgical Steel.
Yep.
Like I had to rank them lower, but it's just in comparison to what they're being ranked against.
Yeah, exactly. If you had to rank them against, you had to rank those 2 albums against a lot of rank and file death metal bands out there. It's not even a contest.
Yeah.
So cool, man. Are we down to you and me, Nick? Yeah.
I believe so.
Final thoughts there, Nicholas.
Honestly, Carcass, I think, is one of the most important extreme metal bands in extreme metal. The fact that they pioneered so many different things, Goregrind, grindcore, death grind. I mean, like to a degree, I would even say death metal in general too. Melodic death metal, I guess, death and roll. Like these guys were always willing to experiment, and they were also kind of almost willing to be first. And for the most part, they kind of like nailed it, and then they became like this hyper influential band where literally, again, Carcass worship is almost the same separate thing.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes they misfired, but my appreciation of this band is unending. I'm a Carcass fan for life. I love the unique little niche they have carved out in extreme metal, and I'm hoping there's more Carcass in the future because more Carcass, more tours, more Carcass merch. I'm literally looking at Carcass zip-up hoodies right now. So,
well, the funny thing is, you mentioned that, Nick, and Lauren and I are kicking around going down to Baltimore.
Peter.
You mentioned more tours, and Lauren and I are considering going down to Baltimore. When is it, Lauren? The 12th?
Yeah, which is pretty soon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make our mind up really quick. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not thrilled about the lineup. I don't know. I know Municipal Waste, but I don't really know them. I'm not crazy about Sacred Reich. And what's the other band? There's one other one.
I don't know. I didn't.
I think there's this one like British band called Carcass that might be there.
What's that?
I think there's like this old school like British band there called like Carcass. I heard they're okay.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, are they the headliner or is Municipal Waste?
They're the headliner. Municipal Waste is direct support. Municipal Waste is fun.
It is. Okay, so Carcass is the headliner.
Away from the pit.
Carcass is the headliner, though?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we may look at that depending on what the ticket prices are and what she has to do to get off of work, which I know you got to do that quick. So we may do that. We'll see. Final thoughts, man. Carcass, legendary band. Like, you got legendary snark out of Jeff Walker. You've got legendary riff writing from Bill. And I don't want to take away from Jeff because he's instrumental in that writing process to a large degree too. As I said, Dan Wilding really injected a lot of energy into this band the last 15 years, 12 years. Don't know the new guy's name that's on guitar. I think he's relatively new. I happen to be friends with Tom Draper, who was out with them for 2 years, I believe, doing tours, but he had some visa issues during pandemic and they had to find somebody else. Tom Draper, if you don't know him, he's in Spirited Drift now. Monster killer player. Check him out on Instagram. Really cool fucking guy. We've done 2 deep dives on Queen, Steely Dan. He's very eclectic. He's not really a death metal fan. That's the funny thing. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing playing guitar in Carcass then? He's like, well, a gig's a gig, and I've learned to love their music. So I think that's it, guys. I think we can kind of put a bow on it. I want to thank Nick, Necrotic Nick from Thralls. When you going on vacation?
I leave the 6th and I'll be back the 13th. And then the 19th I leave for Denver and I'll be back the 23rd.
And how many empty suitcases are you taking along on those trips?
One carry-on should be more than enough to.
You have to understand. You understand that the last time Nick went to Florida, I believe last year, he came home with like 102 CDs or something insane like that. Yes, you can correct me on the math later. I know. I see you bristling.
Probably close.
Peter, we got to get you to bed because it's got to be like pushing 4 a.m. there. I really appreciate you coming in. Very thankful that you got to participate because I know this band means a lot to you. We'll see you soon.
Thanks Thanks for the invite, and it's nice to meet Lauren and Erik.
Yeah,
nice to meet you.
likewise.
Yeah, if we do Celtic or one of the more deathy or black sort of metal, black metal and me, I'm kind of it's very specific. There's a very small window of bands I'm really into in that, but we'll figure something out there. And
I'd be down to get Frosty.
Yeah, everybody that stopped in, Zach, Human Falafel, which is Mario, who are basically the ones posting now. We're down to 7. I guess people are bailing. Meatcomb, I know he's over in Rick's. All you guys, thank you so much for dropping by. And Devon, thanks for being there. I'll see you in a little bit, right? You going over?
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Okay. Erik, see you. If not, talk to you before. I'll see you Thursday, most likely. Yeah. Lauren, love you. I'll see you soon. We'll talk about Carcass and whatever else we got going on, and we'll definitely try to plan for a death or a Celtic sort of deal, and we'll figure that out down the road. I think that's it, guys. Let's tap this one on the head because we're at 6:04. So, thanks to everybody that hung out, and everybody stay here for 1 second when I end.